this week, so we may have to wait until Cardiff to see him back in action. And Glamorgan sticking with their overseas fast bowler Asitha Fernando, even though he's rather struggled for form in the last few matches since a promising debut at Cardiff first time up. So Glamorgan will open up with Zain ul Hassan and Asa Tribe, and of course the captain, well known around these parts as well, Sam Northeast, likely to bat at 3.
Warmly welcome back indeed. Jamal Richards, my apologies, is the one that makes way from the 12, announced yesterday for this squad, and was in the game against Middlesex. Didn't really get into rhythm with his bowling, I think it's fair to say, and Akansh Singh comes in, certainly very promising batter. We're told like-for-like replacement for Joey Everson, which is a fairly high bar given the overs that Joey Everson gets through. I've not seen Akansh Singh bowl, but he does bowl right medium. He's bowled a bit for the under-19s and for the second 11 for Kent as well, but it looks a greenish pitch from here. I mean, well, it is a greenish pitch, but that can be deceptive sometimes, can't it, in terms of the way it'll actually play when they get out there. But Daniel Bell-Drummond, as you say, taking advantage of winning the toss and putting Glamorgan in. Didn't work for him against Middlesex when they won the toss at Lords, is all I would say that. Yes,
I mean, having been out the middle, it's nothing exceptional, nothing more than you would probably expect on the first morning of a game, but Glamorgan will have something to negotiate. Zain ul Hassan is averaging 35 this season, respectable in virtually every innings since the opening game. In the last 3 he's got in but hasn't really got on. He's got a couple of 50s, but has yet to compile a really big score, but is showing signs of promise, as is Asa Tribe, who had a 50 in the first innings last time out.
So it's going to be Grant Stewart to start from the pavilion end here, with 3 slips in place. Looks like Moyeye leaning, and I think Bell-Drummond at 3rd slip. They've got a point in place, then a wide-ish mid-off for Ul Hassan, and narrower mid-on, which is George Garrett, mid-wicket at square leg, and then a deep fine leg in place as well. So Stewart back from a side injury which kept him out of the Middlesex game. Will bowl running away from us up the slight slope, bowling now outside the off stump. Felt like a loosener from Grant Stewart, not a long run up, but bowls heavy ball can certainly push it through quickly. That one was well outside the off stump. Hassan got to leave it and walk away shortly to square leg and come back.
Well, it is pleasant to have better weather conditions than last time I was here for the championship game, which was 4 years ago, which was the Darren Stevens match. It was also the wind and rain match.
It was basically an exhibition, wasn't it? That was the main action of the... it's a good ball from Stewart, but on the pads, fullish delivery, very pleasantly clipped away by Ul Hassan, though, you have to say. A little bit of shape in the air, but 2 taken out towards mid-wicket, so the first runs off the second ball.
Yes, we're staring into the sun for the first session of play, and shivering thereafter probably. But so remembered to bring a small amount of sun cream with me.
Yeah, as you say, that 190 from Darren Stevens, wasn't it? And blistering fashion as well, back in 2021. Here's Stewart then bowling. Ul Hassan just tucks him up a little bit, the left-hander, more or less defends that off his pads low to mid-wicket. Looks like Matt Parkinson is there, always full of life and the odd word or two as well out there. Very chatty. So a dot ball from the other 3rd of the morning. Trees you can see being agitated by the breeze, which is not inconsiderable, I'd say, this morning. And Stewart bowling, it's outside the off stump. Decent leave by Ul Hassan. It goes straight on, more or less, going across him. To a stare from Grant Stewart at the young opener, who'd already turned his back on him, so I'm not sure who that was going to impress particularly. But
yes, I suppose the slope is something that these 2 young Glamorgan openers will have to get used to. Ul Hassan 24, Tribe 21. They won't have played championship cricket here before.
That's a good point. Right to left as we look from the pavilion. So outside the left-hander's off stump, it'll give Stewart a bit of assistance to bring it back in. He does that, but that one's actually come off the pitch slightly. Olhasan's right behind that one into the offside and fielded no run.
There's a bit of waving.
There is indeed.
What are they on about?
Looking behind the batter at the moment, aren't they? It's not in our direction.
Unless it's the sun glinting off the
could be
the tent roof there.
It might be next to the Les Ames stand. Outside the off stump, pretty harmlessly left by Olhasan. A decent leave again, through to the wicket keeper, just shoulders, arms. End of the first over, 2 from it. Glamorgan 2 for none.
Yes, it's when they start waving in our direction and our windows are at fault. Update for BBC Radio Kent to come fairly shortly.
Will be indeed. Every half hour during the morning session, and hourly in the afternoon. We'll also be bringing the Sussex and Surrey scores, because this is what we do.
It's the kind of helpful chap you are.
I am indeed. I mean, I could do all 9 matches, but it might take a while, mightn't it? So the update coming now for our radio listeners. With Garrett from the far end. Good morning, and a debut for 18-year-old Ekansh Singh for Kent, playing his very first-class match. Handed his debut cap by Joe Denley this morning, and a round of applause for him. Kent, though, are bowling to start here against Glamorgan, looking to bounce back from their defeat against Middlesex last week. Early stages, Kent bowling first on a greenish-looking pitch here. 2 for none Glamorgan in the early stages. Harry Finch and Grant Stewart also coming into the Kent team. Commentary, a big old shout for an LBW appeal from George Garrett there. Turned down by the umpire. A couple of runs taken. Glamorgan 4 for none then. Commentary continuing all day and all through the match, as long as it goes, via the BBC Sport website and app.
As Sue Radfern confirms that it was indeed leg byes.
Felt a little bit optimistic, certainly, the trajectory of the ball
the
there.
shot he was playing, certainly. The umpires... Mark Newell and Sue Radfern. It was originally going to be Nigel Long, but he is representing the umpires at the funeral of Jeff Evans, the Welsh former umpire who died recently and whose funeral takes place tomorrow. Here comes Stewart then, running towards us, and bowls, and Tribe drives pleasantly through the leg side. Has timed it reasonably well. Will pick up at least a couple of runs. In fact, he'll pick up 4. He's timed it very well up to the digital scoreboard, and the first boundary of the Glamorgan morning, and Glamorgan are on to 8 without loss.
Very crisp indeed. Perhaps slightly over pitching there, George Garrett, but dealt with. I mean, no backlift whatsoever. Pure timing by Tribe through the mid-wicket.
Yes, as far as Welsh listeners are concerned, the teams did meet in T20 last season, but something of an unfamiliar Kent bowling lineup from what we're used to, as Garrett is on his way in, and Boz and Tribes edge that one towards the slips. It's gone through for a single, and was that a chance? It's difficult to tell from the player's reaction. Not too much of a reaction, so it probably was into the ground.
I'm just looking at the replay. I'm not sure we quite got Ben Compton in the in the picture there, but yeah, there were no hands to heads, were there, or puffing of cheeks, or. But yeah, 3 slips in a gully. That's where Compton is at the moment.
As in comes Stewart to bowl to Olhasan, who drives on the leg side. Will pick up a single as we try in vain to peer around the edge of the woolly stand to make sure that there's a fielder there. There is. Away to our right, there's about 10% of the playing surface that we can't see, and that's where Zainul Hassan picked up that single. Glamorgan into double figures, 10 without loss, having been asked to bat first. There was some resignation in Glamorgan ranks at the news that Sam Northeast had lost the toss. Don't think he's had a very good go of that this season. as that's on leg stump and turned away nicely by Tribe into the vast open expanses at backward square. Stewart does the fielding and they're comfortably back for 2 runs, 12 without loss. It is a slightly lopsided geography, with the pitch towards our right, towards the car park side, and vast open spaces. They won't get a very good view from the retirement flats today, not unless they've got their binoculars out.
Not too from there. There are a few out on the balconies though, why not?
Indeed.
The sun traps there.
12 without loss, Tribe on strike, Stewart in, Garrett in, and Tribe dead bats it out on the offside. End of the over, and Glamorgan at 12 for naught after 2 here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Kent Sport and BBC Sport Wales.
Yeah, not a great deal of excitement for Kent, I would say, in those first couple of overs. There was the edge, but I think you're right. I think it grounded before it got to Ben Compton, and 12 for none. You can get in touch with us, and we urge you to as well on various forms for listeners of any persuasion. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. bbckentcricket@gmail.com is our email address. This summer at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, and for Nick, I'll tell you that in a second, or he can tell you. I'll tell you what. It's Stewart bowling to Al Hassan. That one, just seeming back towards the left-hander, but defends it off middle stump. No run.
Yes, X-followers are used to this one over the years. Nick Webb 2017 on X and also on Blue Sky these days, if you've had enough of X. And that's also my email at nickwebb2017 at gmail.com. The T-shirts will be available online shortly.
Looking forward to that. The design expertise of Nick Webb coming to the fore. Oh, it's a lovely delivery. I wonder if that was an inside edge onto the pad, but that really has beaten Al Hassan. It's gone between bat and pad. Felt just like an appeal for a good delivery as much as anything else, if that makes sense. It's come back at him, gone between bat and pad. Grant Stewart, I think, was asking, is that pad first? That's a very good delivery. But perhaps just, if it's contact, might be a little bit outside off stump, but close-ish, I'd say. Maybe going a little bit high. But those are the tiny margins for umpire Mike Newell to make it out. And the appeal wasn't prolonged, I think it's fair to say, from Stewart. Bowls again. Good delivery. And that was not bad either. Inside part of the bat as it's defended by Al Hassan. So, best 2 deliveries that Grant Stewart has bowled so far, and asking questions of the young Glamorgan opener.
Yes, it's always a torrid time once you've been put into bat. Al Hassan is a nuggety sort of player, not a particularly fast scorer. Tribe is more a clean striker of the ball.
So Stewart bowls to Al Hassan now. This one's again coming back in with the action of Stewart. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, but he's bringing it back in towards middle stump, defended by Al Hassan, who does some rehearsals, practicing that forward defensive.
Yes, in the last match against Derbyshire, Tribe had a better strike rate than anyone else over the first 3 days of the match before Derbyshire opened up in creditable search of an improbable target.
As Stewart bowls then 3 slips in behind Al Hassan and defends that up into the offside. I think that's Harry Finch there, I think it will be. He's got a finger injury. Sorry, it's Jack Leaning, I beg your pardon. No, back as you were, because Leaning's at second slip. He can't be both places. No, I was going to say just the bounce around looked like it was Harry Finch.
I was going to say you're doing so well in identifying players, none of whom have numbers on, apart from the bowlers.
We're just trying to go by the way they spring around. Is a Stewart outside part of the bat, but dropped to the offside. Just tip and run almost for Al Hassan. Very nicely run as well. Smart between the wickets. It's Grant Stewart that comes around from point to field, and a single taken. End of the over 13 for none. Ruins the maiden then for Stewart. But Harry Finch is back in the side. Has a finger injury, which allows him to field, but not healed enough to keep wicket. So Chris Benjamin keeps his place moved in the close season from Warwickshire. 13 for none for Glamorgan here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales with Matt Cole and Nick Webb.
So just to run through the Glamorgan lineup for you, Al Hassan and Tribe opening up. North East is due in next. Kieran Carlson, the vice-captain, is at 4. Colin Ingram, the experienced South African left-hander, at 5. As Garrett is into bowl to Ul Hassan. That's allowed to go through outside off stump into the gloves of Benjamin. Ben Callaway, 21-year-old all-rounder, who had career best with bat and ball on the same day, 74 and 5 for 101 on Monday. Chris Cook has slipped down 1 to 7. Then Van der Hoogten at 8. Gorvin and Harris, not quite sure which way they will emerge, 9 and 10. And Fernando very much 11. As Garrett is into bowl. Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW and not given. Ul Hassan survives as the ball ricocheted away out towards cover, but playing across the line there.
Yeah, that was a bit more convincing, certainly, the one in the first over. As Garrett bowls. Doesn't look bad, I have to say. I'm going to make my excuses. There's quite a lot of glare on the screen, so I can't be. The body position looked like that was a decent shout. See Redfern turning it down at the far end.
13 for naught it remains. 4 slips as next delivery is driven sumptuously by Ul Hassan through the offside, and that will race down the hill and rattle into the advertising hoardings away to our left in front of the flats. Beautiful shot from Ul Hassan. Takes Glamorgan on to 17 without loss, having been put into bat here at Canterbury this morning. And Garrett with a bit of a trudge back towards the Nackington Road end. The former Warwickshire bowler.
Say his first season with Kent was punctuated by injuries, but you could probably just put that as a footnote for any of the Kent bowling lineup last year, and actually this year too. But there we are. He played his first game because of an injury coming into the season at Middlesex last week.
As Ul Hassan drives again, but this time more of a check drive, and it's straight to cover, and there's no run. Umpire Redfern, she exercised about something, or just having a little early morning stretch of the legs up at the Nackington Road end.
Doesn't seem like there's a serious word with George Garrett about anything there.
I think Grant Stewart is the only member of the regular bowling attack whom I've seen bowling for Kent before.
Right.
There's Parkinson, former Lancashire, Garrett, former Warwickshire, Kashif the overseas, as that's through outside off stump. And it's allowed to go through.
And the only survivor, or returning survivor, from the bowling lineup which started the season, which has been pretty much decimated by injury, and Kent didn't have any of those available at Middlesex. I can almost feel Welsh listeners getting out the tiniest violins as I go on about, but it has been quite extraordinary over the last couple of seasons, and I liken it to, if anyone's seen that movie Spinal Tap, it's a bit like being one of Spinal Tap's drummers, being a Kent bowler. It's like you take your life in your hands at the moment, but there we go.
As in comes Garrett and bowls to Ul Hassan, who drives again into the offside, well parried at cover at point, and there is no run. 17 without loss after 4 overs on this glorious morning here at Canterbury. I must admit, when I was scribbling out the Kent squad last night, Kashif Ali, I thought, oh, he'll bat in the middle order somewhere, confusing him with the lad from Worcestershire, before I realised that he'd been batting 11 every game, and it wasn't the same Kashif Ali.
No, I think there are 3 playing professionally, I think, at the moment.
Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
But this is the Kashif Ali seam bowler who made his debut for Pakistan earlier. And this year just has 1 test cap so far, and certainly moves the ball well in the air. Hasn't perhaps taken the wickets, I mean, certainly in his first game, that it felt like he deserved from what I saw and heard of that game, but was part of that nail-biting finish as well against Middlesex. He bowled really, really well. But Middlesex getting home by 2 wickets with 6 balls remaining. Just a sort of game we love as people who adore the 4-day game, but not so much if you're a Kent fan, I suppose, at the end of that. But Stewart bowling, I think for the first time, to ace a tribe on off stump, just nudges that back up to mid-on, and Callaway Valley, the man we've just been talking about, fields that.
Yes, Glamorgan's game against Derbyshire was a thriller. Either side could have won it into the last session, and maybe there's not quite so much worry about not winning when you've taken part in such a fine game.
Stewart now to tribe. Again, well, did you play a little bit late? Perhaps a little bit around the front pad, but the slip cordon were very excited about that. It's fielded by Parkinson at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 17 for none. We hear the breeze coming across on our effects microphone, and it is quite blustery out there at the moment, but I said it is. How beautiful a day is it for those exposed out there on the old Dover Road side of the ground. Shirt sleeve order for most of them, so I was enjoying the sunshine. Stewart then to tribe, leaves that. It's a no ball, signalled by umpire Mark Newell. Tall figure, right arm outstretched. Grant Stewart looks ruefully at his bowling footmarks there. Mark Newell's pointing out exactly where. I was very helpful from the umpire. This is where your foot landed, Grant.
Yeah. This is the second game running that Glamorgan have had Mr. Newell. He was in Cardiff last weekend.
19 for none then. Glamorgan, Alassane 8. Tribe has 7. Stewart bowls, and Tribe very, very still and calm at the crease, isn't he? And just again up towards mid-on to Callaway Valley. There's no run.
Yes, he's usually so far fairly technically correct.
Yeah.
Young man from Jersey. Glamorgan picked up through the Cardiff MCCU system, which the ECB in its wisdom is stopping funding at the end of this season.
Is Stewart. Oh, it's a lovely delivery. It's a play and a miss by Tribe, withdrawing the bat across his pads, but that after the ball had left him through the wicketkeeper. Nice delivery. Yeah, I saw, as you do your research on the players, I saw he's played one-day internationals, T20 internationals. I thought, is he an overseas? Well, I suppose there's a bit of sea in between between Wales and Jersey, but 19 for none. But I like the look of him. He's hit one crisp boundary already. Upright. Waits for the delivery from Stewart. What a great one from Stewart. Just pitching outside off stump and through the wicketkeeper Benjamin, who takes it in front of first slip to under Mayeye. I did the full Kent side myself, actually. So Compton and Finch, we gather, will open. Certainly Compton will. Finch looks like on the card he will as well. Beldrummond at 3 to under Mayeye 4. Leaning. Chris Benjamin, the wicketkeeper you just heard, Grant Stewart, Akansh Singh, Kashif Ali, George Garrett, Matt Parkinson, and we think Singh will bat above 8, but outside the off stump, left by Tribe at the end of the over, and that is a 19 for none. Glamorgan here in the sunshine, the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
Yes, it's pleasurable contrast, as I say, to 2021, which was still in the COVID season, wasn't it? We were still affected by COVID and also affected by the weather. I think we were wind blasted even in our commentary position al fresco when it wasn't raining, and Darren Stevens lit up the ground by smashing the ball all over the place, and that was about it really. And we all went home at lunchtime on the final day when it belted down again. Here's Garrett running towards us from the Nackington Road end. Bowls outside off stump. Hassan plays no shot as it goes through to Benjamin.
I mean, of all the things you could see on a rain decimated game, 190 in short order from Darren Stevens is not the worst, is it?
Yes, I don't think Glamorgan saw the joke as he hit 15 fours and 15 sixes. But it was worth seeing as Garrett trudges into the far distance.
It feels almost like a lifetime ago. I don't know about you, but it's only 4 years, isn't it? But there we go.
driven by Ul Hassan through the covers. Well, Kent have left a gap there at cover, and Ul Hassan has taken advantage of it on a couple of occasions. This one not hit quite as hard as his previous shot, but still beats the two fielders dashing towards it by a good 10 metres or so. And the score goes up to 23 without loss, and Ul Hassan has 12 of them. And good to see that they're still keeping the old manual scoreboard going, even though they've got a new digital one as well.
It's proper fixture here. Feels like a bit of history, doesn't it, itself? So
yes.
They're both in accord, which is always useful. 23 for none so far.
Here is Garrett in bowls, wider outside off stump, and Ul Hassan ignores it as it goes through to Benjamin, fairly low down.
I seem to remember that match. I was working from home and had popped out to the local shop, I think when Darren Stevens was on about 50, thinking, well, this is about 5 minutes down the road, thinking, I'll come back and listen to his century. And it was pretty much done by the time I got back. He was so ballistic was his assault on the Glamorgan bowling.
As Ul Hassan again plays no shot outside off stump through to Benjamin. Yes, the score 190 off 149 balls. What's that? 25 overs is ridiculous, really, in Championship cricket. And at least we had something to remember the game by. My other memory is of Marnus Labuschagne getting some teammates together and playing a little knock-around game with a plastic bat and balls on the one area of the outfield that wasn't underwater. He wanted to be out there playing, even if it wasn't for real. So that's forced away off the back foot by Ul Hassan. He's timed that one sweetly as well. That's running down towards the cafe away to our left. And that one's gone for 4 as well. So looks as though you get good value for your shots on this outfield. The ball is travelling pretty fast, as you might expect. I take it has rained not much over here in recent weeks.
No, it's dry as a bone. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But not necessarily the start that Kent would have wanted, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. 27 for none, going a good lick as well. Glamorgan, 4.5 and over at the moment.
Yes, as long as they're here for a long time and not just a good time. 27 for naught. As Garrett will finish this over by bowling to Ul Hassan, who is up on his toes, defending that one correctly down into the gully. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 27 for naught, and Ul Hassan has 16 to Tribe's 7, which is possibly unusual to find Ul Hassan as the fastest score. And sad for the world of cricket, of course, and for politics generally, that the IPL has been suspended with immediate effect for 1 week, depending on the situation in that part of the world. Pakistan Super League has been moved to the Middle East. Very sad.
Indeed. Here's Stewart then to bowl to Tribe. Just tries to clip that off his pad. I think it might be a leg by, actually, just running out to square leg, and Matt Parkinson does the fielding. It is indeed. Umpire Newell raises the right leg, taps his knee. The score has indicated 28 for none. I was mentioning winning the toss, obviously Daniel Bell-Drummond, and the progress, or lack of it, certainly in wicket taking. And he won it last game. I was going to say last week, but it did finish only on Monday, didn't it? But the last game against Middlesex looked like a very sensible decision to bat first at Lords, and a beautiful day, sunny skies, and they were bowled out for 129. So a good toss to lose on that occasion, I think, was the sage's verdict of that. But here's Stewart to Ul Hassan, so tries to settle on that on the off stump, just falling forward slightly, testing delivery from Stewart, but there's no run, as it ends up a point with Grant Stewart. But yeah, certainly did better in the second innings. But Glamorgan making a good start here, 28 for none, 1 or 2 alarms, but nothing I don't think that these two openers wouldn't expect on the opening day of a county championship fixture. Coped pretty well so far. Stewart then bowls on middle stump. Al-Hassan turning that into the onside and fielded by Matt Parkinson at mid-wicket. Still 3 slips in.
So who would be the change bowler apart from Kashif then?
Well, it'd be Kashif, I think.
Yeah,
and then
first change
alongside. If they are to bowl 4 seamers, and
Sakansh Singh the fourth simmer
would be the fourth indeed. Yeah. Certainly the way that Adam Hollyoake has described him, you would expect him to take the ball fourth, but Stewart, good delivery on middle stump. Al-Hassan's dealt with that, keeping the ball down, straight back at the bowler, no run. So as I said, they will be interesting. He hasn't bowled a tremendous amount, certainly in second 11 cricket or for the England under-19. So very promising batter, scored a century against Essex in the second 11 game last week. So too to Jayden Denley, who's still working his way back to into the first 11. It's going to be 4 runs, I think. Has it hit bat, or has it come off the pad? It has indeed. Just flicks off. I think off bat, off pad rather.
Yeah, it's run away to the boundary.
4 runs. Yeah, very fine indeed. It was only a half shout. It was always going down, and it'll be 4 leg bys. So,
I suppose if you drift down leg side and your fine leg is as square as it is at the moment, and that's a long way round that boundary.
Yeah, it's a long chase, as you say, for George Garrett to get around to that. Never going to get there. It's in
a wind tunnel.
I was going to say, as wind flying through the commentary box, papers going flying, even the windows are slightly on the move. Outside the off stump and cut away by Al-Hassan. Decent shot, but straight at Stewart. End of the over, and that will be straight at Ekansh, beg your pardon. And that'll be the end of the over. Maiden for Stewart, none for 5, but no breakthroughs for Kent this morning either. 32 for no wicket. Glamorgan going well so far.
Yes, it's as positive a start as they could have hoped for. Despite that being a maiden over, of course, we did get the leg byes off it. Actually, I think this window is better when it's slightly closed, because you don't get quite the reflections off it. Oops, it's on the move. I'm going to bring it in for a minute on the grounds that well, I'll sizzle for a few minutes and see how it goes, but I've got a slightly better view here. As Garrett will charge towards us and bowl to Asa Tribe, who drives but doesn't quite time it, and it rolls up to mid-on, and there is no run. So Glamorgan with the 1 change. Harris for Leonard, who I think we can say is rested rather than dropped, because he bowled quite usefully in the second innings, 3 for 66 on Monday. And of course, at the age of 22, you don't necessarily want to play him in every game in a block. Garrett in, bowls. Tribe off the back foot, plays into the offside, fielded at the point. No run. So James Harris, having recovered from a calf injury, plays his first team match of the season. And from the Glamorgan bowling point of view, it's useful to see Ben Morris and Jamie McIlroy picking up a couple of 4-wicket hauls in the second 11 recently. So maybe a bit of pressure on bowling places. There's certainly been contenders for batting places, with Smale and Bevan both getting good runs in the 2s. As Garrett is in to bowl, Tribe drives, doesn't really time it, straight to cover. And there's no run. There's a bit of warming up going on at mid-on.
Cashy Valley is just a whirl of arms, isn't he? I was going to say it's like a front crawl, but it's almost like a huge old doggy paddle, and then whirling the arms the other way as well.
So
he'll be wanting to be part of the fray before very long. As you say, then we'll find out. Will be first change at the other end as well before long.
Garrett in. bowls and try possibly hit on the gloves, possibly on the stomach, because that one came in on him a little bit, and he goes down and has a little prod. Thankfully for him, the ball didn't fly too far.
Let's get an update for BBC Radio Kent radio listeners. On that 32 for none, Glamorgan. Yeah, no breakthroughs for Kent in the first half hour. They've won the toss under sunny skies here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, and put the opposition Glamorgan in, looking to bounce back from defeat against Middlesex. And that game that finished in a thriller on Monday. Ekansh Singh is making his debut, 18 years old for Kent. We know his exploits with the bat for the second 11, scored a century just this week, but also bowl, we gather, seam for Kent. He's not been called into action yet. No breakthroughs for Kent. Glamorgan 32 for none, and looking fairly secure, I'd say, these two openers, Al Hassan on 16 and Tribe on 7. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
And Garrett continuing.
Yeah,
running
ball
towards us. Bowls and Tribe drives on the leg side, and there is no run. 32 for naught, maiden over from George Garrett. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20. And Kent bowlers getting a little bit of control after being rather expensive in the first few overs. As the sweet sounds of BBC Radio Kent's morning programme disappear. Not that they're not absolutely admirable if you want to listen to the radio, but we're not in a position to do so as we see the first bowling change of the morning, Matt.
It's a great listen, Sophie Sutton, as well, I have to say. But yes, we urge you to stay with us. Obviously, that's a difficult one, isn't it, with a different choice of listening, I should say. That's what the BBC, how the BBC would say. You've got a choice of listening.
As long as you listen to one of our programmes.
Indeed, yeah. It has to come strictly via
bits of output.
Although we are available via the club stream as well here, we should say that with the pictures. And welcome to everyone who's watching as well as listening. Kashif Ali, then, yes, is the first change. Grant Stewart not taking a wicket in his opening spell, just 4 overs of it so far. And Daniel Bell-Drummond turning to the Pakistani test player. He'll bowl to Al Hassan, who's on 16, 32 for none Glamorgan. Bundles in now, Kashif. Gets a little bit of wobble in the air. And there's an admiring ooh and ah from the fielding unit, but it's just defended straight back up towards Matt Parkinson, actually, a mid-wicket, the left-hander. 32 for none then. 16 from 31 balls so far for him. He's faced the majority, not taking the majority of the strike ace of Tribe, 7 from 19. I was going to say the young Jerseyan. I wonder, how would you say somebody from Jersey?
That's a very good question, Matt.
Jersey, if anybody knows, BBC KentCricket@gmail.com. You'd be more than welcome to tell us. Here's Kashif then. No ball. The second one of the morning. Both of them from this end. Martin Newell indicating that. Defended by Al Hassan anyway.
Very good morning to Gerontius, who's messaged and looking forward to our Canterbury tales. Not sure we're quite that medieval. I may be old, but I'm not that old.
Tale of two batsmen at the moment. Our good friend, and actually the man that's been taking you through the first few Kent games, Dan Whiting's been in touch as well. He's already doing his homework for the next game. Putting me to shame, Dan, as listeners will know. Here's Kashif. His ball is deflected towards backward point as Ekansh Singh fields, and there's no run. 34 for none.
What's Dan got to say for himself? Morning, Dan.
You sound like a school teacher.
Speak up, Whiting.
You've got to save yourself. He's doing his homework for next week. He's enjoying the commentary. Well, he's very, very gracious of you, I have to say. I'm certainly not bringing Kent any luck, let alone.
I'm sure he's got a county gig somewhere soon, Dan. He's a busy boy.
He says you need wickets Whiting there. Oh, he's already had a dig. There we go. Here's Kashif round the wicket then to Hassan defends that off middle stump. He's asking about the ins and outs for Kent, which I probably haven't described forcefully enough. Yeah, no Joey Everson, you're absolutely right, Dan, and has a side strain maintained, or sustained rather, in that game against Middlesex. You could see him actually towards the latter overs, just holding his side, trying to stretch that out. So as they try to bowl themselves to victory in that one. Harry Finch is back from an injured finger, but won't keep wicket. He's just fielding. No Zach Crawley because he's away with England, because that game against Zimbabwe is, well, what is it? Must be tomorrow. He's edged and gone. Beautiful delivery. Just left him off the pitch a little bit, Al Hassan. First slip to Wanamayeye, straight in the breadbasket. And the first wicket of the day. It's a push forward by Hassan. It's just deviated off the pitch, nibbled the edge, and he has gone straight to first slip. And there we are, fourth ball. Kashif Ali strikes. Ul Hassan has gone for 16 against first wicket, 34 for 1 Glamorgan.
Yes, a fairly regulation dismissal. Ul Hassan maybe not getting quite far enough forward, and the ball flew low to slip, and it wasn't too difficult a chance. So Ul Hassan goes for 16, 34 for 1, and Kashif making the breakthrough straight away, which will bring Sam Northeast into the wicket. Ul Hassan had played a couple of glorious cover drives. Oh, there we are. Still getting a good round of applause rather than the chorus of boos. Traitor! Why did he ever leave? Of course, he was Hampshire between then, wasn't he? And a couple of other counties very briefly as well. Really seemed to be ping-ponging around before he ended up at Glamorgan, and has played some pretty memorable innings for the county, albeit his average is not as good as some of his colleagues, or most of his colleagues in the top order. Despite a couple of half centuries in the first 4 games, he's averaging 21, so he'll know that needs to lead from the front with runs and get a few here today.
Indeed so. So Northeast, what field does he face? 3 slips, a point, wideish mid-off, and mid-on. Stewart goes out there, mid-wicket, square leg. I'm missing one. There's no... Oh, there is long leg. There's George Garrett's just in front of the Les Ames stand. John Hughes has got in touch. And to both of us, I'll read that in a second. And maybe you'll answer the question. Here's Kashif. What a bizarre delivery. Has that pitched?
It's given us a wide. I think it just...
Has it slipped out of the back of the hand
slipped
there?
That one.
It's a no ball.
Playing a shot at it.
I don't think it's pitched, has it? Which is why it's a no ball. Yeah, he's just wringing his right hand, Kashif.
Oh, that's just come... It's lobbed gently towards first slip and pitched about... well, just in front of first slip, really, but not at too great a speed, thankfully, for the slip fielder.
Yeah, it's...
He would have been a split fielder if it had been at full pace.
That's looped out of the grip there of Kashif. He'll bowl to Northeast now. What a strange way to welcome him. He's bowls now, and that's clipped off the pads to square leg, and there's no run. So yeah, John asking, or saying, we're not getting any shots of the old scoreboard on the live stream. It's a narrow channel where the cameras are. That's true. Is it the one that was there in the 70s and 80s? Indeed it is, atop the redeveloped Leslie Ames stand with the hospitality boxes.
He says he's thinking of a white scoreboard with black numbers.
Oh, I see.
So it's not that, but it is an old scoreboard.
It is the reverse of that, absolutely right.
It's a black scoreboard with white numbers, but it's been there a while.
Indeed. When we say a while, we mean a number of years rather than a couple of hours this morning. Here's Kashif to Northeast, prods into the offside, pushes it along the ground, fielded by Parkinson with a hop, skip and a jump, and that'll be the end of the over, will it? No, not quite. Sorry, we've had some interruptions from not only for the wicket falling, but also a couple of no ball.
2 no balls.
2 no balls, sorry.
One for overstepping and the other for checking into slip. Yeah, so 4 runs during the course of the over. 2 lots of no balls.
Yes,
oh, hello. Empire's decided that it is the end of the over.
There we go. I thought I'd look down at my phone just for a brief moment, listeners. Look back up, and he's decided it is the end of the over. So the count back has. Yeah, I'd say the digital scoreboard agrees, and that comes from the scorer's laptop. So they may have just put a word in the umpire's ear if they can do it that way.
Well, it was a long old over, wasn't it, with a wicket and a couple of no balls
We've
in
had
it.
A bit of everything, yeah. 36 for 1 anyway, it certainly is here at the Spitfire Ground. St Lawrence on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales with Matt Cole and Nick Webb.
Which won't help Kent's over rate. Glamorgan's have had quite a few problems in the last 2 matches with over rates.
Yeah, but some late finishes in the Kent games as well, particularly because they're bowling a lot of seam, I suppose, but yeah.
Garrett continues. And, beats Tribe with an absolute jaffer that didn't beat the edge by much. It didn't beat the stumps by much. And that one came in down the slope. And Tribe, well, must feel himself somewhat fortunate to survive that one. It's come back a long way off the pitch, but it's just shaved the off stump on the way through.
I mean, it seems ridiculous to call it the delivery of the morning when it didn't take a wicket, but it did everything but. And yeah, Benjamin's taken that a long way down the leg side after it's just missed off stump. Goodness.
Garrett encouraged by that. Oh, bowls a shocker down leg side that Tribe just turns away gently for 4 down to fine leg. As I said, he'd be encouraged by that. He then loses his radar completely and offers something of a buffet ball that allows Tribe to move into double figures. I thought he had more than that. No, 11.
Yeah, I'm sure it's frustrating for the coach and captain, that is it. You want to keep pressure on. You bowl one great delivery, you want to follow it up with something else that tests the batter, but that's just, as you say, gently nudged through fine leg by Tribe for 4.
40 for 1. As the next delivery is played on the leg side by Tribe. Dot ball to mid wicket, so he must have had 13 extras. Yes, the scoreboard concurs with that one and the manual numbers.
Yeah, it's a big old percentage, isn't it, from
we've had
so far.
4 leg buys, probably a couple more as well, and no balls chucked in. As Kent continuing with 3 slips and a gully. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap. Gully fairly fine. 5th slip as Tribe defends gently out on the leg side. And there is no run. Again, umpire Redfern is going for a little walk. That looked like more than leisurely exercise, as if she's examining something, but didn't speak to the bowler, so we can tell that she's more or less satisfied. 40 for 1, Glamorgan having been inserted and lost Ul Hassan Court Maye bowled Kashif Ali for 16.
Sorry.
As Garrett's in and bowls and Tribe up on his toes, defending. Out on the offside, Tribe playing far more cautiously this morning than he did at the start of that Derbyshire game last Friday.
Doesn't feel like the pitch is doing a huge amount for the bowlers this morning, does it? I mean, there's, having said that, obviously had that snorting delivery from George Garrett, but maybe I'm putting that too passively. The bowlers have to try and get something out of the pitch as much as anything else, doesn't it? So it works both ways.
As on his way in is Garrett bowls and Tribe forcing off the back foot but fielded at mid-off. There is no run, so it's a decent over apart from the one shocker down leg side, and really you can't afford to give away a boundary. The other 4 played cautiously. Good morning to Duncan Evans, who is trying to watch when he can in between work commitments, presumably, and gives his best to Dr. Hicknell, Andrew Hicknell, the Glamorgan scorer, and lovely to see him back in full-time action this season after his battles with illness over the winter. 40 for 1.
I look forward to remaking his acquaintance, absolutely. And here's Kashi Valley running away from us. 25 on his Kent shirt, bowling now to northeast. Defends that up to back up the pitch to Matt Parkinson. No run, 40 for 1.
So I see you've got the two Aussies coming in for T20 Blast.
Yes,
Rogers
absolutely.
and Agar.
Yeah, they know their way to Canterbury, so shouldn't be any upsets there. Yeah, where's Agar? And I was about to say who's almost needless to say who's spell at Canterbury was cut short by an injury last season. Him being a bowler, of course. Shoulder injury sustained in the field. But anyway, sorry. Let's look to the future. Get obsessed by the past. Kashi Valley bowls to northeast, drives up to mid-off. But yes, and Tom Rogers, who came to Kent in the second half of the T20 last year. Both been in action in the Big Bash in the winter and for their respective states. Is that right, in Australia?
They're not quite state-orientated, are they?
Provinces, are they? So no, sorry.
Well,
I'm thinking Sheffield Shield. But
yeah, the Sheffield Shield is the states, isn't it? But there are more, bizarrely, Bash sides than state sides.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I was thinking. Where's Agar also playing for? I think Southern Australia, I believe, but outside the off stump anyway, and left through to the wicket keeper. In fact, he played so much for his representative sides, did Wes Agar, that he was going to come at the beginning of the season. That's been put off to manage his workload.
So is this likely to be at the end of this block for Kashi?
Yes,
then?
so yeah, he and Keith Dudgeon, the South African, who
7 wickets and out.
Indeed, yes. He should have been warned of the dangers of coming to Kent before he arrived. But yeah, looked fantastically promising for Kent, but sadly cut short by injury. This one's floated in towards leg stump. It's a good stop actually by Grant Stewart, stopping that going for any more than the one that Sam Northeast managed to run through for it. A gentle canter, 41 for 1, hit more or less straight down the ground. Good sliding stop from Stewart coming around from mid-on. So yes, those will be the two for T20. And Glamorgan, what are they doing for the Blast?
The Blast will have Colin Ingram as the batter.
Oh, I've heard of him, yeah. That's Kashi runs away from us, bowling to Tribe. Just angles that to point, no run.
And we wait to see what will happen in terms of the bowler stroke all-rounder, because Sitha Fernando is employed until the end of this month. I think it's fair to say that he hasn't really fully fired so far, so I would not expect them necessarily to keep him on unless he pulls up some trees in the next few games. So TBC.
Yeah, sure. Is Kashi then? A long fluid run in towards the stumps. Is that might have been a bit of bat on that? I felt from the reaction of the batter first off. Is a shout dismissed by the umpire with a quick shake of the head. End of the over, 41 for 1. Northeast back to the parish where he started his cricketing career. And Ace Tribe has 11. They're rebuilding to an extent after the loss of the 1 wicket so far. Alassane caught by Tawanda Mieye in the previous over from Kashi for 4-16.
Yeah, so the sad news from the leagues in Southern Asia is that the IPL has been suspended for a week, and the Pakistan Super League has been moved to the UAE because of the tensions and indeed hostilities between India and Pakistan. So we've got was that Stuart swapping ends?
Yeah, indeed so, yeah.
So he bowled 4 overs, 0 for 5 in his first spell from this pavilion end, and now is returning from the Nackington Road end. Into bowl, and Northeast up on his toes, playing that one nicely up the hill. Has timed it well enough to pick up a couple of runs, but it was never going to reach the boundary on the car park side of the ground. Northeast moves on to 3, and the total on to 43 for 1. Here on BBC Sport Online. BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com, nickweb2017@gmail.com if you want to email us. BBC Kent Sport and nickweb2017 on X. As Stuart bowls, and late decision to leave from Sam Northeast, and that's probably the correct decision because that was going away from him and was not worth dabbling with as it went up the slope with the arm. Just a couple of Division 2 matches in this particular round. Remember, sides basically have a rest in one of weeks 4, 5 and 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Anyway, around now. Stuart bowls, Northeast forward defending. The only other match in Division 2 is Lancashire's bowlers on top early on at Northampton, where Northants chose to bat first, but have lost 3 wickets early on, 42 for 3. Vasconcelos 26 not out, but wickets to Williams, to Balderson and to Phillip, a man whose name looks as though it's printed the wrong way round, Anderson Phillip. As Stuart bowls and Northeast covers up, cautious start to his innings. In Division 1, Essex against Yorkshire at Chelmsford. Yorkshire decided to bat first, getting I suppose into the second week of May, so you are allowed to bat first, but Daniel Bell Drummond didn't here today. Notts against Hampshire at Trent Bridge, as this one's played defensively off the back foot by Northeast into the covers. Notts are 32 without loss after being inserted by Hampshire. Sussex against Worcestershire at Hove. Sussex with a bright start, 41 without loss against the pairs. And full programme in fact in Division 1, 4 matches. Stewart is in to bowl, and Northeast just squirting it out on the offside. Fielded at point. No run. 2 off the over. 43 for 1 are Glamorgan. Warwickshire against Surrey at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are 45 for 0 after being inserted by Surrey. So there's still quite a lot of bowl first decisions around the country, despite the nice weather and the fact we're getting later into the season.
Just looking at the crossover between Grant Stewart's Kent career and Sam Northeast's, and they very briefly. So Sam went at the end of the 2017 season, and actually the last game of that season was Grant Stewart's first class debut. They played in the same game against, you'd never guess who they played against, his Cashy Valley.
So against Glamorgan by any chance?
Against Glamorgan, yeah, it was a 5-wicket win for Glamorgan here. And but yeah, they played together in that side. Grant Stewart had spent a lot of time though with the previous season, or that 2017 season, in the second 11. But as I said, Sam Northeast left at the end of that season, but they did play one first-class game together.
Yeah, that was the 5th and final so far of Glamorgan's 5 championship wins here on this ground. Kent have won 11 against Glamorgan and 9 have been drawn.
Have been avoiding each other rather for a while, but here's Kashif then. It's now no ball again. 3rd of the morning, all of them from this end. 2 to Kashif, 1 to Stewart. 6 runs out of those, of course, to Glamorgan. Sorry, it's not the 3rd, it's the 4th, because we had the looper as well from Kashif. So profligate at the moment, you'd have to say, with the no balls. 45 for 1.
Yeah, not that I know anything about bowling mechanics, but you'd think they'd overstep more frequently from the top end, wouldn't you?
Right, coming down the slope, yeah. Oh, great. Let's just try and see who did the damage for Glamorgan on that. So Michael Hogan took 6 wickets in Kent's second innings at that time. Played here, of course, as well. But I think more known for being a Glamorgan bowler. Perhaps just
a decade with Glamorgan, yes.
45 for 1. That one's an aggressive shot from Tribe. As you probably heard it come off the bat, but into the offside, fielded by Parkinson. There's no run at extra cover.
Yes, I remember Glamorgan hanging on 9 down for a draw here. Possibly in 15 or 16, and Hogan was dropped at slip in the final half hour of the game, and Hogan was not necessarily a man that you wanted batting when you were hanging on for a draw.
No. Here's Kashif then, and to Tribe. This one up to mid-on. Good length delivery. Fielded by Garrett there.
Well, Glamorgan are grateful at the moment for 2 extras for keeping the scoreboard going, because there's been precious little in the way of aggressive shots. Tribe turned one off his legs, which was more or less a gimme, since Hassan hit a couple of very nice cover drives.
That's a good point. And Tribe still on just 11 from 31 balls, and he's saying looks like he could be an attractive stroke maker, but not getting perhaps the width from the Kent bowlers that he would like. This one's on leg stump, and that is picked off. There we go. Lovely little flick through the onside, but just straying Kashif Ali on leg stump, and that goes away for 4. Tribe goes to 15, having said he'd been somewhat becalmed. There we are. Brought him into play with one sentence. North East are 3 at the other end.
It's quite a healthy little crowd here today, isn't it? They're enjoying the sunshine on the banks on either side of us.
It's going to be...
surprised they're sitting down by the flats end, because that's miles away and looking uphill.
Yeah. It's a bit of sun trap there, but I suppose there's sun on the other side as well, isn't it? It's plenty, but yeah. But we're all creatures of habit, aren't we? If you sit in a place at the ground, you're going to go back there. Here's Kashif again, slightly on leg stump, and Tribe's on the front foot, but can't beat the man at mid-on. That's George Garrett. So 6 off the over, 4 off the bat, 2 no ball.
Yeah, I'll do one more over and then give way to Fred.
Indeed. And if you want a full rehash of Maidstone's fantastic win at Eastbourne Borough in the National South Playoff semi-final, you're in the right place.
Look forward to that.
As obviously the listening figures are just suddenly dropping off. I don't know why that would be. Here's Kashif Ali now to again he's straying down leg side. As Tribe nudges that into the onside. And you can tell he's trying to swing the ball into the pads, but just straying a little bit. But that's not a great contact by Tribe, and it's picked up by Matt Parkinson. Mid-wicket, end of the over, 49 for 1 off 13 overs so far. Kent won the toss under Daniel Bell-Drummond and elected to bowl first.
Yes, and we drag out the old chestnut that you expect to take at least 3 before lunch if you decide to bowl first. So still 2 more wanted by Kent. Hassan is the only man back in the pavilion as far as Glamorgan are concerned, and Stewart to try and change that. As he's in and bowled, so the appeal for catch down the leg side. North East turns his back, and thankfully Sue Redfern agrees with him, as that was a speculative appeal, I think, rather than we've got our man. So it's flicked something, and therefore we'll shout for it, as indeed all professional cricketers and most cricketers at club level. I think probably the further you go down, the more ridiculous the appeals you get.
Yeah, as you said, it was going down a way, we can tell you that.
As North East drives on the leg side, and he's flicked that one nicely through square leg to bring up the Glamorgan 50 after 13.2 overs. There's a big gap there between mid-wicket and fine leg, and North East duly found it past umpire Newell.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? Wide open spaces on the leg side. Barely had to move.
North East on to 7 not out. So So far he's had a 50 against Gloucestershire in the first innings and a 63 in the first innings against Derbyshire. And hasn't got runs away from home, which is a complete reverse of last season when he scored virtually all, I say virtually all, but a good 80% of his runs were in the away games in the Championship. As he's on the defensive here, playing back to the bowler, and there is no run. Wasn't until the final Championship match of 24 that North East got a Championship 50 at home. And, well, he thought about it, he worked on it. I'm not sure if he ever quite got to the bottom of it, but obviously the results are different this season, so maybe he has. 53 for 1. North East just on 7 at the moment, as he allows that one to go past outside off stump. Umpire Redfern goes for a little wander in the other direction, so maybe it's just keeping herself moving. 53 for 1.
That's Grant Stewart, a little stare down the pitch. I'm not sure he's engaging Sam North East. He's the loveliest man off the pitch, Grant Stewart, so it's hard to imagine, but he's a competitor, I think it's fair to say.
Here's Stewart in to bowl to North East, who defends, no run.
I'm just going to butt in with an update for BBC Radio Kent radio listeners. Will have taken their first wicket now at Sophie, with Kashif Ali getting rid of Al Hassan, the Glamorgan opener, for 16. Just a ball seaming away from him as he played forward and caught at first slip by Tawanda Mayeye. So Glamorgan now 53 for 1. Former Kent captain Sam North East is batting, just defends that one back at former teammate Grant Stewart. 53 for 1 Glamorgan. Not really the return Kent would have wanted when they won the toss and elected to bowl first this morning. Looking for a couple more breakthroughs in the second hour, at least, you'd say, to make that decision seem worth it. Ekansh Singh, 18 years old, making his first-class debut today for Kent, hasn't bowled yet. Kent, at the moment, as I said, looking for wickets. Glamorgan 53 for 1, commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Those are some of the right words, not necessarily in the right order. I'm joined by Fred Atkins, just getting himself settled, but so I'll take up the cudgels with Kashif Ali at this pavilion end, 53 for 1. And good morning, Fred.
Good morning, Matt.
And I'm not sure if I'm making too much of it from a Kent point of view, but you win the toss. Elect to bowl first. 53 for 1 is not the perfect scenario. It's a decent delivery from Kashif, or rather, I should say a loose shot from Tribe. No foot movement. It's just sort of offered the bat to it outside the off stump and not very far offside through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
Yes, I think he'd be quite relieved that there wasn't much of a gasp there when that happened, was it? As you say, it's definitely been Glamorgan's first hour or so. There's not really been that many alarms, apart from the one that Kashif got. There was one that didn't quite carry very early on, but otherwise not much.
It doesn't feel that threatening, perhaps, for them at the moment. That's got a bit of lift there, Kashif, outside the off stump. This time, Tribe, as if warned by the previous delivery, has just left it alone entirely. He rehearses a pull from a shorter delivery, but doesn't go through with that. It's 15 and 7. And from here, it looks fairly green on top, but it's not. There doesn't seem to be any horrors in this pitch, certainly. And the Kent bowlers don't seem to be getting anything out particularly off the pitch.
Not so far, no. Let's see what happens with this one.
Yeah, Kashif, a promising opening to this over from a Kent point of view. That one's on middle stump, and Tribe middles it to mid-wicket. Compton fields there. Kent now, from this pavilion end, the field is 2 slips. It's Mayeye and leaning, and then Daniel Beldrummer, the captain, estranged from them at a gully position. And
We're just talking earlier on about the fact that the Kent attack that rolled over Northamptonshire in that first game was basically decimated by the time we got to Middlesex, so at least we've got Stewart back today.
I do wonder, he's coming back from a side strain. how much that is. This one's on the back foot, driven through the offside. It's a missed field there by, I think, by Akansh Singh, who has managed to field it over the other wickets on the square. Parkinson throws that back in, and they come back for two. They have indeed. 55 for one. Maybe I'm just projecting, Fred, but they definitely needed him back for this one, didn't they, in terms of what they've got available?
They did, yes. I think it's harsh on Jamal Richards, who signed on loan for 2 matches, to leave him out, but I think it was probably the right call. He batted well at Lord's, but he didn't really seem to be threatening that much with the ball, and that, after all, was why he was brought in.
No, it's a good point. 55 for one, Glamorgan. 2 off that over. Kashif runs in now. Good ball. Tribes on the walk a little bit, coming towards him. He's played at that and missed it through to wicket-keeper Chris Benjamin. So Kashif might have thought with his first and his 5th ball, he might have got a bit more luck with Tribe edging it, but at the moment still 55 for one. And at the risk of boring, well, Kent listeners as well as Glamorgan listeners, but the travails in terms of injuries to Kent bowlers have just seemed to have carried on from last year. If anything, they've been slightly worse, I think, to start this campaign.
I think it probably is worse. I did notice they weren't playing football before the start of play today as well.
It's Kashi Valley bowls to Tribe on the back foot. Lovely punch down the pitch past the bowler. Will it go for 4? I don't think Parkinson's got any chance of cutting that off. He doesn't, and that'll be 4 runs through mid-off. Lovely shot, that. It's a punch off the back foot down the ground, and 4 runs, 59 for one. Tribe has 21. North East have 7. Yeah, I'm not sure if I went through the entire list, but there's no Nathan Gilchrist in this game because he's still under concussion protocols. Keith Dudgeon, as we mentioned before, played the first game, took 7 wickets in the second innings against Northants to bowl Kent to victory, and an ankle injury in training, I think. Should we say? Or,
well, so we were told that Matt Quinn, we saw walking around the pavilion, or walking around the boundary earlier.
Bowled 9 balls in a warm-up match. And
then went off. Michael Cohen is still being monitored on his return after a year out.
So it's Stuart bowls, North East.
Yep, just blocks that one. No run there. Stuart looking a bit sharper. He got a sharp haircut today, so a bit more straggly from beforehand.
Less wind resistance, perhaps, he comes in.
Yeah. We were just talking as well. We've gone through a lot of names. Jazz Singh, I think,
of course,
did an ankle in the nets, as far as we understand, and is out for the season, and that was very frustrating. Just as he was getting back into it,
desperate for him. Yeah.
Stuart running in. That one fairly comfortably kept out by North East, probably about on middle stump. Fielded towards the mid-off position.
You just think from a head coach's point of view as well, Adam Hollyoake, your best laid plans, and he liked the look of Jazz Singh, put him in the first game against Northants rather than put Kashif in, because he thought this lad's got something, he said.
Absolutely, and fair play to him for backing his man, because not many people fancied Jazz Singh before the start of the season. Here comes Stuart. It's ducked under by North East. Not the shortest of deliveries, but North East ducked a long way down, bounced through to Benjamin. Yeah,
repaid him with 4 wickets in that first innings against Northants as well. But as you say, now out with for the season with that ankle injury.
I mean, he was at a members' forum where he said that he liked the look of Jazz Singh.
Yeah.
And there was apparently a bit of disbelief in the air, but it was vindicated in his judgment as Stuart comes in, and this one just goes outside off stump. North East leaves it well alone. A few groans from the slip cordon.
I was saying, which makes it even more desperate for, and obviously particularly for Jazz himself, who's battled his way into the team, impressed the coach, taken wickets.
Desperately bad luck for
absolutely.
him, because he made his debut in that infamous COVID game 4 years ago, when basically the squad was assembled at the last minute overnight, took 4 wickets. Not done that well since then. Here comes Stuart, and that one again is just outside off stump, left alone by North East. But yes, he really vindicated Adam Hollyoake's faith in him, particularly in that first couple of games. He was looking very potent. Hollyoake said he liked the look of him, liked the build that he had, got the shoulders for a fast bowler. So it's just desperately bad luck for the young man that his ankle went when it did. So Stewart comes in again, rolling forwards, and that one pretty much in front northeast, sort of squirts that one towards the cover area where it's fielded. They take a run, and Glamorgan will move to 60 for 1 at the end of the over.
You just squared him up slightly.
Yeah, not the most orthodox of strikes. It maybe got a bit of an edge, leading edge perhaps. It's fielded single, so northeast will keep the strike. Cassia Valley is going to continue. I think he's probably looked the most threatening of the bowlers so far. Interesting that Stewart would switch ends, as he started bowling at the Pavilion end, switched to the Nackington Road end, and as you were saying, given the injury situation, we probably should have a kind of sweepstake on how many times we're going to mention this during the commentary, but his management is he's not having his workload managed so far this morning. Already bowling 7 overs as Ali comes in.
Indeed, from the Pavilion end, now bowling to northeast on the front foot to mid-on, and there's no run. So, but again, I may be projecting. I'm just slightly, from a Kent point of view, almost heart in mouth when you've got a bowler coming back from injury. You think, stick him on 2 over bursts. Let's not stretch it.
Well,
but
yes,
yeah, but Akansh Singh, we gather, is going to bowl in this match like for like with Joey Everson, said Adam Hollyoake. I mean, I think it's fair to say Joey Everson is he's got a lot more experience, that's for sure, and Akansh Singh would certainly agree with that. But at the moment, it's the 3 seamers in operation. Little delicate touch through the offside from Sam Northeast. He's just guided that past gully. Looked almost an unorthodox stroke there, but outside the off stump. Lovely shot from Northeast. They come back for 2 after it's 62 for 1. But
he got a good response, didn't he, Northeast, when he came in, which is not necessarily a given. I think in a red ball game, people are a bit more forgiving than they are in white ball cricket. Apparently he was a bit bruised by the reception he got at that one-day cup final a few years back when he was playing for Hampshire. Whether Glamorgan a more palatable opposition for Kent supporters than Hampshire, perhaps.
Yeah. As Kashi bowls to Sam Northeast. Now, lovely delivery. That's shaped off the pitch, gone over the top of off stump. It's beaten Northeast all ends up, but it's actually bounced over the stumps as well, and he's not got an edge on it. So 62 for 1. I'll get to personal feelings about it, but it felt entirely unwarranted for Sam Northeast to get to.
Yes, it's a slightly different situation to the Jordan Cox situation for Essex last year, when again for the white ball game when he turned up here, the response was fairly generous, whereas for the one dayer it was pretty bruising, wasn't it?
So here's Kashif bowling to northeast, defends it into the onside, but
he's not had the best of luck, has he, Jordan Cox?
No, absolutely,
just
right.
Had to drop out of the England.
Got now,
It seems like every time he gets into the England squad, he has to drop out. And just thinking back to that blast game that he had here, he was copping some serious abuse from some of the crowd. He doesn't look like the sort of player that gets worried about that kind of thing.
I don't think it. I'm not sure if he's one that. I don't know if he's one that gets spurred on by it, but certainly I don't think it bounces off him.
I would say that he does get spurred on.
The offside, there's no run. And talking about bruising, you're talking about the reception. He certainly bruised Kent in the way he played against, particularly in the 4-day game last year when.
Yeah, a double century
cavalcade, wasn't it?
It was just. It almost looked inevitable from pretty much as soon as he got in. I don't think he even offered many chances, and even the blast game, he got 20 odd. It was the speed at which he scored as much as anything else. He eventually holed out.
What a talent that man is. 62 for 1. As that one's just straying onto the leg stump, and Northeast takes advantage, just turning the the wrists on that, fielded by Compton at mid-wicket. End of the over 63 for 1. But feels like we're doing absent friends now, talking about Sam North East and, and Jordan Cox.
You never quite know how it's going to work out, do you? Plus,
no, that's true.
You always wonder when someone like Sam North East is from Ashford, I believe, and therefore you think, well, at some point in his career, is he going to want to end up back here? I mean, it has happened before. Joe Denley obviously came back from Middlesex after he spent a few years here, and I can remember Jordan Cox talking, sort of holding out the possibility that he might return as Stewart comes in from the Nackington Road end, and that one is fairly comfortably dealt with by North East, who scrambles through for a single. There's a shy at the stumps, but do make it comfortably home. Tribe, I think, would have been in by about a yard had that hit. Glamorgan move on to 64 for 1.
Yeah, it's not been entirely serene, but I think Glamorgan supporters, and I'm sure they're dressing room will be the happier of the two at the moment.
Yes, if you're looking at the score, 64 for 1, there's not been that many alarms really. The only wicket falling out of Olasan was after around about half an hour of the day's play. These two have looked fairly unmolested since then. Stewart comes in again, and that one is pushed over to the leg side. They will scramble a single here. Looks like Garrett's going to field that one.
I don't know if you notice this, or I'm just imagining it's my first game of the season. I'm going to get all excuses out of this. But is Stewart coming off a slightly shorter run?
That I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
Maybe not. Well, actually, maybe
short.
Goes back not much.
Relative to Cashy Valley, if you look at his bowling marks, he's running about twice as far as everybody else on the field.
That's true, and not at a tremendous pace, but
Stewart comes in, and that one just left alone by North East. Probably about 6 inches outside North East's off stump. But it's difficult to tell. I mean, I don't think it's anything excessive. It might be they've worked on something. They're thinking about his workload. They're mindful of his injury. Have to sort of check with the bowling coaches whether he has shortened it as he comes in again from the Nackington Road end. And this one is again left by Sam North East. Just a kind of nagging width outside off stump. North East probably sensibly decides to leave that one alone. But again, Stewart performed very well at Northants in that opening game.
He scored some important runs for Kent already this season as well, hasn't he?
He has, yes. I mean, he was very heavily involved in saving the game against Gloucestershire, a game that we didn't really think was going to come to a conclusion. It got a lot livelier than anyone really predicted on that final day as he comes in again bowling to North East, and North East will just shovel that one onto the leg side, and they will get one they think about a second, but it's not really on. And so the score moves on to 66 for 1 here.
The pictures, as Nick was saying earlier on, for those that know this ground, is a long way away from the old Dover Road side, more towards the hospital side of the ground, so right of the pavilion as we look, which tend to be livelier strips, don't they? As you go more towards the old Dover Road, can get a little bit.
Stewart is in, bowls that one pretty much on off stump, and Tribe just bats that back towards him, and there's no run there.
Having said that, they've done a lot of work over the winter. They're continuing to work on this square, aren't they, to try and get a little bit more life out of it.
They are. I know Nick was surprised. I'm fairly surprised at the number of people that are watching from that old Dover Road sign. I think the explanation is because there's actually a fairly high wind coming from the north, and it's probably more sheltered.
Oh, right.
I can remember I turned up this morning. It's quite noticeable on that side by the hospital, by the ice cream van there, just how strong the wind is. So you do get a better view, but the trade-off is that it is actually pretty cold up there.
And saying on the left-hand side, certainly shirt sleeves for most, and caps and sunglasses against the sun. Kashif then, Glamorgan 66 for 1. Going well on this first morning. Sam North East has just stepped away.
I think somebody was moving, somebody just going down the steps in the woolly stand.
Right, gotcha.
Possibly distracted him.
See, he knows his ground only too well. As North East started well himself, 13 from 35. Not blistering, but building an innings. His Kashif bowls to him, straight back at the bowler. Played on its merits. Good length delivery. Mark Newell is turning round just to make sure that everyone's keeping. Oh no, the walkie-talkie's out. Oh no, back in the pocket. It's all right. He's satisfied.
You may well be asking for Steve on the tannoy to ask people not to move behind the bowler's arm. It's a fairly regular request here.
Just to remind them that it's always worth mentioning there's a game of cricket going on in the middle, I suppose, isn't it, for people that have turned up and are surprised to see it happening. Here's Kashif bowling to North East, again on off stump. It's a good line. There's a bit of an admiring noise from the fielders, but I don't think North East overly troubled by that, just defends it away. We're talking about the previous game between these two sides, Nick and I don't know if you heard, but Darren Stevens, it was a game for Darren Stevens to score an incredible 190, and then the rest of it was appalling conditions and we didn't get a game in.
It was a phenomenal game. I remember they did actually try and set up some sort of sporting declaration.
Yeah. Right. Well, the weather did intervene further. It's Kashif to North East on the back foot. It's gone past the fielder. Is that Jack Leaning? No, it's gone to the boundary, actually. It's gone all the way through. So the fielder missed that.
It might be Parkinson.
It's Parkinson, sorry, beg your pardon. I keep mistaking everyone for Jack Leaning, but yes, it come off one of the cut strips there on the square, but it's not a good piece of fielding. It's gone through him, and that's 4 runs, 70 for 1.
It's the other thing that I remember about that game. It's quite aside from Stevens' batting was extraordinary that particular afternoon, but he also got Marnus Labuschagne out for 11, and there was a few words were said in the middle. He denied it afterwards, but he was grinning as he denied it. So we've got another delay here. There's definitely some kind of issue in the woolly stand, the lower woolly stand. I think they're asking people not to move.
Which doesn't seem unfair, as we said. But did he not set up the... Or is this a mythical WhatsApp group that the Steve-O's going to get you?
No, this is apparently true. This is kosher. They did have a WhatsApp group which was called Steve-O's going to get you, which apparently stemmed from that incident.
We're still stopped, by the way, and the umpire is almost beggars belief, having to point out people not to move behind the bowler's arm. But there we are. Kashif runs in to North East and just leans forward on that one. Not quite middled it out towards Stewart at point, and there's no run.
It is an easy thing to forget when you're at a cricket ground, actually. I mean, I've never suffered the acute embarrassment of having done it, but it is incredibly easy to forget that you are at a game and there's something on. That's why I think this happens. I saw it happen at Beckenham for the women's game, Surrey versus, I think it was Durham the other week, and it was the ground manager that was walking past the sight screen.
Kashif to North East, clipped away off middle stump, and it'll be a comfortable single, the 5th ball of the over, 71 for 1. Glamorgan. Yeah, there I am being all grumpy about it, and it's going to be me, isn't it? I'm going to go for a walk around the boundary later, and they'll be.
We are right behind the arm here. I don't know how much they can see of us with the sunlight and everything shining on the windows.
Just
here.
Very occasionally it's happened where there's glare off the windows, but I think we're pretty much safe here, he says. Just don't move, Fred. Whatever you do. Actually, we'll have a change in the commentary box in over a 2's time, but is Kashif then bowling to Tribe and into the offside. End of the over, 71 for 1.
There is the announcement that we were talking about. Steve Watts in the Kent press box has obviously been asked to make sure that people aren't walking behind the bowler's arm.
He's given it the sit down there.
He's a theatrical announcer, Steve. He does like to give it a bit of a flourish.
And actually, to be fair to people in the Woolly stand, this pitch is a lot further towards the Woolly stand than we would normally have. It's Ekhansh Singh is going to bowl his first. Well, it's going to be his first bowl
this is
for the Kent first team,
yeah.
and his first in first-class cricket. Hasn't bowled a lot, Fred, from what I've seen of his record. But
not seen him bowl. I have to say he scored what was, by all accounts, a very impressive century for the second team against Essex.
And that's kind of what he's known as at the moment, isn't it? An emerging talent as a teenage batter. But so this will be interesting.
So we're going to get to see Ekhansh bowl here for the first time, coming in from the Nackington Road end on a reasonable length run up. Charges in, elbows out, and that one is pretty much on the top of middle. There's just a bit of confusion as they run for a single. I think he was possibly expecting somebody to field that for him, or he maybe was expecting a closer fielder in.
I don't think unfairly, actually. Cashy Valley could have made moves towards it, but he probably thought the bowler was closer.
He probably did. So there was just a bit of after you clawed there. And Glamorgan steal a single, 72 for 1.
Could I say in the excitement, perhaps, of bowling his first ball in first-class cricket? He's probably just admiring it.
Would be allowable, wouldn't it? So he comes in again. And this one is a bit more outside the off stump. There's a misfield. And despite the old adage, you should never run on the misfield, they have done. And that will be a single.
No ball as well.
Yeah.
Umpire Sue Redfern indicates on the far end.
So no ball and a single. I think it was the skipper that misfielded that one. Daniel Bell-Drummond just didn't quite gather it cleanly. So that will dent Ekhansh's figures slightly. Difficult to form a conclusion after 2 deliveries. Here he comes again. Elbow is out, and now there's an issue. This time I don't think it's somebody moving. I just think that Sam Northeast wasn't ready. Northeast on 19 at the moment. I've got to say I didn't see any movement at the Nackington Road end.
Could have just been a gust of wind almost, couldn't it? I think from...
Very possibly. I mean, it's surprisingly blowy out there as Ekhansh comes in. And, this one easily dealt with by Northeast, just prods it down towards a short cover area, picked up by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run. So I would imagine that Northeast is probably as curious as everybody else is to see how Ekhansh bowls. It's always the same when you get a new bowler. You've got no idea what they're going to do, so you won't have any kind of file. Or Ekhansh comes in again. This one's slightly outside off stump, is driven towards point fielded. They will go through for a single, which will take Glamorgan to 76 for 1.
I think what Everson did really well. Obviously, he's come in for sensibly for Joe Everson in this match with that side injury. But a game against Middlesex, he was. I don't mean to damn him, don't faint praise rather, but certainly that last day was holding down one end economically, Everson. And I think Daniel Bell-Drummond, perhaps if Ekhansh thinks not going to be a strike bowler, this will be the thought, won't it, to at least keep the runs down, keep some sort of pressure on.
As Ekhansh is in again, that one's more towards the middle. It's nudged for, well, they're going to come back for 2 here. That's a square leg, backwards square leg, fielded. And they take 2 runs there, so Tribe moves on to 25.
7 off it so far in terms of 2 from the no ball and 5 off the bat so far.
Yeah, so like Everson probably shouldered more of the workload than he perhaps thought he was going to last season, certainly. And he's been called into action again as Ali comes in. That one is best delivery of the over so far from Ali. Doesn't miss Tribe's the shoulder of his bat, I would say. Not by much, there's a bit of a intake of breath.
Yeah, got some lift in the outside the off stump, good rising delivery.
Yep. So it's probably the most threatening of the balls that he's produced so far. Did bowl that no ball earlier in the over, so this is the final ball of this over as he comes in. And this one a bit towards the middle, and that one will just allow Tribe to get a single to short mid-wicket. I think we're due an update for
We are
live
indeed.
listeners.
And then I will make way and Nick Webb will come in and replace me next to you, Fred. 79 for 1 then. First over of Kashi Valley's. Sorry, Kashi Valley's at this end. Ekansh Singh's, or he was. It's going to be replaced by George Garrett now, but Ekansh Singh's debut.
And Garrett has looked interesting this season when he's came into the side for the Middlesex game. He's got just that bit of an edge to him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's bowled a couple of, one absolute snorter from the far end. First time at this end in this match. Update for BBC Radio Kent listeners coming very shortly. Still just the 1 wicket for Kent. They won the toss and elected to bowl first. It's not really the return they wanted in the first hour and a half, particularly as Glamorgan has been getting on with it with the bat as well. 79 for 1 they are at the moment. Former Kent captain Sam Northeast has 20. Tribe, the opener at the other end, has a 26 as he just levers that into the offside, and there's no run. The 1 wicket to go so far. El Hassan going caught at slip by Mayeye off the bowling of Kashif for 16. 34 for 1 at that point. So these two have taken it on a bit in terms of a partnership. Ekansh Singh making his debut for Kent, the 18-year-old, known as a batter, certainly from his second 11 exploits, has bowled today as well. Just had his first over in first-class cricket, went for 8. One great delivery outside the off stump, a little bit of a rising one, but we'll see plenty more from him, I'm sure, in his career. 79 for 1 at the moment, though, Glamorgan. It's the visitors holding sway at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, for the moment at least. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And,
so
a
Garrett,
dot ball second all. Yes. Sorry, I shall make way for Nick Webb to join Fred Atkins.
Garrett to continue at the pavilion end here. Garrett cutting quite interesting character this season, comes into bowl. Tribe, that one is just outside Tribe's off stump. That'll be fielded fairly comfortably, and there's no run there. Nick, what have you made of this so far?
Yes, it's been as sedate as Glamorgan could have wanted, really. Just 1 down in the first 90 minutes or so. Not too much, touch wood, in the way of alarms apart from that.
As Garrett comes in again from the pavilion end, shirt rippling in the wind. And that one is a bit down leg side, and that is fairly comfortably dealt with. Flicked away by Tribe. It was a backward square leg for 4 runs. 4 comfortable runs for Tribe, who has looked pretty well set this morning.
Yes, my erstwhile colleague Edward Bevan points out that he appears to be batting on off stump, which we can't really see with the naked eye, but on examination of the stream pictures, taking off stump guard, which is interesting. And it's both ends rather than just to worry about the slope as well.
Garrett adjusting his field in the wake of that boundary. Has shifted his skipper over towards mid-wicket, and somebody has gone back to square leg. Garrett will come in, and that one is more on middle, fuller in length, and that goes pretty much where Garrett has just moved his fielder. Daniel Bell-Drummond fielding it, although it does look like he might just have, whether he's hurt his hand while picking that one up. He seemed a bit slow to get up there, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Hands are in his pockets now. I think it's surprisingly cold out there, and that might be why his hands have gone into his trouser pockets as Garrett comes back in from the Nackington Road end. This one, any good length, just outside off stump, and there'll be no run. Glamorgan fairly happy with the way this has gone so far, you'd have to say.
Yeah, you'd certainly take being 1 wicket down at this stage of proceedings, and although none of the batters has been taking the attack apart, they've been given a reasonably generous helping of extras, 17 at this stage, which has helped the scoreboard tick along rather nicely.
It's for Glamorgan fans of a certain generation, I'd imagine this is quite a happy ground to think about if you
absolutely
think back to 1993 and that Sunday League finale.
Yes, and 2002 they clinched it here as well, as Singh is in towards us and bowls, and that's turned away through the leg side by Northeast. He'll run the first one hard and should be able to come back for the second comfortably enough.
It's the 93 one that sticks in the memory, I think, more for Kent supporters of a certain age, so certainly myself, because it was all on that final day, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was whoever won that particular game, Kent or Glamorgan. Viv Richards' final game, first-class cricket, I believe.
He was certainly a main player. Got away with one, caught off a no ball. As Singh is in to bowl, a short pitch delivery that Northeast ducks underneath, and that is a no ball.
Yeah, another no ball for the extras column.
Well, yeah, it's not what you want when you win the toss and choose to bowl first, is it? To see 19 extras on the board.
Yeah, and
this early stage.
87 for 1 as well. It's just, I wouldn't say Glamorgan are running away with it at the moment. 2 wickets would rescue the situation, but they need to come fairly quickly.
50 partnership has come up in this over as well, as Singh is into bowl, and Northeast will pinch a single on the leg side there. Tribe dives, and are there going to be overthrows?
Yep.
Yes, there are. It's run away. And how many runs was that? Because the boundary is hidden from our view away to our right.
I've got a feeling. Oh, there is a field leader, yeah.
Thank you, Matt. He's the one who can see round the corner from his vantage point. So, they got away with it.
I think they are encouraged to take a shy at the stumps. You know, they're not this stage of the game. It's not as crucial as it would be, but it was always a bit optimistic, I think.
Just a single to Northeast. Tribe dive just to make sure, as that's on the legs and flicked away by Northeast, by Tribe, maybe off bat, maybe off the thigh, off some part of his anatomy anyway, as leg by is signalled.
That it came off. It seemed to be quite high up.
Yes, and Kent have not helped themselves this morning, it must be said, in terms of putting pressure on these Glamorgan batters.
It's been a tradition so far this season, actually, that Kent, the first innings, hasn't gone as they would necessarily have hoped. It certainly, when they've been batting, Middlesex, they were rolled over for a very low number when they really could have done with the batters coming to help out.
Just 3 batting points, but 2 victories, can't argue with that. As Singh is into bowl, wide outside off stump. Northeast treats it with disdain, not making any attempt to move towards or away from the ball. As, testing times for young Singh coming into the side and possibly getting a 4th seamer role that he's not entirely used to at a lesser level either.
Yes, I mean, he's in as a batter, really, but this is bowling. Could be interesting here.
As that's down leg side, and again Northeast has nothing to do with it. But if you look at Kent's injury list, it's quite considerable for this stage of the season. Batters as well as bowlers, with Everson out injured, Nathan Gill concussion, Jazz Singh out for the season. Batting front, Crawley not available. Neither of the Denleys available through injury.
So we're just waiting for somebody to take a seat in the where the Nackington Road Grumblers sit. They are proudly known.
Is that their official title?
It is, yes. Well, semi-official, I think.
In comes Singh and bowls, and turned on the leg side by Northeast. Kent have now got an extra fielder on the leg side, saving the single, where Glamorgan were taking the mickey, rather just playing push and run in that area of the ground. 89 for 1 then at the end of Singh's second over. The man out, Ul Hassan, Caught Moyeye bowled Kashif Ali for 16. Regulation slip catch. That was 34 for 1, but since then, not too many alarms.
Well, I can't think of any, really. I mean, there's been the odd ball that's gone not far past the edge, but there's not been any occasions where you get that intake of breath from the crowd, you get the groaning from the fielders. And Garrett has produced the odd unplayable delivery this season. Certainly at Middlesex he got a couple. He's coming into bowl from the pavilion end. And that one's cut straight to point.
And the only other game in Division 2, Northampton's 76 for 6 against Lancashire. And that's before Jimmy Anderson gets there.
Well,
3 wickets for George Balderson.
I wonder if they need him. I remember Lancashire playing here last year. Balderson was bowling. The cry of "Come on, Baldy!" About every 2 seconds the fielders were yelling it as Garrett comes in. And that one's a full length. It's going to be a single. It's fielder around about by Kashif Ali.
I'm just hoping that when Glamorgan get round to playing Lancashire, which isn't for a while, we don't have Jimmy Anderson and Anderson Phillip in the same lineup. That's
Yeah, I mean,
asking for confusion.
A lot of how you do is the luck of the draw when it comes to which overseas players you're facing. Kent have faced Middlesex twice without their star signing. It's arriving later in the summer as Garrett comes in. And that one is just about on leg stump, easily dealt with by North East, who is on 23 not out on his return to the St Lawrence.
Yeah, Kane Williamson for Middlesex, who Glamorgan facing a return fairly shortly. Just better check when Williamson is actually arriving.
Yeah, Kent can count on Wes Agar. He'll be back here in time for the blast. Injured himself last season while fielding, just as he was getting going. Had a shoulder injury, was out for the rest of his spell as Garrett comes in again. And that one is driven back past him by North East, but it's fielded by Kashif Ali. A straight drive. And Ali just working on the shine. Let's say Garrett. Another one of those characters, fairly sort of docile, placid. Whenever he talks to us after the day's play, he always seems like a very sort of sensible young man, potential son-in-law material. But he can give the odd send-off when he feels like it. He comes in again and aborts his run-up this time.
I think that was losing his footing rather than errant spectators in the Woolly stand.
Yeah. I think you're right. There was any indication that there was any movement this time. The batter seemed well set. That was North East. He just seemed to lose his footing about a couple of steps from his mark as he comes back in. This time approaches the mark, and that one just squares North East up a little bit. He kind of jags it down, sort of backward of point, or gully area, I suppose you'd say, that went through.
A bit of extra lift there, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly as not as much as Kent would have been hoping for.
No.
It does look green from up here, but it really hasn't misbehaved.
No, I had a trip out to the middle for the toss. It didn't seem exceptionally green, to be honest. It's more or less what you'd expect at the start of a match.
Garrett comes in again from the pavilion end. Oh, and that one is a better delivery from Garrett. That one whistles past Tribes. The shoulder of his bat, I would say. And there's a collective groan from the fielders. Probably the pick of that over from Garrett. As Glamorgan move on to 91 for 1.
Yeah, that one moved a little bit off the pitch looking at the replay and wasn't too far away from off stump. 91 for 1. The over rate can't be great. How many have we had?
We've had 23. So
Yeah, they're going to be a couple down at lunch, aren't they? Thanks to the no balls, probably.
They are. They're just flagging up the members' forum, which is going to take place during the lunch interval.
Ooh. Is it going to be spicy?
It's probably the chief exec won't need his tin hat this year.
Here's Singh into bowl. Northeast off the back foot, plays that one nicely through the offside. It was pleasantly timed, and it's picked up on the cover boundary by the man emerging into our view, running round from deep point. 2 runs taken.
Last year, they were really quite fraught for certainly for the chief exec, the chairman at the time. The members were in open revolt. He can't really expect anything else when you're having a season as bad as the one that Kent had last year. This year, everything so far has been a bit happier.
Singh bowls and Northeast pushes gently to the offside, no run.
But I can't imagine people are going to be too happy about the way that this particular session has gone.
No, I wonder whether they'll be discontent about the suggestions of a reduction in championship fixtures next year to 12, which seem to be widely being discussed, and possibly a bit less blast as well. So 5 fewer days at home for each county as Northeast forces off the back foot. He's timed that one nicely, but just
on the boundary. I can just about see the gap in the woolly stand. I'm not sure. I think it might be Stewart that's down there. 94
for 1. Yeah, I can't imagine that 5 fewer days of cricket at home is going to go down too well with anyone.
No, it's what has become a regular discussion about the effect that the 100 is having on the calendar.
As Singh runs in, bowls, and hits Tribe on the thigh, or possibly the leg, not connected with the pad, but they thought about a single, decided against.
It's an interesting reaction from Singh as he bowled that one. He was almost sort of putting a hand up in apology. It seemed to hit him. Whether he was apologising or whether he was just signalling for something else, I don't know. It wasn't the sort of delivery the average fast bowler would apologise for.
Well, it's his first morning, better safe than sorry. Singh bowls wide, carved away by Tribe, down towards backward point. 4 runs signalled by umpire Redfern.
Yes, and however much it did hurt Tribe, it obviously didn't put him off that particular stroke, as he just cut that one away.
Just trying to make out where the fielder actually is on that offside of the ground. And
I think it's at backward square leg, backward point.
Backward point. Anyway, I think that one was fine off him. We can't actually see because without demolishing a fair chunk of the woolly stand, which I don't think the club would take too kindly to. 98 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. Fran Atkins and Nick Webb with you. Matt Cole back in 5 or so as Singh bowls, and Tribe again plays it hard out into the offside, and again that one beats the fielder. And that is the 100 for Glamorgan in exactly 24 overs. So just over 4 runs and over. A very healthy run rate. Despite a little bit of a lull after all Hassan was out. Tribe and Northeast certainly took their time to get going. But they're being offered a little too much at the moment from the Kent point of view.
And interesting to see just Kashifali just putting his arm around Erkanch Singh. Never know whether that's good or a bad thing. He's gone for 24 in his 3 overs. He got punished fairly heftily in that last one. So Ali's sort of gone around, put his arm around him. Yes, you're encouraging him. The other flip side to that is, are you making more of it than you perhaps want to at that particular stage? It's going to be Garrett to continue.
I think he'd probably appreciate it. He knows he's not for 24 great to start, but hey, he's more known as a batter, and he's been asked to be a 4th seamer.
As Garrett will come in, just a bit of a delay for more movement behind the bowler's arm, and there's still more movement going on. There's obviously something happening down there. There's a bit of exasperation now. I think normally if it happens once, people aren't too bothered. No. But this is about the 3rd or 4th time that we've had a delay here.
I wonder if they'll boot people out of that part of the ground.
We're trying to work out. I'm hoping it's not us. We are staying fairly. No one's shouting up at us so far. We're just waiting for. As you say, it's not going to help the over rate at all. We've had 24 overs so far. We're 8 minutes away from the schedule interval as Garrett does come in. Bowls that one pretty full length on middle. Comfortably dealt with by Northeast, fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond.
You can tell the difference in age. Tribe was dashing down the pitch just in case Northeast wanted a quick single. Northeast is. I'm thinking, there's plenty of this day left, son.
It is. Say for people of my generation, thinking of Sam Northeast as one of the more elder statesmen, it's a bit of a cultural leap, actually.
Well, there are a couple older in the side. Yeah, he is 35 now. Ingram and Cook are older than him.
There's Garrett. One's on middle, and that one is sort of squirted through the vacant gully area, or was it fourth slip maybe, and that one will go for 4. The Sam Northeast, who moves on to 31. Don't know whether he was in control of that or not, to be honest.
Well, he probably wasn't looking to play it in that area, but he got on top of it and it was all pretty much along the ground, so safe.
Yeah, and of course there's nobody there anyway, because the way that this morning session has gone, it's more of a defensive field from Kent now, trying to reduce the damage, if you like. Glamorgan 106 for 1 after 24.2 as Garrett will come in from the pavilion end. On that one again, it's a awkward shot from Northeast, and this one is a lot closer to first slip, or second slip I should say.
Yeah, that one really turned him inside out. I think he was looking to play through mid-on and it flew away off an edge. That one definitely wasn't in control. I think it was probably about knee-high to third slip had there been one.
Yeah, there's another boundary. I think it was leaning. That was the player that was closest to it. I don't think he was ever going to get near it, but it was one of those where it was probably only about a foot away from him, but it just was going so quickly that he never really had the chance to make up his ground. So Garrett has gone for successive boundaries here from Sam Northeast. Comes in again from the pavilion end. And that one's a bit towards leg stump, and that again is tickled. I think that one's going to carry for 4 as well.
Yeah, that one's dispatched through the leg side, up the hill, but nothing that square leg could do to cut it off.
And no debate that he was in control of that one. Garrett possibly overcompensating for the 2 that went before. Now, when you really perhaps didn't need to, that one just sort of drifted towards the leg stump, and that was comfortably dealt with by Sam Northeast, who, if he carries on at this rate, will be thinking about getting his half century before the lunch interval. It's only 5 minutes away. Garrett comes in again. How's he going to respond? That one again is a bit leg side, and again this one is towards square leg where it's fielded. They get just 1 this time.
Well, Kent have got about 5 minutes to pull this session back, really, because 1 wicket after choosing to bowl is certainly not what Daniel Bell Drummond had in mind at 10:30, and, well, touch wood, it has been relatively plain sailing for Glamorgan. Another word from Fred, and Matt will join him until lunch.
Yeah, so Garrett with 1 delivery remaining for this over, which has already gone for 13. Comes in from the pavilion end, and that one again is a little bit leg side. Again, it's going to be fielded on the boundaries. There's a slight misfield from the square leg fielder. I think he's Grant Stewart out there, and it's tough over that one for Garrett, I think there, Matt.
Yeah, as you said, almost trying too hard, wasn't he, I think, but
he's a little bit unlucky. Those first 2 that went for 4, that's rather marred his figures. It's a consequence of just the way that the session has gone. He might have expected a defensive fielder. I think we're going to get a bowling change here. We're going to get the traditional over of spin before lunch.
Mandatory. It's going to be Jack leaning from the Nackington Road end, I think, and 116 for 1. Sam Northeast taking a liking not only to Akansh Singh but also to George Garrett in that previous over, and he's caught Ace of Tribe up 40 from 60 now. In fact, Tribe's only faced 61 deliveries, so Northeast, like Al-Hassan before him, has dominated the strike, but he's doing good work for his side, the young opener. 116 for 1. Thanks for being in touch, by the way, on the email, bbckentcricket@gmail.com this morning. Mike, great to hear from you, listening from Sweden. Or just got back from a nice fishing morning in Sweden. It sounds idyllic, Mike, I have to say. Gutted last week with that defeat as a Kent supporter, obviously. Still expecting Kent to go straight back up this season. Still having trouble explaining to Swedes a match can last 4 to 5 days. Even more trouble telling them it can be a draw after 4 or 5 days, Mike. I mean, there are people, a lot of people in this country, in my household, particularly, that don't understand it, even though I spend my time watching it. Ball into the offside, leaning his first delivery to Tribe. Thank you so much for your email. Have a good rest of the day. I wonder if you're going to make the most of your catch. Is the grill out, I wonder? Bit of barbecuing, is it?
I'm just trying to work out. There can't be many Swedish cricketing connections. I can think of if you more general Amjad Khan, if you're expanding it to Scandinavia.
Yes, indeed. It'd be Ollie Mortensen. Yeah, there we go. Who could have wheeled out the Danish connection, certainly.
Can't think of too many others. I can't think that Sweden would be that forgiving a place to play cricket.
No. Don't think you'd start in April, would you?
No.
Perhaps you can tell us, Mike. You know more about that than we do. Andy, great to hear from you as well. Thank you for your kind comments about the commentary. Hoping that Sam Northeast doesn't do what all Kent fans know he can do. He's certainly...
It's one of those where you feel a bit ambivalent, isn't it? It's
ominously threatening.
You want him to do well, but not against Kent.
He's a genial man, and we like him very much, but if he could just stop scoring runs from a Kent point of view. The stoppage in play, you're not missing anything for us for a helmet, for a fielder. I think it must be Compton. Short leg. Oh, it's a sweep, attempted sweep. It's missed, I think, and it's missed leg stump as well. Tribe has come back for 2. Is it buys? Is it leg buys? Umpire Sue Redfern withdraws from the stumps. Must have got,
must have hit something.
Edge. Yeah, as he sweats at that one. It's no chance for Benjamin with the flash of the bat. And 3 they've got from that as Miyeye had to run from slip all the way down as it crept towards the boundary. Andy's saying the perks of working from home on a Friday means Kent on the TV. Come on, you Spitfires, he says. Great to have your company, Andy. Wherever you're listening, available all over the place via the BBC as well, of course. On your smart speaker as well. This one's clipped into the onside by Northeast off leaning for a single. I have to remember which way to use the wording because it's very important. Now, you order your smart speaker, tell it. Don't ask it anything, tell it. To ask BBC Sounds, you have to be polite to the BBC. Ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan Day 1, and you will get the commentary on most smart speakers or via the BBC Sport website and app. That sweep has connected this time. It's deviated a little bit off the bat and spun away, and that will be 4 runs. And that
was a proper shot.
It really was. Yeah,
Tribe that
with aggression.
There was a bit of fortune about the one that went for 3. Earlier in the over, and that one he was in control of. He didn't miss leg stump by a huge amount, but that was a very good cricket shot. So Miyeye chased after it, has to pick up his sunglasses.
Indeed so, and looking like 2 balls to go until lunch, and Glamorgan are accelerating towards their lunchtime feast. Back foot by Tribe, little punch up towards mid-wicket, fielded by Ekansh Singh. 8 off this over already, and Kent just having trouble keeping control at the moment. I'm not sure they are. 124 for 1, Glamorgan. Last ball before lunch. It's a full toss, and it's given the treatment by Tribe, and that'll be 4 runs. And that really, unfortunately, caps a pretty average bowling performance by Kent in the first session, and 50 for Ace of Tribe as well as they go to lunch. 51 off 66 balls with 9 fours, and Kent will probably be scratching their heads after winning the toss and electing to bowl first. 128 for 1 at the lunch interval. Sam Northeast 41 off 61 balls. Asa Tribes has completed his 50, 51 off 66. Glamorgan 128 for 1, the 1 wicket to fall. Earl Hassan going earlier today, caught off the bowling of Kashif by Mayeye at first slip for 16, that at 34 for 1. They're closing in, well, they're 6 off a century partnership, these two, as they come in at the lunch interval. It very much has been the visitors' day so far, Fred Atkins.
Well, I wouldn't say that final delivery sums up the session, but I can't ever remember Jack Leaning bowling something like that. It was filth, really, wasn't it? It was sort of high full toss. I don't think it was a no ball, but it was just given the treatment by Tribe. He just sort of almost contemptuously swept that one for 4. And having put Glamorgan in, I think there's going to be quite a lot of head scratching about how that first session has gone. As you say, it looks like we've got a troop of school children walking out to the middle. Fans are going to be able to look at the wicket, so see whether it's as green as we perhaps thought it was. But all in all, I think you've got to say that's a pretty disappointing session from a Kent point of view, and I'm sure anyone that's listening from Wales will be absolutely delighted with the way that that's gone.
Yeah. So that is the session. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. At 128 for 1, they're going at just a touch under 5 and over Glamorgan, and the last 3 or 4 overs absolutely plundered by this batting pair. Yes, perhaps unfair to say that that last delivery summed it up, but certainly Glamorgan racing towards lunch and accelerating at their run rate. 128 for 1 then, Kent having won the toss and elected to bowl first. It'll be a pretty sombre luncheon, I'd imagine, for the home side. We'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. Lunch well, we'll speak to you then. Yeah, it really hasn't been Kent's morning either. After winning the toss and electing to bowl first, that seemed all very promising. Ekant Singh making his debut, the teenager for Kent, that looked very promising. And that's just about where it ended. The Glamorgan are 128 for 1 after this first session. 51 for Asa Tribe, who culminated the session with hitting a pretty ordinary looking full toss from Jack Leaning to the boundary. He's made 51. 41 for former Kent captain Sam Northeast. He's enjoying his return to the Spitfire Ground. St Lawrence. Ekant Singh has bowled 3 overs for 24 runs. They've taken a liking to his bowling and to the rest of the Kent bowling, particularly at the end of the session. So wickets needed for Kent. Kashif Ali has taken the 1 to fall so far in the first session, but it's the visitors who have been enjoying themselves in the Canterbury sunshine so far. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app in around about 35 minutes time.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the county grounds, the Spitfire Ground, Canterbury, where Glamorgan are resuming on 128 for 1, with Ace of Tribe having reached his half century off 66 balls, the ball before lunch. And we're going to get a bit of Matt Parkinson for the first time. Jack Leaning having bowled a rather expensive over of spin just before lunch. It went for 12 runs. And Parkinson then from the pavilion end will take over and bowl to the former Kent stalwart, Sam Northeast, on 41 not out, and his first delivery is played gently back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, I would have had a good old think, I'd imagine, Kent, after that first session, or maybe a bit of stark reflection on perhaps the bowling, particularly just before lunch. But big credit to Glamorgan's pair, Northeast and Tribe.
As Northeast is forward, defending, having a good look at it. Just 26 overs delivered in the morning session, with a few no balls thrown in. Just the one over of spin as Parkinson is in bowls. Northeast drives through the offside. There is a sweeper out on the cover boundary, and therefore it is only a single, 129 for 1. Matt Cole and Nick Webb with you for this game. I believe Liam Knight's going to be joining us.
He will indeed, yeah. And Fred's threatened to come back. Sorry, that sounds terrible. He's hoping to come back, but he actually has work to do as well.
Disgraceful.
I know.
Work that he's paid for, other than Welsh cakes.
His actual job. Yeah.
Parkinson bowls, and Tribe is forward defending. Having a good look at the spinner, who has taken 5 wickets in his only match so far in the championship this year. An average of 28. And the leggy twirls one up, and Tribe is forward watchfully, having a good look at it. Yes, when you're 21 years old, and as Ace of Tribe is, most bowlers are new to you, and you have to have a look first. Parkinson is in bowls, and that was a very tidy first over from the leg spinner. Just the single off at 129 for 1, with Northeast on 42 and Tribe remaining on 51.
Yeah, after the cavalcade of boundaries they got just before lunch, they could do with a bit of tidy, Kent, I think. And Parkinson exercising that control. Interesting to see who comes on at the other end. Grant Stewart then is going to start from the Nackington Road end. Thank you for all your emails and your tweets, posts, X's. I don't know.
Sounds rude, doesn't it? X-posts.
X-posts, it does.
Sounds the sort of thing you're only allowed to do after 9 o'clock at night.
If you want to get back in touch, I mean, obviously try and keep it clean if you would.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Because I'm very delicate personally. But via at Nick Webb 2017.
Yep.
On X, or at BBC Kent Sport, or both if you like to copy us both in. And on the email, as Stuart comes in, won't be a second. It's Northeast, a false shot, inside edge onto his pads, are just skewed away, square on the offside, picked up by Jack Leaning, who's at second slip at the moment, runs up to go and get that. But well, it was almost a perfect start for Grant Stewart, almost a rotten return from lunch from Sam Northeast, but he survives. On the emails, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Bit of a change to the regular email address. We put BBC in front of it. There we go, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. What will they think of next? Stewart edged and gone! And an indifferent shot, not really getting forward from Sam Northeast, and goodness me, he's come out after lunch, before lunch, looking absolutely assured. A bit of an iffy shot for the first ball onto his pads, as I said. He just pushed forward on that one. Mieye takes the catch, and Sam Northeast has gone without further addition to the score for him. 129 for 1 then. Glamorgan Northeast goes for 42.
Yes, didn't get himself back in. Obviously was seeing the ball fairly nicely before lunch. Not spectacular innings from Northeast, but having got in, he would have wanted to take that forward and get a big score, particularly against his previous side. But that was a wicket that Kent really badly needed, you have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's gone 129 for 2. You might want to ruminate on that on bbckentcricket@gmail.com or nickweb2017@gmail.com. You may see a pattern emerging with Nick's social media. He's very organised, I have to say. Also on Blue Sky, is that right?
Blue Sky, yeah. Yep, same
Nickweb 2017.
Yes, at Nickweb 2017 at bsky.social or whatever it is there.
There we go.
I just press the button and it comes up, and if it doesn't come up, then I'm stuffed, really. 129 for 2. Kieran Carlson comes to the wicket. Carlson 304 runs, second highest for Glamorgan, behind Ingram. Average of 38, 1 century, 1 half century for the vice captain.
Is he home produced? Is he?
Yes, he's Cardiff boy.
He's from Wales.
Yeah, local boy. Whitchurch School, biggest secondary school in Wales, and has produced some notable sporting alumni in the last decade or two. I'd say Kieran Carlson will have to really be a cricketing star to get up among these other names.
Here's Stewart to bowl to him. Oh, it's a snorter. That's come off a good length. Plenty of lift. I mean, Carlson's played inside the line. That'll be jolly glad he did. Didn't get anywhere near it because that's leapt off a length. Don't know what Grant Stewart's had for lunch, but his first over after has started really well. 129 for 2.
Yes, Whitchurch has also produced some football chap called Gareth Bale.
Bale, you say?
Yes.
Is Stewart bowls again? He's got some good lift there, but Carlson very pointedly shoulders arms through the wicket keeper, leaving on length, no run.
The rugby player by the name of Warburton, the Lions captain, and
I like his bread. Others are available,
and some bloke on a bike called Geraint Thomas.
Crikey, that's not a bad honours board.
I mean, it's a big school, but it's to have 3 world famous names in the space of a couple of years.
It's Stewart again. He is basically hitting that spot just outside off stump on a good length and getting lift as well. Carlson quite right, having nothing to do with that one either. Leaves it through the wicket keeper. Do you think at the school? I mean, the school assemblies they still mention their ex pupils. Oh, by the way.
Yes, well,
G. Bale.
Yes. G. Thomas hanging up his bike clips this year as well. So K. Carlson's got room to flourish.
Yeah, quite. The cap can't be far off. That's that one's on leg stump. It's a bit of a shout from Stewart, bit of exasperation. I think it's turned off the pads by Carlson, perhaps just because he thought it might sneak through onto the pad on leg stump, but Carlson takes a single. He might have wanted a little bit of a rest after that over, but 130 for 2, and Grant Stewart has exploded after lunch back onto the scene with a wicket, and an important one for Kent, who were all at sea when they went in at the interval at 128 for 1 Glamorgan. San North East has gone. Hassan went earlier in the piece for 16.
Yes, North East faced 66 balls, so it's actually quite a decent strike rate, over 60 per 100 balls, and hit 5 boundaries. As it is, he's watching on from the pavilion as Parkinson bowls to Carlson, who is forward, defending. Asa Tribe watching on. Parkinson shaven-headed, sun glinting off his bonds as is in bowls and slightly over-pitched, and Carlson is able to drive it through the offside, but as he remarked in the previous over, a cover sweeper is in place for just such an eventuality, and it's just a single to Carlson. 131 for 2. So welcome back if you just joined us after lunch. Glamorgan losing North East for 42 early to Stewart. Oh, that's a bit short, and whipped away through the leg side. and just dispatched for 4 with very little fuss from Asa Tribe there. It's probably the first bad ball that Parkinson's bowled, but it was duly put away, and neither the infielder at mid-wicket nor the boundary fielder at square leg could do anything about that. 1-3-5 for 2. Parkinson bowls. That's driven into the offside. Well fielded at point, and it's a dot ball.
I think that's Compton there at point with a tumbling stop. You're absolutely right. Got to that really quickly.
Parkinson off about 8 to 10 paces. Balls. That's again wide in the off stump, and that's there could be a run out here as the throw probably went to the wrong end. There was a complete mix-up between the two batters. Carlson was nearly halfway down. The ball was well stopped, and a scrambling recovery by the man at cover.
Yeah, it's Catch Singh with the throw there. As you said, perhaps went to the wrong end, though I think Carlson would have been safe even with the throw coming in, but yeah, mix up.
Parkinson bowls, and that's clipped off his legs neatly by Tribe again. This time it is picked up on the square leg boundary, and it's just a single, so that misunderstanding between the two almost resulted in them ending up at the same end, but managed to get back in time. There was probably a single there if they'd gone, but it was a really good half stop that they probably weren't expecting to be made. So either decision might have been correct as long as they came to the same decision. 136 for 2.
Indeed so. So 56 Tribe, 2 for Carlson, 136 for 2. Just before lunch, or certainly I just read it out just before lunch, Mike had been in touch from Sweden. We're asking him about if conditions were sympathetic in that Scandinavian country to the game of cricket. He's been back in touch as well to tell us more about it. Oh, it's driven. Goodness me, I thought for a moment he'd been bowled. It's driven by Carlson and has pitched before it's got to the slips, but goodness me, that was a definite edge, a big flash. I wouldn't even say outside the off stump, almost a middle stump, and the edge has not found a fielder. So 136 for 2. I was going to watch that back in a second. That's exactly what happened, but Stewart is bowling up a storm here from the Nackington Road end. It's done him again. This is Tribe, sorry, rather than Carlson. 55 rather than 5. And that, he's just got the bat inside that. Again, it's a great delivery from Grant Stewart. I am starting to wonder what he had for lunch now. That's a great delivery. Just shaping away from the batter at the last moment. And certainly looking a danger. So Stewart wants Bow again back in action. Oh, it's playing a miss. You can hear the yelp from Nick Webb there. He's got the ball on the string at the moment, Grant Stewart. Tribe's got a drive at that. It's got a little looping bounce actually off the pitch. It was tennis ball bounce, and he's missed it, gone through to the wicketkeeper. And I'd have to say this over is just carrying on where it left the last. From Grant Stewart, first 3 balls, each one could have taken the wicket of Asa Tribe, but he endures. 56 not out, and he gets bat on that one. Settles on just outside off stump. No run.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan have to realise that this looks like being a better consistent spell than anything else they've faced in the 2 and a bit hours play so far, and maybe there are times just to ride out the storm and not try too much in the way of adventure.
Yeah, that far. I've just seen a replay of the first ball. Sorry, it did actually go straight to Chris Benjamin, the wicket keeper, and that's a good drive, that one. High elbow, but fielded at mid-on by Kashi Fally. In that first ball,
What did it flick on the way through then?
So it didn't hit anything.
It didn't hit anything,
and
right.
Benjamin basically
deviated.
has caught it and then just looked to the skies and walked away, shucked a glove off for some reason. I think almost in frustration it hadn't hit anything, but almost procedural he took it. But it was a great delivery. So 5 dots so far, 136 for 2. 3 slips and a gully in now for Tribe. So confidence been added, and on off stump, defended maiden over from Stewart, and 136 for 2. You'd have to say, Nick, that in the half hour before lunch there wasn't really a hint of this, even from Grant Stewart himself, but he's come out firing on all cylinders after the interval.
Yeah, I wonder if Kent really have had a bit of a rocket over their ham salads at lunch, because they came out and, well, Parkinson's bowled one poor delivery that was put away, but apart from that, he's been on the money, and Stewart has claimed the wicket, and he's been threatening as well. Here's Parkinson then from the pavilion end, as we look from over long off, fairly straight, and he kind of lost his run up with off that shorter run, surely.
That was a toddle. I don't think it was a run.
Ambled in.
Yeah.
He's having another go. There's Parkinson, and forward comes Carlson to defend.
I'll get back to your email at some point, Mike. There was a good deal of excitement, though, I think, in the previous over. You'll understand it, Tony, I'm sure.
Back to Sweden shortly. Here on BBC Sport Online. As Parkinson bowls, flighted, Carlson forward, and Glamorgan being made to realise they're in a battle now, which maybe they weren't for passages of the morning play. So they reached 128 for 1 at lunch, 136 for 2 now, as that's shortish and played off the back foot by Carlson. Straight to cover, no run. As Parkinson wasting no time, should get the over 8 back up at least if there's a bit of him, as Carlson is forward defending, particularly if they're playing him watchfully as they are at the moment.
4 under par at the moment, so 4 adrift of the over 8.
Oh yes,
only bowled 26 in the
26 in the morning session. Yeah, Glamorgan have had trouble with that last couple of matches. Parkinson in. Bowls turned away on the leg side by Carlson. He might have thought about a quick single, but decide against. So there is a slip as mid-wicket and cover are in pretty close. Mid-on, mid-off, point and fine leg are probably all just about saving the single, as that's on leg stump and tickled away, and well, Carlson set off. Tribe wasn't interested, and mid-fine leg is saving the single because he just did. 136 for 2. These two batters need to get on the same page in terms of running. It's a maiden from Matt Parkinson, and Liam will join Matt for the next half hour or so.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, a little bit more exciting than Glamorgan would have wanted. It was plain sailing for them before lunch, certainly, with the run rate accelerating with Tribe and North East. The former Kent captain has now departed, and Glamorgan 136 for 2. Liam Knight joined us. Liam, hello.
Hello, Matt. Hello, everyone.
Were you responsible for that? Call down to the dressing room and change the angle of attack? Here's Grant Stewart bowls to Ace of Tribe. Goodness me. And Carlson is backing up again. I tell you what, it's lively out there at the moment, just the running between the wickets, but slight change in momentum. I guess Kent needed that after the first session, didn't they?
Yeah, it wasn't the best first session for Kent. It's nice to see they've come out sort of all guns blazing. I'm sure there'll be words said at lunch.
Yeah. Interesting. As I said, Stewart seems to be finding life in the pitch, which he wasn't there before lunch, but just hitting the spot. 136 for 2. As defended back up the pitch towards the bowler. I guess for our Glamorgan listeners, we should give full disclosure that Liam is an employee of Kent County Cricket Club, and so anything he says will be taken with extreme prejudice. I'm joking, of course. But
I will try and be my most BBC I can.
You're a student of the game, though. We know that. 136 for 2. So 3 slips and a gully in. Again, on the attack after lunch, certainly seeing what Stewart did with North East. Bumper. We haven't seen much short stuff so far today. But obviously the big news for Kent before the start of the day was Akansh Singh getting his first-class debut. Handed his debut cap, not his full county cap. Speech by Joe Denley. You were party to that as well, I think.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what was said in the?
I think Joe was extremely pleased for him. Obviously, he's been around the squads for the last 2 years.
Yeah. As Stuart Bowles tried defending the offside, no run.
He obviously played in the One Day Cup last year. Popular guy, nice guy. Joe was making reference to the fact that both he and Akansh are very studious people, of course. But yeah, I think everyone was really excited for Akansh to make his first-class debut today. Bit of a like-for-like replacement for Joey Everson, perhaps. Be good to see him sort of get into that groove a little bit throughout this match.
Yes. Stuart Bowles, a little bit wider this time, and Troy was just cutting that point, and Akansh himself fields there. I suppose he's, in terms of academy cricket and under 19s cricket for England as well, he's no more as a batter, isn't he? Or he's predominantly if he's going to be an all-rounder, a batting all-rounder.
Yeah,
at this point.
Yeah, I'd say he was a batting all-rounder. He's obviously capable with the ball, but I think he scored a century for the second 11 this week. So
that's Stuart Bowles left outside the off stump, no run.
Yeah, I think he's there for his runs as well as what he can do with the ball.
Yeah.
We're lucky to have a few bowlers back. Grant just bowled a maiden over. He's back with us after his abdomen strain. So it's more of a case of getting that right team chemistry together for each opponent. Obviously the squads are selected to try and win each game, so I'm sure the coaches and the analysts have seen something in their camps that has made that decision a little bit easier for them.
Adam Hollyoake certainly seems to. I mean, he's an inspiring figure, isn't he? I think that's how people know him. He's an inspiring captain, and as Parkinson bowls, but a flat delivery on leg stump, whipped away. Will this be 4? No, it won't. Fielder's out there. We'll stop it going out 4. Is that George Garrett there? Tall, slim figure, I think it is. I'll take a single. And we were talking about Jazz, another thing, Jazz Singh, and how sad it is, that ankle injury. But Adam Hollyoake said things about him, didn't he, at the beginning of the season? Perhaps people hadn't seen it in Jazz Singh, but he had full confidence in him and had a great start to the county championship campaign, didn't he?
Yeah, it was actually at our AGM. He was asked a question by one of the members, which sort of players are you excited about? And he did, as Fred was said when he was on commentary earlier, that a few eyebrows were raised when Jazz's name was said, but obviously he repaid that faith with some good performances before he sadly got injured. Yeah.
So Parkinson outside the off stump, driven. That took a wicked bounce before. Is Akansh Singh? Just we're talking about him. His ears will be burning. Got in the way of it. A wicked bounce off one of the strips on the square there, but manages to. He just got his chest in front of it. It's 138 for 2. Parkinson, the leg spinner bowling to Carlson, back up the pitch, fielded again by Akansh Singh, but there's nothing supporters like more. It goes with all sports really. Certainly football and cricket being the same. There's nothing quite like watching one of your own playing. Is it one that's come through the academy? So
yeah, exactly that.
Dot ball cut away, fielded by Compton at backward point. But it feels like Akansh it's almost earmarked. I mean, he made his debut very young for Kent, didn't he? And in the second 11 as well. So I'll let you answer that in a second. Matt Parkinson is interrupting us by bowling as he fields off the return from Carlson on the ground. 138 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he's been in and around squads. And it just hasn't had that chance yet, apart from the Metro Bank.
Got to stop you again, because there's an update. Glamorgan 138 for 2 here at Canterbury against Kent. Kent won the toss and put the visitors into bat. it didn't look a great decision at lunch, with Glamorgan racing away at 128 for 1. But after lunch, I'm not quite sure what they had for their meal. But Grant Stewart particularly has been bowling up a storm for Kent. He's taken the wicket of former Kent captain Sam Northeast. Almost got him with his first ball, got him with the second one, edging to slip to Tawanda Mayeye. So Kent starting this second session with a bit of optimism, but could do with a number more wickets to make that decision at the toss look much better. 139 for 2 Glamorgan, still holding sway, the visitors at this point in the sunshine at Canterbury. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And for our listeners, just generally, we'll be giving the Sussex and Surrey scores in our shared show and the rest of the programme. 139 for 2, 3 for Carlson, 58 for Tribe. So much to remember when you're watching the cricket, isn't there? It's Stewart bowls to Carlson, back at him, and there's no run. But yeah, obviously his talent was spotted very early, and in the second 11 at 16, I think, as well. So
yeah, he's from Orpington. He's played for a couple of clubs around there, Dartford. I think he's played for, I can't remember who it is now, apologies, but he's played his club cricket at a high level, Premier League level, and he's impressed there. Then obviously he's got runs for the second 11. It's just that natural progression, really, isn't it? Up the ranks, and then he's here today.
Yeah, Stewart bowls to Carlson, trying to get on the drive, trying to get forward, but it's a good length again from Stewart, laying a full flow of the bat and up to mid-off, and there's no run. But yeah, just going back to the homegrown talent, I suppose that's the... I mean, it's great for Kent as well. We don't have limitless resources to be able to bring players through. It pays you back, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of work on the pathway this winter. There's been a bit of an overhaul of how it works.
So Stewart bowls to Carlson, playing the offside, no run.
So there's now a Kent Regional Development pathway, which is sort of put into a few sections based on population. Each of those sections have their own coaches, their own physios, their own S&C coaches as well. So it's all about... you get the kids in through schools and chance to shine and all-stars cricket, and then you sort of cherry pick those best players, and then hopefully they get into our pathway and then come into the first team.
139 for 2 Glamorgan. That's Carlson's shoulders arms, his next one, just back of a length from Stewart. He'll leave that on length. 3 for Carlson, 58 for Tribe. And I'm going to use the old coach's cliche there, but obviously injuries to other players does create opportunities, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the flip side of injuries. You'd always get that opportunity if you're one of those players that's a bit on the fringe of the squad.
Yeah. 139 for 2 then, as Stewart bowls, just nudged off his hip. That's a good shot from Carlson. Right to that very quickly, just getting inside the line of that one. Parkinson slips as he fields, and they'll come back for a well-run 2 right at the end of the over. 34 gone, 141 for 2. Decent crowd here today as well.
Yeah, definitely. The Naxton Road Grumblers section is quite full. The family stand just by the Kennedy Gates by the Sainsbury's supermarket is quite full as well. Yeah. There's a few people on the southern bank. The ice cream van's here. I think people are making the most of the nice weather today.
Yeah, it's looking good over the weekend as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I really feel like I'm promoting.
Well, I'll be in Berkshire for the Vitality T20 Women's County Cup on Sunday.
Yeah.
It doesn't look as sunny there at the minute.
Congratulations to them making it through the first round against Middlesex in that game on Bank Holiday Monday. It's going to be cloudy there, is it? It's a cutaway off Parkinson, by the way. This is Tribe and Compton Fields, no run.
I think the sun will poke through some clouds. I think it's not going to be too bad.
Parkinson to Tribe, driven, good stop by Akansh Singh at extra cover there, and really made up for a difficult start to the season, wasn't it? First game of the season, the One Day Cup, and Middlesex beat Kent quite comfortably in women's tier 2. This one just keeps a little bit low as Tribe tries to drive off the back foot into the onside. Daniel Bell Drummond Fields, but T20 wise, they returned the favour in the County Cup, which, if people don't know, the T20 County Cup in the women's game, back foot just defended off the middle stump. I will bring Liam in a second, but as I say, Parkinson gets through his overs so quickly that he's 4 balls into it, 141 for 2. Keeping things tight at the moment for Kent. To an extent, Glamorgan as well will be just wanting to consolidate after the loss of Sam Northeast. There's a big partnership as well between those two. Him and Tribe made 95 together, 129 for 2. Parkinson once more. It's getting a little bit of turn, but nothing too dangerous. As a maiden from Parkinson, 141 for 2. But yeah, having beaten Middlesex in that County Cup competition, which is, I said to one of your players the other day, it's lots of people in cricket, men's and women's cricket, just really love that format and have wanted something like that in the game, and it's great to see it in the women's game. So it's basically the FA Cup, isn't it?
It's like an old school FA Cup where the national counties are now in Tier 3 of the new format. We're in Tier 2, and then the fully professional sides are in Tier 1. So the first round is teams from Tier 2 and Tier 3. We're now in the second round this weekend away at Berkshire. And then in the third round, those Tier 1 teams come in just like the FA Cup and the Premier League sides as well.
So having talked to your captain, Megan Belt, saying that's the ambition is to take on one of those sides and ideally to beat one of the top tier sides. As again, there's a good ball from Stewart, just hurrying Carlson slightly, but he's kept the ball down to point. There's no run. Sorry, go ahead.
So the draw has already been done. So the draw was done before the start of the tournament. If Kent win against Berkshire this weekend, it'll either be Cambridgeshire or Northumberland, very different parts of the country, away in the third round.
Again.
Yeah, but
as Stuart bowls to Carlson, here's the teaser, played off just to Compton at Gully, no run.
So if they win that third round tie, it will be a home match against a side of the draw that includes the Blaze.
Right.
Who are Nottinghamshire's professional side. So they have a third round tie to be determined by this weekend's results, and then the winner of that plays the winner of the side of the draw that Kent are in as well. So potentially exciting.
Yeah. Any chance of Kent playing at home in that game against potentially the Blaze? Or
yeah.
I'm going to say that
we're the designated home team in that game. So the venue will be confirmed, but it'd be lovely to see as many people as possible watching T20 cricket.
Yeah. Talking of the T20 County Cup, Glamorgan playing Sussex women tomorrow in Cardiff. There we go.
Yeah, Kent then play Sussex in Hove on Thursday as well. Yeah, that's in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yeah. As Stuart bowls, it's a good looking delivery as well. A little bit short. Carlson just stays very still actually and lets it go past the visor, and there is no run. 141 for 2, but a big change for the women's game obviously domestically, and I think I'd be very interested talking to Kent players as well about, I wouldn't say particularly, Tier 2 is, I suppose they're all different in their demands on players, aren't they? You've got the fully professional Tier 1 as Stuart bowls to Carlson, just trying to guide that past Gully. He's not really done that. Really good fielding by Compton, taking the sting out of it, and they end up thinking about a run. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, then no. 141 for 2. But obviously in Tier 2, the players are not professional coaching, but the demands on those players are quite high, aren't they? I mean, the standards that are set and the sort of professionalism that's expected of players in Tier 2. I'll let you get onto that. You can tell me I'm wrong. It's Carlson again trying to get on the front foot, but it's a good ball from Stewart. Just pins him back a little bit. End of the over. It's another maiden for Kent, trying to build the pressure. Glamorgan though holding steady, 141 for 2.
Yeah. So James Hockley, our women's head coach, is part-time head coach currently. Gotcha. But Amy Gordon said in her interview with you this week that it's like having 2 jobs. So she'll have her full-time job. She works in a school teaching cricket. and then she obviously has her Kent training and Kent matches on top of that. So it's quite a different format to the Tier 1. The Tier 1 are fully professional. They'll train like a men's side would train. But obviously Kent have that less contact time with coaches. And obviously you don't see your teammates as often as well.
Yeah, I guess there are two sides of that, aren't there? I mean, you with Parkinson bowling to Tribe continuing and defends that into the offside, in that the demands of the free time, I suppose, there is no free time. It's they're doing those two things. It's quite all encompassing for summer. I mean, I know the players are loving the sort of step up in expectations as well, and I suppose also not just the scrutiny, but the number of people that come to watch them at the Spitfire Ground as well.
Yeah, so just to run you through it, so the potential third round tie could either be Cambridge or Northumberland. We've got to plan for both of those eventualities.
Of course, yeah. It's Parkinson bowls to Tribe.
So those bigger away games would be travel the day before, so then players have got to get time off work on that Friday because it would be played on a Saturday. So it's just a lot of... I don't envy Lucy Arman and the ops team in the women's side of the club.
And actually, Berkshire winning their game against Cornwall was very good for Kent, wasn't it?
Yes.
For this weekend, this is a single. Leave it into the offside by Tribe. It's a first scoring shot for a while from at least 2 overs from Glamorgan. 142 for 2. But that kind of highlights the trade-offs, I suppose, for players that aren't fully professional. Megan Belt said, for instance, I mean, she's a teacher. You can't just say, I'm having Friday off to drive down to Cornwall to go and play cricket. That's not really the way it works, is it? Another single for Carlson this time, 143 for 2. So Parkinson bowling, 2 singles of this over. So far, that'll be at least another one. Tribe driving into the offside. But it is one more. So 3 off the over, 144 for 2. So yeah, obviously Cumberland is a long way north. And
well, it is, without saying a cliche, the magic of the cup, isn't it? You could play anyone at any time, and teams that deserve to get that far get their rewards with playing the, in inverted commas, biggest sides.
Yeah, that's fair. So I know our sides that have gone up from Kent into the top division of long league football, managers, saying, quite, it's a long way to Gateshead. It's a national league, it's going to be national. That's kind of the point. But yeah, I know. Is there still a feeling amongst the women's? I mean, I don't want to go too far over the decision. Who's in Tier 1, Tier 2? That is that. Let's prove ourselves. Let's prove we should have been, if you like, or should be in the top tier. Yeah,
I think that's definitely a big motivator. I think they keep saying all the time they want to put on a show for the crowd that come out to see them now. And we had 400 people here for their first game of the season, so I think they are putting on that show that they wanted to do.
Cashy Valley to Asa Tribe. Defends it off stump. It's a change of bowling at the far end. Stewart taken off 1 for 19 off 13. He really has been mean. Oh, the score was not ticked over. This is Cashy Valley, I assure you. 25 in his back, 144 for 2. And I think that's, I mean, as much as anything, that for the women's game, it's great to have them playing at county HQs, isn't it? At the main grounds. I mean, Glamorgan playing at Cardiff, Kent playing here at Canterbury. As you say, getting those numbers in as well. As Kashif bowls, it's a good ball, shaping away from Tribe, who just had a little nibble at that through to the wicketkeeper, though, no run.
It's interesting that Kashif is bowling from both ends. He did that this morning as well, didn't he? Trying to find the right end for him to use the slope, I suppose.
Feels like, I mean, I haven't seen every ball that Kent have bowled this summer by any means, but that perhaps his figures don't reflect quite how testing he's been for batters. That certainly, I know in the first game he beat the bat about 9 times in the first session, didn't he, and didn't get himself a wicket. But this one, Tribe is behind this one up to mid-on, fielded by Stewart, and there's no run.
There is a bit of a theory that there are 2 Cashy Valleys. So there's the Cashy Valley we're looking at now, but when that white headband goes on, he becomes headband Kashi Valley. And he bowls that little bit quicker.
All right.
Psychs himself up a little bit more.
Towards the end of the Middlesex game, he seemed to be working up some pace in there, but agonising for Kent, obviously. But so I'm saying it's the 4-day game that all of us that love long-form cricket want to see, unless you're a Kent supporter at the end. That's the all squirts away. That's an absolute edge from Tribe, but it's gone in the vacant third slip area. I'm not sure, even if there had been a third slip, it would have gone to hand, though. It kept pretty low and has gone pretty quickly off the bat. Yeah, that's leaning turned away. You could see him, no pun intended, leaning down towards it. I think that was would have been a very testing catch, but a definite edge. Looking at the replay now. Oh, yeah, I think it might have just dropped a bit short as well. If some buts, had there been a third slip in there, but I won't say it's quite advantage Kashi Valley, but asking questions. 148 for 2. Tribe has 64 though, still there, just a low pull. It was an improvised shot late there, kept a little bit low on him, and he's got a single to square leg. And he'll move on to 65. Carson has 6 so far. But of course, lost Keith Dudgeon as well. Those are just joining us after the first game, which is a huge loss for Kent. But obviously, you wish him well. Any thoughts about bringing him back next year? I mean, it's not a bad audition, is it?
If it was my decision, he'd already be signed up.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure he's watching as well on the live stream.
We wish you very well, Keith. And this one's angled by Carlson into the offside. Compton Fields a point, end of the over, 149 for 2. Now I don't think Keith Dudgeon would mind this too much, big him up too much, but he really reminded me in that second innings against Northampton where he took 7 wickets. I don't know if I've already said this to you, but really reminded me of Matt Henry, and I said it during the innings, and I was roundly slapped down in don't get carried away. By the time he'd taken 7 wickets, there were people that were starting to say maybe I had some idea about cricket, but just had that pace. It was just a bit too much for the batter, not moving at masses, but just enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think he definitely had that aura of nice guy but can take wickets.
Was that the other criteria? Is that lifted away? It's going to be 4 runs, a pull by Tribe. And there's a Glamorgan 150 up. Make no mistake, they are in the box seats so far in this game. 153 for 2. Yeah, I just thought the speed he bowled, the questions he asked, quite similar to Matt Henry. But obviously, big shoes to fill, and it's a big claim to make for a man that took 75 wickets. I think it was 75 in Kent's promotion year that year. But looked great. If you're honest, Keith, I wish you very well. Come back. Outside the off-stump, driven by Tribe to Ekhanch Singh at extra cover.
I'm sure shirt number 75 will still be free.
Made a lot of friends in a short time, I think it's fair to say as well. So Parkinson and into the offside, and there's no run. Also, very selfishly, didn't get to see him bowl live, so that's completely self-centred. That is, I'm sure there will be Kent fans who would love to have seen him bowl here as well, wouldn't they? So Parkinson over the wicket to Tribe, and just wonder if they're starting to break the shackles now. These two having dug in a bit after North East went at 129 for 2. They put on 24 so far. More than 153 for 2. It's been a good day for them so far in the sunshine. Parkinson. It's defended by Tribe into the offside. So international matches here as well, men's and women's over the summer.
Yeah, so we've got England women against West Indies women, IT20 here on the 21st of May.
And on the back foot, punched away. That's a good shot by Tribe. It's Fielder trying to get a hand to it. Has it gone for 4? It has indeed. So that over from Parkinson, bookmarked by 4s from Asa Tribe, who goes on to 73 from 109, hitting the ball sweetly, 157 for 2. And of course, again, I hope Glamorgan fans will forgive me, but Charlotte Edwards returning, of course.
Yes, and it'd be Nat Silverbrunt's first game as captain as well.
It's a big change in the hierarchy for women's cricket, and Charlotte Edwards, heroic feat as not only as a international captain but as a county captain as well. Great to know you are listening, Keith, by the way.
Yes, I've received a lovely photo of him resting up that knee with the live stream on.
157 for 2. Could do with your inspiration, this bowling attack right now, I think. Kashi Valley knows his onions. 3 slips in behind Carlson. And into the offside. That's no run. Dan Whiting, if he were here, would be sending his regards to you as well, Keith. And not least his admiration for your slippers.
I was going to say, he's probably got a pair of those now, hasn't he, Dan?
He's a man in no style when he sees it, Dan Whiting, so I wouldn't be at all surprised. Absolutely. I mean, there was some raised eyebrows there, but if you're a bowler, you want comfort after a day's bowling, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. You're using your feet all day, so I don't blame him.
Yeah. Whatever works. 157 for 2. And stylish, obviously, we do concede. Ooh, squirts through the slips, that one. It's gone between second and third. No chance for either. It's absolutely flashed along the ground for Carlson. Kashi Valley is down, squatting, hand on head. Has to get back up and do that all over again, because Kieran Carlson, I don't think he knew much about that, to be honest.
No, it went really quickly, didn't it, off the bat? I don't think either of the slips saw it coming, really. I don't really blame them, to be honest. It did come at a few knots.
No chance to move, I think. And going really low as well. We'd have to say, get in touch with us. You don't have to be a member of the Kent team, past or present. I always like to make that clear. Or a member of friend and family. Is Kashif to Carlson. Ooh, he's just gone down the leg side. I think maybe Kashif saw him coming there. Carlson's taken a step down the wicket early. Kashif's just gone a little bit leg side, perhaps, because he's left his leg stump open there, Carlson. I mean, that would have been a heck of a wicket if he'd managed to take it, but it's gone down the leg side and head in hands once again.
It wasn't miles away, was it? It was. I think you're right. He did see him coming. He adjusted his line and tried to strangle him down the leg side.
I'm just going to put the boot on the other foot here for Glamorgan while they can survive these spells. 161 for 2. They've made a really good start to this match. Pull away! There we go. Punish the ball. And he did indeed. Swilled on it early. Well, we talked about Kieran Carlson perhaps telegraphing a walk down the pitch. That time he was on that slightly shorter ball. That's a fantastic pull behind square.
I think Glamorgan, although we're sort of bigging up the Kent performance after lunch, they are still very much on top, aren't they? So it'd be good for these two to get in, get set, and hopefully put on some more runs from a Glamorgan perspective. Yeah,
Kieran Carlson, I'd have to say, I think that's the pick of his shot so far. Positioned really early and whipped away. It's a beautiful shot. Food for thought for Kashi Valley. That's the bowler's lot, isn't it? Keith Dudgeon will know this. He'll be nodding. You bowl a couple of excellent deliveries, and then the batter has it all their own way, just lashes one away, having squirted a couple through the slips. Dot ball to Ekant Singh at point, and there's no run. 165 for 2. Just saying, I know Mike's been waiting very patiently for us to answer his or to read out his emails about cricket in Sweden. I might do that shortly, because I'm going to be replaced, so easily replaced by Nick Webb with much better quality. I'll get to these emails before I go. This is nudged into the onside by Kieran Carlson, and he goes on to 15. Glamorgan 166 for 2, 9 off that over, and Glamorgan still going great guns. Yes, so Mike says, from Sweden, played cricket here 10 years ago, had my own team mostly with Swedes. My wicket-keeper was an ice hockey goalie. Absolutely brilliant, despite what most people think. We have a similar climate to the UK, so cricket season starts end of April. Enjoyed my time with the cricket team here. Now it's fishing, he said. And I'm a catch and release guy. Sadly today, not even a bite. What do they say about fishing? Worst days fishing? Better than the best day at work. I feel the same about watching cricket, to be honest. Mike's saying, by the way, I live in southern Sweden. Up north is a different kettle of fish. Nice. Stop me doing the puns with much better ones, Mike. Thank you very much. Sweden is twice the size of the UK. Yeah, there's a good deal of it above the Arctic Circle, isn't it? As we've been finding out football-wise recently.
Yes. And it was us three, wasn't it, during the COVID era where we'd sit through some lunch and rain delays watching some obscure European cricket as well.
We would indeed, yes, yeah. We took a liking to a couple of the sides, Serbia particularly.
Yeah, I ended up with a Serbia shirt.
I mean, it is a very fine shirt, to be honest,
yeah.
isn't it? Strange the things you miss about a pandemic. So I shouldn't laugh when I say that, really, should I? But yeah, but it's all in strange situations. But yeah, there we are. There were glints of happy times as well for some of us. It's a ball up towards mid-off, but I appreciate it's not a laughing matter for many people. But fielded by Leaning, really good running between the wickets. Carlson taking that single off Matt Parkinson. Dan Whiting has been in touch, never short of a word where Keith Dudgeon is concerned. He said Dudgy told me if he could put spikes in those slippers, he would have done. There we go. So comfortable. Tribe tries the same again. Can't pierce the field on the offside this time off Parkinson. So I'll just see out this over, and then Liam Knight will be joined by Nick Webb, 167 for 2. Glamorgan, and up towards mid-off, 167 for 2. I should tell you, Mike, and listeners, we mentioned cricket in Sweden and possible actual players on our in-house chat. There was an absolute, I don't know if barrage is the right word, so there was a deluge, an avalanche, maybe a big pile of steaming puns came in. That's 4 runs. It's a lovely shot, actually, by Asa Tribe. He really is warming to his task now. And Kent, well, they had a bit of control after the wicket fell for a few overs, but it feels now Glamorgan are just starting to accelerate away again. 171 for 2, which does represent very good work indeed for them after losing the toss and being put into bat. If we're really short of content, as they say, I might even read some of those puns later. Feel free to get them in. That was a defensive shot off the last ball of the over. Glamorgan 171 for 2 against Kent here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. The ways to get in touch, if you want some Swedish puns, cricket puns on whatever subject that you would like, BBC KentCricket at gmail.com, NickWebb2017 at gmail.com, or get in touch with us via X. Post to us at BBC Kent Sport at NickWebb2017. And a few words from Liam Knight on the scene in front of him, and Nick will join him for commentary.
Yeah, so Kashi Fally is about to start his next over from the Nackton Road end. As Matt said, it's advantage Glamorgan very much so. As Kashi Fally comes in past the umpire bowls, a bit of a fuller delivery there and defended into the offside. Ekansh Singh has been involved quite a bit in the field today. Hello, Nick.
Yes, he's probably very delighted to be involved in the field, isn't he? The more he gets his hands on the ball, the better. First spell, maybe a couple of signs of nerves, but he's got plenty of time left.
Ball goes back to Kashi Fally. Field remains unchanged. I think Kent now will want to get that magic delivery that perhaps gets some inroads, but Glamorgan look well set here. Kashi Fally comes in again past the umpire. Bowls a bit of a good delivery again, stopped in the field. Looks like Ben Compton there at point. Makes a bit of a point, a bit of an exasperated, I got that one, to the rest of the team.
Yeah, so there'd be no catching it if it got past him, because having a stroll around the ground, what isn't completely obvious from up here is how short that side of the ground is up the hospital side. Yeah,
we are very far across. The wicket's almost in that left side of the Frank Willie stand as you look out onto the outfield. Here comes Kashif. Nice delivery there. Well stopped again by Akansh Singh. It's good fielding from Kent, building a little bit of pressure.
Yes, Carlson going for his shots on the offside, and with no sweeper currently out on that cover boundary. If he does get one through, it's a boundary.
You can tell it's a quicker outfield at the minute because you can see those drainage lines in the outfield. You can tell it's not been that damp recently, so that outfield is quite quick at the minute. So, like you say, if it beats that fielder, it's gone. And then Kashi's back at the top of his very long run up. Here he comes. Oh, he almost gets Carlson chopping onto his own stumps there. His hands are on his head. Carlson looks behind him, and he nearly chopped on.
Yeah, a bit of an edgy start from Carlson generally, with a one or two flying through the slips. That one inside edge onto his pads, and he's spoken about trying to value his wicket more highly this season. He's noticeably reined things in at the start of his innings, but he's still just struggling to find the rhythm at the moment.
Here comes Kashif past the umpire. Slightly shorter delivery, but Carlson's behind that one.
And there have been one or two moments in the running where they haven't appeared entirely on the same wavelength as well.
So it is a beautiful sunny day here, but it is quite nippy. The wind is taking that temperature down a little bit.
Yeah, I was talking to a group of followers, Glamorgan followers, up by the floodlight pylon there, and they said, "Very nice, but can you turn the wind down a bit?"
I'm sure there might be some trouble between them and the grumblers at that end. Here comes Kashi for the final ball of his over. Digs that one in a little bit, gets the edge. What a catch! Daniel Bell-Drummond, I think he's at third slip there, one-handed dive in, and that is a fantastic catch from the Kent captain. He's congratulated by all of his teammates, and there's that breakthrough that Kent were after.
Yeah, that really was a stunning catch, jumping away to his right, taking it at full stretch, and Kieran Carlson is sent back for 16, but that was a catch that deserved really the applause that it got, the acclaim from his teammates. He's had a couple of edges, Kieran Carlson, but he might have thought he'd got away with that one. It flew very wide indeed and was almost clawed back by Bell-Drummond. So 171 for 3. First bonus point of the game goes to Kent. And again, they get a wicket when they needed it, because they were in trouble at lunch, really. Glamorgan on the offensive before the interval. And then again, a stand of 44. They were just starting to get going, but as it is, Kent have clawed things back. And the skipper, whose decision obviously it was to put Glamorgan in, does his bit to keep the pressure on as Colin Ingram walks to the wicket. Ingram this season averaging 54. He's got 103 50s to his credit. 381 runs, the top run scorer, but he is going to be rested for the next couple of rounds of Championship while they give a little outing to a chap called Labuschagne, the Australian international, who's pitching up for 2 Championship matches, which will have the benefit for him of playing himself in before the World's Test Championship final. Australia against South Africa at Lord's, and well, he'll have to go some to match Ingram's output so far.
Proper player is Colin Ingram. He's one of those players as well that always seems to do well against Kent as well. So I'm sure with a Glamorgan hat on, they'll be very happy to have him in the middle, because he always seems to get runs. We've not got that Steve-O's going to get you anymore. And he could go big here. It's a batter friendly day, as we've seen with the scores. But what a catch that was from Daniel Bell-Drummond. I'm sure Nick, our social media exec, is frantically clipping up that clip, getting it on social media as quickly as possible.
Well, I think he might have gone too wide, that's the trouble. Dived out of the frame. As Parkinson starts a new over to Tribe, who drives down to deep mid-off and can canter through for a comfortable single to take the score to 172 for 3, and Colin Ingram on to strike for the first time. So Ingram, the left-hander, 40 international appearances for South Africa in white ball cricket, but although he was known very much as a T20 specialist for a few years, he's now become a stronger player, if anything, in 50 over and championship cricket.
Yeah, there was that 50 over game at Sapphire Gardens where he scored quite a big innings after Ollie Robinson had scored 100 for Kent, and Colin Ingram just took all the momentum out of the game, really, just knocked off the runs and almost didn't look bothered by it.
Part of Glamorgan's One Day Cup winning side last summer. But he's got it all to do in the red ball here today as Parkinson bowls and Ingram knocks it gently to cover, and there is no run. 172 for 3, the man out. Ul Hassan for 16, Northeast for 42 and Carlson for 16. 2 wickets for Kashif Ali and 1 for Grant Stewart. As that's deflected by Ingram, but well intercepted at short fine leg, and there's no run. So there is a man out in the deep at deep square leg in case Ingram decides to go for it in that direction. There's also a man on the ropes at backward point on the shorter boundary as Ingram plays a strong defensive push to mid-off, no run. So there's quite a carry down to square leg. It's probably, 75, 80 metres down to that boundary?
Yeah, it's a very long one down there. I think fair play if you're going to clear that one for 6.
As that's outside Ingram's off stump, coming into him, and he plays it gently into covers, and there's no run. Parkinson has bowled a few tidy overs. Like most leggies, there's been the odd bad ball that Tribe has put away as Ingram drives down the ground, but straight to mid-off, and he's hit it too firmly to pinch a single. So Ingram yet to score after 5 deliveries, 172 for 3. And from the Kent admin point of view, the good news is that it's meant to be warmer over the next 3 days as well.
Perfect, yeah, it'd be great to see as many people tomorrow as there were today. Bit of a unexpected amount of people that came through the gates today. I'm sure they're enjoying their days. Find those windbreaks, natural windbreaks in the stands. And they've just seen some incredible fielding as well. But Matt Parkinson there, he's doing his job, isn't he? He's keeping the runs down, he's building that little bit of pressure, and then players like Kashif can now come in and hopefully get the rewards. As Kashif starts a new over from the Nexton Road end. He's almost touching the advertising borders there as he begins his run up. He comes in. Tribe's behind that one, mopped up.
Afternoon to Steve West, who says he's enjoying Glamorgan putting the heat on while basking in the Porthcawl sunshine. Hope it's nice and warm where you are. Talking about the word for Jersey people. Apparently there isn't a standard shortened just Jersey man, Jersey woman, or Gérier in French.
Very well done.
Thank you to Edward.
Here comes Kashif then. Comes up past the umpire. Oh, there's another inside edge there onto his pads.
I thought for a moment Tribe had chopped that one on.
Yeah, it's almost hit him shin height. He was going down at a fair speed. It could have gone anywhere really. He sort of turned around behind him to see where that had gone, and luckily it hit him. Well, I'm sure that might hurt a little bit.
Cannoned away on the offside in the end, but yeah, Kashif causing a few problems in this spell. It's better spell than his morning effort.
Yeah, he has changed ends since this morning, so maybe that's helping him a little bit. Comes in again. Right behind that is Tribe.
Yeah, it's been an interesting battle really between bat and ball. You'd rather be in Glamorgan's position at the moment, but can't have imposed pressure at certain periods of the play so far, but haven't quite kept it up as consistently as they would have wanted.
Yeah, definitely. I think we don't want to sort of give excuses with injuries, but was this a full strength bowling attack, I think that pressure could be a little bit more sustained. as Kashif comes in again. Bowls dug into the ground, Tribe sort of plays that waist high, and it's taken a square leg.
So 4 half centuries for Ace of Tribe so far in the back end of this season, and the start of this season and the back end of last season, and it is now a first class best for Ace of Tribe. Previous best was 70, and obviously the young man, having got so far, will potentially have a century in his sights, but it'll have to be earned because Kent are bowling well at the moment.
Kashif then against left-handed Colin Ingram. Comes in, well defended. So Tribe is actually a former classmate of Nick in our social media team at university. Nick told me that he did the media side of things on placement, and Mr. Tribe did the performance analyst side. So they know each other.
Right.
I'm afraid we didn't get much information on him on how he plays from Nick. That's bad form from him, but he looks really good. He looks really comfortable, and found a gem, really, haven't you?
Yeah, through the Cardiff University's scheme.
Kashif then last ball of the over. Ingram's right behind that one.
And it'll be interesting to see whether Glamorgan are able to subsidise that to keep that scheme going in the absence of ECB support next season, which is somewhat disappointing. And that's been withdrawn, and you wonder why cuts are being made in a scheme that does produce first-class cricketers from the various university groups, even if their matches are not first class anymore.
Yeah, Ekant Singh played for Durham University in the round of university matches at the start of the season against Durham. He scored a few runs in that one, and he took a couple of wickets as well, so that obviously helped him. And here he is now playing first class cricket, so the university schemes are worth having, aren't they?
As Parkinson is in, and this is driven down the ground by Tribe for a single. He moves on to 80, 174 for 3. Well, absolutely worthwhile from the club's point of view, and from the individual's point of view. As whether you get a first class professional career or not, the degree is always going to be of use to you in your professional life. Parkinson to Ingram, who nudges it into a gap on the offside to get off the mark towards point. 175 for 3, and it's good to see counties encouraging that and making sure that players have got something to fall back on, whether it's at 22 if they don't make it or 35 if they do. Hit hard off the back foot by Tribe, and crashed away through the offside as he was just given something to work with by Parkinson, and smashes it away to move up to 84 not out.
He actually wrong-footed Ekant Singh there as well, didn't he? He almost gave him the eyes like a football penalty. Ekant went one way and the ball went the other.
179 for 3. Parkinson into Tribe, who again has got a bit of room outside off stump to watch the ball turn gently and then just force it out towards deep cover, relatively risk-free, and wander through for the single. 85 to Tribe, 180 for 3. Ingram onto strike. Parkinson bowls, Ingram drives back to the bowler, parries it in his follow through, and then runs round after the ball like an excited puppy, prevent a single being taken. Yeah, very short offside for Colin Ingram if he does get the cover drive going at any point, but of course he'd be hitting against the spin, so maybe not as many of those at the moment. And the forward defensive back to the spinner. finishes the over. Well, a couple of dot balls to finish with, but 7 runs off it. Tribe has 85. Ingram just the single. And Glamorgan at the moment well placed on 180 for 3, but the old saying, add a couple of wickets to the score and Kent have probably on top at 180 for 5. So Glamorgan can't take anything for granted, particularly with Parkinson bowling reasonably tightly at the moment, and Kashif Ali looking quite threatening in the spell.
Yeah, they've bowled well as a little bit of a partnership. As we've said before, Parkinson sort of keeps it tight, and then Kashif can be slightly more expansive of his line and length. But coming on again from the Nackerton Road end. 3 slips in again for him. Takes a little time to adjust, and then he begins his run up. Past Sue Redfern. Hit into the leg side. I think that's Harry Finch there, will mop up.
It's this time of day when your commentary team starts working out what time tea is likely to be. And given that this is only the 46th over, the answer is probably close to 4 o'clock today.
Yeah, is that -4 on the over rate?
They were -4 at lunch, yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably partly why Mike Parkinson's bowled through his overs as quickly as he has.
They're saying Tuesday, apparently.
Kashif Ali then comes into the left-handed Ingram. Directed directly at sort of Midland leg stump, but Ingram plays that off his legs. He gets 4 for it.
Yeah, there's not much margin for error on that side of the ground. The leg side for Ingram at the moment. Trying to work out what fielders are out there as we peer around the side of the stand.
That is a bit of a design flaw of the Frank Woolley stand, isn't it? You just can't see that. We've got a deep backward square, says Matt, who's craning his neck round the corner.
Yeah, so that's the only one we can't see from here.
In comes Kashif again then. Bowls slightly more off stomp line there. Good stop in slip by Daniel Beldrum, and there's no run.
Yes, we're doing a match at Northampton once, and a TV gantry had been put up virtually in front of the BBC commentary point of view, so we had to remove our commentary point about 20 metres distant in order to be able to actually see much of the field.
We've had that here as well.
I think there was one here where I seem to remember our commentator not being terribly happy about things.
In comes Kashif then. Digs that into the ground. England gets behind it. Well fielded by Ben Compton. Yeah, it's almost as if the TV companies tell us where they're going to put the gantry and don't really have a thought about where it's actually going. We've had times where it's in the middle of the pavilion, we've had times where it's over the commentary area, and then we've had to sort of figure out how to work around it.
Yep, they pay the money, and they certainly are not backward in calling the tune, I guess.
It looks like every time as if Kashif's run up is getting longer. He's now sort of halfway on the advertising board as in he comes. It's taken him this long to come in. He's finally bowled. Defended at point.
Yes, is that actually a mat, that advert, or is it painted into the grass?
It's one of those optical illusion mats where, as we're looking at it, it looks like a very weird angle, and how would you read that?
Yeah.
But then on that live stream, it's absolutely perfect to read the company's logo on there.
Yes, he's certainly a fair bit into it, isn't he?
Here he comes again then. Fielders walk in as he runs into bowl. And that's left alone well by Ingram there. Chris Benjamin takes the ball. That's the end of the over. Glamorgan are 185 for 3.
Yeah, so a sedate enough over from the Glamorgan point of view. And Glamorgan starting to tick again after losing that third wicket of Carlson, brilliantly caught by a leaping Bell Drummond at third slip. So we've had 3 slip catches today responsible for the all the wickets. Muyeye taking a couple of reasonably comfortable ones at professional level. I guess they'd probably test most club cricketers, but professionals, they're fairly routine. And then Bell Drummond, the catch which was superb at any level of cricket, as Parkinson is in to bowl to Tribe, floated up and driven but not timed by Tribe. Back to the bowler. Clothing flapping slightly in the breeze, as is the umpire's coat. As Parkinson bowls a bit shorter on the back foot, Ingram, Tribe defends. A few oohs and ahs, but he played it late-ish, but reasonably comfortably. Tribe on 86 not out now, career best. As that's driven firmly but straight to mid-off. No run, matter of patience for the young man, waiting for the bad ball. Has got an international white ball century to his name for Jersey. That's a bit shorter and flatter, and carved away by Tribe through the offside. He'll pick up, I think, at least a couple of runs. Good tumbling stop by the cover sweeper, and they are back for 2. Tribe moves up to 88. Not out in the total to 187 for 3.
I think that's Harry Finch out there. So he's in the team as a batter, and his finger injury still, it's a ligament injury, so keeping for him is going to be excruciating if he was to do it now. So that's why he's in at the potentially opening spot when Kent get the bat.
As that's swept away by Tribe, but he's picked out deep backward square, and it's just a single. 89 not out. Yes, Zach Crawley is obviously doing something very important for England today to prepare for the test match, which comes up as a few days away yet. 22nd, Thursday the 22nd. Ingram blocks one up to mid-on, and there is no run. So of course, 13 days before a test match, you can't possibly be batting for your county, can you? 188 for 3. Thank you very much indeed to Liam for his expertise over the last hour. Given the traditional BBC reward of a Welsh cake in lieu of payment. 188 for 3 as Matt Cole is back with us, and a little switch round will get us on our preferred headphones, and Matt in front of his laptop.
There we go. I spoke too soon. I'm not on mic. There we go.
Does help if you have it switched on for broadcasting.
Yeah, it's my first game of the season. I had no idea what was going on. Is my excuse. Kashi Valley from the Nackington Road end to Tribe. He's on 89, and he's had a bit of fortune, I suppose you might say, but that feels a bit mealy-mouthed. 89 out of 188 for 3 suggests that Glamorgan have done great guns today, and they have indeed. They've weathered the pressure that Kent have managed to put on them so far, and with Colin Ingram on just 5 at the other end, it's going well for the visitors so far.
Yes, Edward Cooper suggesting that we need to rename part of the Sapphire Gardens crowd the Taff End Groaners, with a nudge to the Nackington Grumblers.
This Tribe settles on this one, defends it into the offside. Nigel, by the way, this is one partially for you, Nick, actually. So I heard Nick Webb saying earlier that Glamorgan supporters are fed up with North East losing the toss. Can you tell him, Matt, we're fed up with Daniel Bell Drummond winning it? We put Gloucestershire in and watched them score almost 500. As that didn't work, we decided to bat against Middlesex and were skittled for 129. So now we're back to inserting, at the time of writing, 171 for 2. So that was some time ago. 188 for 3 now. Daniel Bell Drummond perhaps making up a little bit with a fantastic catch to get rid of Kieran Carlson. But I do take your point, Nigel. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. That's a lovely ball by Kashi, very, very close to the off stump, and Tribe has played at that, and again, perhaps a little bit fortunate not to get an edge on it, but he's still there. It seems a bit unfair, as I said, say he's a bit fortunate to have 89. You don't get that lucky. 188 for 3.
Ian Evans says I'm beginning to think at least one of our opening slots has been filled. This looks like a good toss to have lost. I didn't ask Sam Northeast what he was going to do, and anyway.
As Kashif turns at the end of his mark. Phil's got a point about Sam Northeast as well, but in just a second. Kashif, more about his batting technique as Tribe on the front foot, back at the bowler. There's no run. Saying, Sam Northeast, says Phil, thank you for your email. It came much earlier, so apologies for not reading it until now. Quick question, is Sam Northeast the only batsman who doesn't tap his bat on the ground when taking stance, or have you seen others? Jack Leaning stands much like Graham Gooch used to stand. If there's one for the kids, with his bat raised behind him, waiting for the ball. So, which I think is perhaps more prevalent than it was, but Asa Tribe is a tapper, there's no doubt about that, and he's a driver too into the offside, and will that be 4 runs? It will be on the shorter boundary. He's got after that one. It's very much the shorter side, as Nick was saying earlier, to our right as we look from the pavilion end, and he makes 4 more. He's on to 93. And I know you've just been looking in your play for annual, and I'm looking because I don't know enough about Asa Tribe.
Just checking he's still 21.
I was going to say he's not been this way before, though. I can tell you that in terms of his first class career. This is his career high, 89 not out so far, and maybe he is cementing his place at the top order for Glamorgan. He takes a single as well to steal the strike off Colin Ingram, who's he's played a couple of innings himself, I gather. 94 not out, Tribe, 193 for 3, Glamorgan.
Ian Jones has emailed me on nickweb2017 at gmail.com. He confirms that there's nothing picturesque about the names for Jersey people, just Jersey man and Jersey woman. Yeah. He says, I'm a long-standing Glamorgan supporter, currently watching the action on the picturesque Ile de Noirmoutier in Vendée on the west coast of France, and well battered dear Asa Tribe.
Sounds desperate. I wouldn't want to be there.
Oh, it's a very nice part of
is it? I don't know France very well at all, but yeah.
Ile de Noirmoutier, yes. It's one of those very relaxing French west coast areas. As forward comes Tribe and defends the first ball of Parkinson's over, where maybe not much happens, but it happens very serenely and picturesquely. And Vendée.
Thoughts and prayers to our correspondent in that case. Good luck with that.
As Parkinson pulls out of his run-up, maybe someone just chatting in the field. Tribe on 94 not out. Parkinson in to bowl. And he's got one through, and Tribe has gone for 94. A career best, but frustratingly short of the century that he was yearning for, and well bowled Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, it's bowled him.
Has that just gone straight on where he's expecting to play for the turn, maybe? We'll try and have a look at the replay in just a moment. But the off stump was disturbed. So Parkinson beating Asa Tribe, and it's 193 for 4. A nice round of applause. Let's have a look as we've summoned up the replay now.
Hint of an inside edge, maybe, or certainly. Or has it got turn there? It's, just clip the off stump.
Maybe it's played for turn that isn't there.
Yeah, maybe so. Has it gone through the gate?
Yeah, I think so. So, Glamorgan have to rebuild again. 193 for 4. Ingram yet to get going. And there'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, for kind of Kent listeners, but yeah, again, an important wicket for Kent. 22, the partnership between those two. Yeah, they've just taken another wicket, actually, Adam, and they're fighting back a little bit, but Glamorgan still holding sway on this first day. Glamorgan 193 for 4. That after Kent won the toss and put them into bat, which looked like a very poor decision indeed at 128 for 1 at lunch. Asa Tribe, the 21-year-old batsman, has just been bowled by Kent's Matt Parkinson for 94. Former captain Sam Northeast made himself 42 as well. Now it's Glamorgan who are going to have to rebuild. Colin Ingram has 5 and Ben Callaway joins him in a few moments' time. But Kent's still trying to fight their way back into the first day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Elsewhere for our sides, not going much better. Surrey have taken a second Warwickshire wicket at Edgbaston, but put them into bat. Warwickshire 183 for 2, and Sussex in a bit of trouble at Hove, 133 for 7 they are against Worcestershire. Commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app.
Parkinson is in to bowl to Callaway, who's pushing forward defensively, and there's no run. So, all of a sudden, 2 wickets going in relatively quick succession. 173 and 193. And Kent fighting their way back into the game. So it's floated up and driven by Callaway into the offside to get off the mark. Ben Callaway, another 21-year-olds. Nice to see Glamorgan with youth in this side, given that they mainly a fairly experienced side. But these two, Zain Ul Hassan, who's 24. There have been times when Kieran Carlson, who's 26, turns 27 next week, has been the youngest in the side, but they've got a few younger players around now. Parkinson to Colin Ingram. Bit of turn there, but Ingram is able to watch it onto the bat and play it cautiously up to mid-off.
You're looking forward to seeing Callaway play.
Yes, a fine day on Monday, but that's floated up and driven into the offside, and Ingram could be in trouble here. No, he's cleared mid-off. Didn't get that hold of that one at all as he went to hit straight back over the top. Skied it over mid-off, who went dashing back. Not sure whether he got a fingertip to it or not, but couldn't cling on to it anyway. And Ingram survives. Applause for Parkinson, 196 for 4.
Yeah, double teapot from Matt Parkinson, but Cashy Valley was trying to get there and making ground up on it, but he was still, ball coming over his shoulder, reaching out, just trying to vainly grab that. Parkinson looks crestfallen, but I think it would have been a heck of a catch if he got it.
It would, but Kent already have one heck of a catch in the form of Bal Drummond's grab at slip to get rid of Carlson. But 196 for 4, it's very much game on now here at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. And Kent hauling themselves back into the game after certainly struggling for large parts of the morning session. In the afternoon, it's been 3 wickets claimed for 68 runs. So advantage Kent as Callaway clips away the first ball of the over from Garrett, who's back on for Cashy Valley, and a single is taken.
Indeed, so 196-4. I took the opportunity when I was off air to check Colin Ingram's record against Kent, because I was much like Liam Knight was talking about. I'm sure he scored lots of runs against everybody, but it feels personal, doesn't it, when it's against the team that you watch? But he was referring to a one-day knock for Colin Ingram, which I think is the one I found here in 2022. 155 he scored in a game against Kent. This one's clipped very neatly off his toes for a single into the onside. But yeah, there was 100 for Joey Everson, 50s for Robinson and for Blake, and 304 for 8 for Kent. And Ingram scored 155 off 148 balls, and they ate up that target with 10 balls or so to go. So.
Yeah, that is Colin Ingram's limited overs career best.
You see, it is personal. There you go. But yeah, that's one of 3 centuries that I can see in his career against Kent, and plentiful. A 95 not out there as well, 3 or 4 50s. So, but I wonder if every county who comes up against say that about him. He's a prolific run scorer, isn't he? Of course. Callaway facing Garrett, and this one's just cut away by Callaway. Nice looking shot, and it's comfortably. Has that gone for 4 actually?
Yes.
It has indeed. It's beaten whatever the field is that we can't see from the woolly overhang, and the 200 is up for Glamorgan for the loss of 4 wickets so far. And you mentioned in passing, as we mention almost every broadcast, Darren Stevens, but we would get that from opposition commentators almost perennially. Oh, he always scores runs against us. He's like, well, or takes wickets against us. Well, that's
he does. That's what he does.
That's what happens to people with long careers who've scored a lot of runs or taken lots of wickets, I guess. But yeah, I'm sure Colin Ingram has been generous in sharing out the runs around the counties. But 202 for 4. Callaway faces, and it's straight back past the bowler. Keeper loved it.
Keeper loved it. Keeper thought it would have bowled him all ends up if he hadn't hit it off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, that was. I'm glad that's what you were laughing. I thought that might be what you were chuckling at. But yes, one of those where I'm not sure who anyone's kidding there, but I mean, the keeper's absolutely right, and you're absolutely right. It was going straight for middle stump. It was on middle stump, but also was defended with a forward defensive. Callaway. Oh, that's a great ball. It's that taking an inside edge. Well, that was worth a bellow, and that has against one from Garrett that has pitched outside off stump and has come back off the pitch. It's been taken by Benjamin down the leg side. It's gone between bat and pad, and Benjamin was hoping vainly in that case that it might have taken an inside edge, but that's a great delivery from Garrett. But in the scorebook it says it's a dot. 202 for 4. Anything for style points.
Yeah, Kent have produced a few jaffers today, but maybe not consistently enough.
Yeah, I think Garrett's probably embodied that, hasn't he? It's rising deliveries, just taken on top of the bounce, but kept down to point. End of the over, 202 for 4. It feels, very much that's been characteristic of what he's done. He's probably bowled too many relief balls, but there have been a handful today from him which have done a heck of a lot and caused trouble. But still, again, I'll go back to the scorebook. It's 202 for 4, and that's a good day's work so far for Glamorgan. Kent will be hoping for a flurry of wickets now to make that look a bit anemic, but as it stands, Glamorgan have the advantage, I'd say. Ingram has 8, Callaway has 6. 202 for 4 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales with Matt Cole and Nick Webb, joined by Fred Atkins and Liam Knight. Thank you very much to both of those. And by all of you at home listening. I say at home, you could be anywhere, travelling with the commentary.
Absolutely. Now that you can listen on your phones, on your mobile devices of whatever kind.
Yep, smart speakers, indeed.
As the first ball of Parkinson's over is played into the offside, steered into the offside by Ingram into a place where a fielder wasn't, and they go through for a single. Yes, I did get one communication from someone who'd asked his smart speaker to play Glamorgan against whoever, and got the BBC World Service for East Africa or something of that nature, which he wasn't entirely expecting. Speak clearly. Yes. As Parkinson bowls, Callaway plays up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, we have very strict instructions, and I like the way it's phrased, is that you don't mess around with your smart speaker. You tell your smart speaker to ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan Day 1. As
Parkinson in again, bowls. Oh, he's looked to play that on the offside, Ben Callaway, and dragged it back to the bowler, but all along the ground.
I think it indicates at least who's supposed to be in charge. In my house, the technology is completely in charge rather than me. But
that's knocked into the offside by Callaway fairly serenely, but the fielders are trying to give an impression of drama here. And Parkinson is into the right-handed Callaway, tall young man, pushes forward defensively, and there's no run. Callaway got a career best 50 odds at the time in the first innings at Lords, and then a first baller in the second innings, so shows you how the game can go as he's on the back foot, punching to cover. No run, just a single off the Parkinson over. 203 for 4 Glamorgan, and we're now through 51 overs, so the scoring rate is still almost exactly 4 runs and over, which Glamorgan would be satisfied with if they managed to keep it up through the day's play, but just going through one of the quiet spells at the moment, with Kent applying the brakes.
With a fair wind and a spinner bowling from one end, I imagine tea will probably be around about 10 past 4 at this rate, so about half an hour later, I'd say, because we've still got 13 overs to bowl, haven't we? So
yeah, might get. Well, if Parkinson bowls 6 of them, then might get there at 4 o'clock.
Bring leaning on at the other end, who knows what could happen, but at the moment they seem to be operating, don't they, with Parkinson on this end and just rotating the seamers at the other. Garrett has none for 50 from 9 and bowls now to Ingram, left-handed of course, and just drives that gently up to mid-on. There's no run. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and I feel like I'm one of those, is it, what they call those, is it a dipper, the birds that sort of dip up and down a little bit?
There's a man
trying to look through
just forward of the umpire.
Square. Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. That's a mainly visual reference, which isn't great on radio, I understand. On the stream when he can't see us, but Ingram just looks like he has a bit more time and just deflects that into the offside.
I presume there's a fine leg as well.
I think you're probably right.
There's 5 on the offside, and we can see 3 players on the leg, so I presume there's a fine leg.
Yeah, that would make sense. So deep square and fine leg. Cashy Valley was there, I think, but we'll leave the identification until it becomes imperative. Is Garrett, drive by Ingram into the ground, that's gone past the man at point, that'll be 4 runs. It's a real punch, regressive shot, and that'll be 4 runs too. Colin Ingram moves on to 13, 207 for 4.
The only other game in the division, Northants have found a bit of late resistance for the 9th wicket. They're 214 for 8 against Lancashire. Lewis McManus 52 not out, and 2 to Williams for the Lankies.
And there's a full fixture list in Div 1, is that right?
Yep.
Just about. So Garrett comes in for the 4th ball of the over to Ingram. Tucks that into the onside, and there'll be a single just behind square, 208 for 4.
Surrey's bowlers are finding it hard work at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 193 for 2. Rob Yates made 86. Tom Latham is 49 not out. Sussex's batters are struggling at home to Worcestershire now. Bit of a collapse after a reasonable start. 140 for 7. Tom Haynes made 53. 5 wickets for Tom Taylor for Worcestershire.
It's Garrett in once more to Callaway. Defends it. No run.
At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 157 for 4 against Hampshire, with Freddie McCann, a young prospect, on 55 not out. And at Chelmsford, Yorkshire 129 for 5 now. Lost a couple, including Johnny Bairstow for just 2. Adam Lyth made 58 earlier. Yorkshire started well. They're now 129 for 5.
So last ball, the 52nd over, and Callaway faces and comes forwards to that one, drives it up to mid-off Cashy Valley Fields, and that will be the end of the over. 208 for 4. Ingram 14, Callaway 6.
And give you Acer Tribe's final statistics. He faced 135 deliveries, so a strike rate of 69. And he hit 16 fours. So usually, for his bigger innings, from what we've seen so far, seems to have quite a high percentage of his runs in boundaries. Strikes the ball hard when he gets hold of it, in other words. 208 for 4 as the leggy Matt Parkinson will continue to operate from this pavilion end in the afternoon sunshine that has now left our commentary box and made the visuals slightly easier for us. Parkinson bowls flighted, driven by Ingram, calls for the single straight away, and it is there, even though he's hit it fairly firmly up to mid-off. 209 for 4. Ingram to 15 not out. Looking to finish this little block for him personally on a high before he sticks his feet up for a couple of weeks and watches Marnus Labuschagne play as Glamorgan's overseas batter instead. Forward comes Callaway, defends on the leg side.
Was that always planned, or was this an opportune moment that opened up in Labuschagne's calendar?
Well, Labuschagne was hoping to play a couple of matches in May, yes, and it has come about. Down the wicket comes Callaway, but Parkinson trying to toss it a little bit wider, but Callaway driving to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, nice to have the option. Glamorgan.
As Parkinson bowls, Callaway again coming down the wicket, driving to mid-off and forcing the misfield. Ouch, as they go through for a single.
I think Jack Leaning has stopped that one with the end of the finger rather than the palm of the hand.
Through for the single, 209 for 4. Is he asking for a bit of tape?
Yeah, it's called for some tape. He's just
well, if it's popped out, then he needs to get off, doesn't he? And he's retreating a bit and hoping the ball isn't hit to him, I guess.
Webbing, I guess, maybe.
210 for 4. Parkinson into Ingram, works it on the leg side, square of mid-wicket, and calls for a single. It is there comfortably. 211 for 4. A lot of crossing round between right and left-handers because they're taking a few singles at the moment. 3 in the first 5 balls. I'm sure Parkinson's overs aren't taking too long anyway. As he bowls to Callaway, and he plays it into a gap on the offside and takes the single. And 212 for 4 at the end of the over. Now 4 runs have come off that over with virtually no risk being taken, which shows that there are runs to be had there. Marnus Labuschagne basically is due over anyway with the World Test Championship final in early June at Lord's, and obviously wanted a bit of time in British conditions to prepare, and said to Glamorgan how about it, and they were willing to accept him on that basis this year. I think probably to maintain longer term links as well with Labuschagne.
Understandable. Here's Garrett to Callaway. Just nudges that into the onside. They'll take a quick single. Just mention that Jaden Denley is on in the field for Kent.
Okay. Is that Leaning who went off then?
He was on. No, Leaning's still on.
Still
And yeah,
still.
so I was about to say, to state the bleeding obvious, someone is off the field.
That's all they're cheating.
And I'm not quite sure who. And obviously we do have I don't use this as an excuse again, but the overhang of the woolly stand makes it difficult to be entirely sure, but and as soon as I mention someone, they will be on the field. So I was going to say Cashy Valley, and at that moment he picked up the ball and started shining it. So a bit of a change in the field anyway. Daniel Bell Drummond is coming into point, is it? Or a backward point? Jane Denley's a very fine fielder, actually. It's a great sub to have. Goes out to the point boundary. Bell Drummond to the sort of wideish gully there, driven by Colin Ingram with venom. It's a great shot, and well, Denley's very fast across the outfield. He's not getting there. What a lovely cover drive that is from Ingram. It's absolutely scorched away, longest part of the ground. He goes on to 20 with a superb boundary.
Yes, Ingram, when he's on his day, is capable of hitting that shot very hard indeed. And like most left-handers cover drives, it looks good. And Ingram also has an ability to place shots where the fielders aren't. And I suspect he did so on that occasion.
Yeah, it really was. Stylishly done. Ominous for Kent as well. 217 for 4. Glamorgan goes to the drive again. Not so ominous. He's got a big old inside edge there as he's gone for another drive into the offside, and it's ended up on his pads and bouncing back out. So, crikey. Well, it's easy to say if he middled that one, that would have gone just as far, if not further. But
yeah, last season Ingram sat out a couple of championship games in the middle of the season, resting for I think the second block of T20 games. I mean, this is rather earlier, but it's fair enough, isn't it? A guy's 39 years old. He's not going to play in every game throughout the season.
No, absolutely. I think Harry Finch was the man who went off, by the way, because I've just seen him re-emerge to our left. There we go, and he'll come back for Jaden Denley, I think. A tendon injury, we're told, by Liam Knight, who came to share commentary with us earlier. His finger. No ball. Garrett switched to go round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram and immediately bowls a no ball. See Redford indicating at the far end. 219 for 4.
Yes, seeing photos of Daniel Bell Drummond in the Kent sweater looks magnificently old-fashioned at times, doesn't it? Looks as though he could have been plucked from the 1930s.
It does, but needed today. There's a stiff breeze blowing across the ground, so if you're in the, I think as Fred was saying to us earlier, if you pick an opportune area, on the Dover Road side of the ground, it would be slightly better. Oh, goodness me, reaching for that one, Ingram. Well, he's gone from the beauteous to the slightly ridiculous there. Ended up almost resting on his bat, flashing at that one outside the off stump, and kept a little bit low as well, I think, through to the wicket keeper. There's no run. 219 for 4.
Yeah, it's strange. The keeper, I think, is the only guy apart from the bowlers who's not got a jersey on, and therefore we can see his number 12, Chris Benjamin.
I guess he's obviously working up enough of a sweat to to keep himself warm. It has been sunshine. It's bright sunshine the whole day, but as I said, a stiffish breeze blowing across the ground. Garrett to Ingram, just on the outside pass of the bat, but it's squirted past Jaden Denley, who's taken some of the force off it, but they will come back for 3 in the end. I said let's say a false shot, but it's just the outside part of the bat there. Ingram just not quite middled it, but he said it was such force that Denley has half stopped it and had to run back to stop it going for 4.
Yeah, I was just wondering why Denley had actually been brought in. Ingram had cracked one past him on the cover boundary, and a couple of balls later he's in saving the single, or trying to.
That's a good call.
Maybe it was when he switched around the wicket. Thought Ingram was less likely to get it through the offside.
Maybe so, yeah. 10 off the bat, and no ball as well, so 12 off the overs so far. And last ball is a dot ball to Callaway from Garrett. Just jarred his right hand against the bat, I think, there. Just took that away rather sharply. But end of the over, 2-2-2 for 4. Double Nelson on the board. Ingram 23, Callaway 9. The wickets to fall since lunch. North East just after lunch, caught by Tawanda Mayeye, bowled by Grant Stewart for 42. Kieran Carlson caught by Daniel Bell Drummond. That doesn't explain the half of it. It was a fantastic catch at third slip, and off the bowling of Kashi for 16, and Asa Tribe, a career high for him in his young career, 21 years of age. 94 he went for, agonisingly 6 short of his century bowler Matt Parkinson.
Ian Evans asking about Ingram rested, saying, is it set in stone? As Parkinson will continue from this pavilion end. Bowling to Ingram, who plays it into the leg side and goes through for a single. Is it set in stone that Ingram will have to make way? Can we not both have him and Marnus and give Fernando a rest? Well, it's set on the Glamorgan website, and the quotes from Mark Wallace, the director of cricket, which is fairly authoritative, that is what is going to happen over the course of the next few weeks, whether you think it advisable or not. As Parkinson bowls to Callaway, who's forward defending, no run. But yeah, you can see the value in giving Ingram the odd week off here or there, whether it's 2 weeks. Maybe he could have been combined with Labuschagne for 1 week, but that's not what is planned at the moment anyway. Down the wicket comes Callaway and has lofted that one over the offside and just gets the single. He didn't get all of it, similar to Ingram attacking Parkinson around about half an hour ago. Just skewed it over the mid-off fielder as he was trying to wallop it back into the woolly stand. Be careful, young Ben. 224 for 4. Ingram on strike, turning it away on the leg side. As we've been saying, there are singles to be had off Parkinson's bowling, and you don't really need to take your life in your hands, maybe. As Parkinson is in to bowl, slightly shorter and flatter, and punched nicely through the offside by Ingram, and timed nicely through the offside by Colin Ingram. Not sure why I'm sounding so surprised, but he'd hit it so hard that the man running around the point boundary never had a chance of cutting it off. Ingram moves to 28. 228 for 4, but with more than half an hour still to go until the tea interval. I think the balance of the afternoon session still up for grabs as Ingram takes a single out to mid-wicket. 229 for 4, and that's only 101 added since lunch now, and Glamorgan have lost 3 wickets, so Kent have dragged it back a bit. Neil Thornycroft on next, suggesting that Ace of Tribes' dismissal was commentators' curse from a couple of our email contributors who were talking about how well Tribe was playing, but there we are. Only takes one mistake to get a batter out. 229 for 4. Ingram has 29. Callaway has 10. And we have 9 overs still until the interval.
Yeah, conversation between the two batters out there in the middle. Red numbers on the back of their white shirts for Glamorgan. As Nick was saying, mostly cable knits for Kent, apart from Chris Benjamin behind the stumps, and bowler George Garrett now. He's been expensive, he's going at nearly 6 and over, none for 65 off 11 so far, but has bowled a number of, I was going to say, potentially wicket-taking balls, obviously not wicket-taking balls. But yeah, very much jumper order, a short sleeve and long sleeve. There's representatives of both in the slip cordon. Tawanda Miae with short sleeves, long sleeves for Jack Leaning, I think. This one is Garrett to Colin Ingram, short sleeves for him. No need for a jumper, and just runs that into the offside. Ben Compton feels at point. So yeah, just two slips at the moment. And 230 for 4. Ingram has 30. Ben Callaway has 10. And unless I've lost my bearings, it's 1:30, so they won't be coming to us here on BBC Radio Kent. They'll be coming to Adrian Harms on the BBC Sussex. But nonetheless, we're hearing them in our nice little trailer, which is building a bit of attention for us. You can't hear it. 230 for 4 as it's wrapped by Garrett wraps Callaway on the pad, going down the leg side. They're a little bit high as well, so an aborted shout by the slip cordon. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's right. I was just going to mention for Welsh rugby fans, as we get the benefit of Adrian Harms from Sussex, or not, well, we're hearing it. But we're not hearing Adrian, who's coming down another line, of course.
Always like to hear from Adrian, though, to be fair. He's fantastic company. I may, just as a rap on the pad again, it's a big shout this time. Apologies, slightly distracted, but...
Yeah, I think someone got something wrong there, and hopefully it wasn't us. Just a little reminder for Welsh rugby fans that Sharks against Ospreys, the televised Scrum 5 game tonight, is a 6 o'clock kick-off rather than the usual 7:35 or thereabouts. So that's on BBC television. You can watch it anywhere in Britain on the iPlayer, of course. Make the most of it while you can, as the BBC's Friday night games come to an end on telly.
Here's Garrett then to... Callaway cuts that away nicely, just outside off stump. It's going to be 4 runs. It is the shorter boundary, that one, and Callaway's found the gap as well, and almost hangdog Garrett just head down there. He's going at 6 and over here. Difficult for the captain here. He's leaking runs, but he does look like he's bowling wicket-taking balls occasionally as well.
Yeah, it's the old phrase, bowling as a unit, isn't it? Which I must admit I was a bit sceptical about for some years, but you do get to see what people are talking about, that you do need 4 bowlers all bowling tightly at the same time.
As Garrett bowls to Ingram, rather, and that goes for a single. That was Callaway, wasn't it?
Yep.
He's right-handed.
Yep.
So I was looking at the scoreboard rather than trusting my own eyes.
Well, he's a right-handed batter anyway. If he were bowling, you could be forgiven for being confused because he has taken wickets in the One Day Cup bowling left-arm spin as well as right-arm, and he did try it in the last over against Derbyshire on Monday night when Glamorgan were looking for the final wicket, and he lobbed one in left arm.
Goodness me, that shouldn't be allowed. As Ingram drives straight down the ground, that's an attractive stroke, and that'll get him 4 as well. Lovely shot. Just transferring the weight forward, and that'll be 4 runs. 239 for 4. He moves on to 34 from 37 balls, and Callaway has 15 from 26. Just what Glamorgan wanted after the demise of Asa Tribe on 193 for 4. It's going well now.
Yeah, I think Callaway had to be persuaded by teammates to try it, because it's not one he does regularly in red ball cricket. But you have to tell the batter, of course, or inform the umpire who informs the batter, but they don't get much time to think about it. Oh, he's bowling the next ball left arm. What? It's coming from a completely different angle. Surely not. 239 for 4. Parkinson, who as far as we know will stick to his right arm leg spin. He's got the one slip in still, and one shortish either side on the drive, but that one is wide enough for Callaway to carve away out towards the cover sweeper for a single. And let's go on to 240 for 4, and now Kenta dispatching 2 into the deep on the leg side, on that longer side of the ground, down to the flats on our left. There's a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket for Ingram to hit with the spin, and he takes it on and hits it up towards us instead. And has that gone all the way? Yes, it has. Just crashing into the advertising hoardings, but over the boundary rope in front of us at long on. Magnificent strike by Colin Ingram, who miscued one over mid-off and just got away with it earlier. And now Parkinson sends long on, mid-on, back to long on, and horse stable ball door bolted, etc. 3 in the deep on the leg side. As Parkinson in to bowl, Ingram deflects it away gently down towards square leg. It's a no ball. How can you bowl no balls off that length of run up? 249 for 4.
It's frustrating, isn't it? But yeah.
Oh, the manual scoreboard's got there ahead of the digital one, excitingly. As that is deflected on the offside by Callaway down towards point, but picks out the infielder there.
Yeah, Colin Ingram forcing the forcing the issue perhaps for Daniel Bell-Drummond as well with the bowling, if they can knock Parkinson out of the attack.
On the back foot, Callaway defends to mid-on, no run.
If he proves to be expensive for 2 or 3 overs, then that was thinking caps on, isn't it? And another challenge.
Yeah, I mean, Parkinson's bowled well enough, you would have thought,
Yeah.
but 3.9 now he's going for. As Callaway pushes forward, no run. Yeah, he's been able to say, Bell-Drummond, right, Parkinson bowl this end for the afternoon session or whatever, and I'm sure that'll get Kent's over 8 back up. But needs a wicket-taking threat. He got rid of Tribe, the important wicket, as Callaway mistimes that one completely. It was shortish from Parkinson, and he was looking to place it away through the offside and dragged it back to the bowler, but along the ground, so it doesn't matter. Wickets to fall then. Ul Hassan 16, Northeast 42, Carlson for 16, Tribe for 94. 21-year-old from Jersey. There have been 2 wickets for Kashif Ali, 1 apiece for Grant Stewart, who's been very economical. 13 overs, 1 for 19. 1 for Matt Parkinson as well. But yeah, he's got most of his bowlers putting things together, but never quite enough at the moment, Bell-Drummond.
And Garrett to bowl once more, and Ingram finds Daniel Bell-Drummond with that on the ground to mid-wicket. Good length delivery, no run, 249 for 4.
14 boundaries, though, struck in the 12 overs that Garrett has sent down, so you can't afford to have one of your bowlers leaking like that, really.
No, and
particularly when young Singh hasn't bowled much.
Yeah, I was going to say they tried to catch Singh, but bowled 1 or 2 decent deliveries, but didn't really settle, did he? Number 24 off 3. I think they found it too easy in his last over to take runs off him. Probably for the captain's liking. Back foot from Ingram steers that behind square. Fielded by Finch. And that's a 250 up for Glamorgan. First batting point for the visitors. Kent have a bowling point, courtesy of the 3rd wicket they took. But 250 for 4 Glamorgan on the road now. Something that Kent have found very difficult over the last couple of seasons, actually, is actual batting points. 250 for 4. 42 for Ingram. 16 for Callaway so far. As Garrett just steadies himself. Callaway on 16. Lifts the bat now. Clips that off the pads. Down towards Finch is in action again. That'll be more fielding to do for him. And a single again.
Yeah, so the half-century standards come up between these two. Glamorgan with 6 batting points from their first 4 games. I think 3 has been their best in any one game. But they'd have ambitions at least of getting the 3 here. You'd thought the 350-ish.
Garrett to Ingram. A little bit late on that. Looked like a decent delivery on off stump, but hasn't overly troubled him. Chris Benjamin is waving his cap at the dressing room, which I'm assuming means he wants a wicket-keeping helmet. He'll be very embarrassed if the helmet behind him turns out to be a wicket-keeping helmet, I'd imagine. So that must be a fielding one. Unless he's literally asking for a new cap, I doubt it. 251 for 4. It's not hot enough for that. Here's Garrett, driven by Ingram. Well, it goes through the man at cover. But actually might just taken the sting off it, the fielder there. I think it's Ben Compton. It's followed up by Kashif, and they come through for 2 in the end.
Yeah, I think he saved a couple of runs, to be fair there.
Yeah.
Got enough of the weight off the ball for it to become 2 rather than 4.
You do get a bit of unpredictable bounce on the square as well, don't you, as it goes through the... Although the ones immediately in front of Ben Compton look like they're in pretty good order. 253 for 4. 4 off the over so far. Ball to come from George Garrett to Ingram. And that has ended up, at least, at mid-wicket, and they'll take themselves 2 runs, and Ingram goes on to 46, and it's 255 for 4.
Was that palmed away by the bowler, or am I...
You're absolutely right. It's gone chest high, and I couldn't work out the trajectory, but yeah, it's gone chest high, and it was a reaction from George Garrett. He's more or less palmed that off his chest, and it's ended up... I
think it was on the bounce rather than a chance.
Yeah, there was no shout at all, was there? So, but yeah.
Self-defence.
Was indeed. And it was hit very, very hard from Ingram. Almost needless to say. Just going to watch a replay of that there. Yeah, I couldn't quite work out. I didn't see the deflection away. How it ended up, where it ended up. Yeah.
Slammed straight back at it.
Indeed. And I think discretion being the better part of valour there, I think. Just made sure he protected himself from it. 255 for 4.
Parkinson to continue despite the assault from Ingram in the last over. He's bowling to Callaway, who's able to step back and steer it through the offside for a single. 256 for 4. So I guess this afternoon session at the moment, Glamorgan have doubled the score but lost 3 more wickets. Kent could claim it's almost parity, but Glamorgan are on the front foot at the moment. Another wicket would change that and get us back towards even Stevens as Ingram defends back to Parkinson. And we're at the time of year where Leicestershire are playing T20 warm-ups. Pair of games against Staffordshire today.
Feels a bit previous, but there we are. It's on its way.
As Parkinson bowls, Ingram knocks it into the offside for a single. Where are we in the schedule? Glamorgan, I can remember easily, start T20 on the 1st of June away to Middlesex. There's 1 or 2 counties just before that.
Yeah, it can still have another couple of games after this, so yeah,
a couple of championship games apiece. As forward comes Callaway, defends on the offside.
Then it's Gloucestershire the Thursday, I believe, after the
Friday the 30th.
Friday?
Yeah,
there we go.
So they got all of 3 days to practice their range hitting or whatever.
Well, it's a good thing you reminded me when it was as well, because I was supposed to go to that one, so that's
on the back foot. Callaway defending. That's Friday the 30th up at Bristol, or over at Bristol.
Mind you, it would have been early, wouldn't I suppose? But at least
24 hours. It's not the most exciting of grounds to spend 24 hours at, I don't think.
That's entirely fair.
Even though it's nicely decorated these days. As that's played by Callaway to cover, and there's no run. Lots of nice murals around the place and tributes to former players and landmarks and that sort of thing. Someone's been busy with the paint pot at the county ground over the last couple of years. 257 for 4. Ingram 47. Callaway is 18, and the stand now worth 64 for this 5th wicket.
Big fan of Bristol as a city, I'm just saying. It's never going to eclipse Cardiff in my affections, so I don't worry about that. But 257 for 4. But Ingram has 47. Leaning is coming on as a change at the far end, and Garrett toiled but couldn't find the breakthrough. Still yet to take a wicket, and 5 overs to go until the tea interval. Ingram 47, Callaway 18. They'll be very happy if they're there at tea. Definitely would be a advantage at Glamorgan. I certainly still feel that it's their day so far. Daniel Beldrum would have liked to make more inroads. Oh, it's an edge off the first ball from Leaning. Attempted to guide it away, has Ingram. He goes for 4, but that's 50. And, he's played very few errant strokes. 4 sixes, 1 6, 47 balls for 50, Colin Ingram. But Kent just had a whisker of a chance to get in there. 261 for 4. He tried to guide it past at first slip around about the third or gully area. Ended up a thick edge pass to Andamieye, but gets himself 4. 2-6-1 for 4, and leaning very nearly as he's has the golden arm attribute as Jack Leaning. All the times we've seen him brought into the attack in both white ball and red ball games, he takes a wicket in his first over. But almost first ball there, but Ingram survives, and when he might, that's hit powerfully. Has that been stopped? Goodness me.
Was looking away to the cover boundary.
Me too. Akansh Singh has stopped that one. It's been absolutely larruped along the ground through extra cover, and Akansh Singh is 3 cut strips away, has stopped that somehow, come up with it. Not surprised it took him time to get back to his feet. That hit very, very hard indeed. This one's much softer, ending up with him at that position. 2-6-1 for 4. So, Colin Ingram not in the mood to allow Jack Leaning to settle. Obviously, it's a tester, but defended back at the bowler. Jack Leaning bowling off spin. Bearded figure, 34 on his back. And bowling his second over of the day. Well, for 16 so far. Crikey, it's a flat delivery, and Ingram just closes the face on that one, turns that backward of square for a single end of the over, and it's 262 for 4. Colin Ingram has 52, and Ben Callaway has 18.
6 fours and a 6 as Colin Ingram, well, one miscue over mid-off when he was on 5, and that edge pass slip wasn't the most convincing of his boundaries, but really he's gone about his business. For a man with a runner ball 50, it's been almost unflashy. He's just knocked it round, really. 1 or 2 scorching cover drives along the way, but Glamorgan supporters have actually got used to this standard of excellence from Ingram. A century and 4 50s to his credit already this season. Top scorer in the championship last year. He's on strike and driving into the leg side for a single. Seems to be alternating between strokes of extreme power and just placing it in between fielders. 263 for 4. Kent probably in need of a wicket to prevent this partnership from running away with them. Callaway on strike. Back on his stumps, bit of turn, but Callaway plays it late and competently out to deep square, who is on that short boundary away on the hospital side of the ground, the higher end away to our right. Very nice watching position there this afternoon, although I generally like watching from square on, but that's so close that you can get the benefits. As forward comes Ingram to defend, no run. And hopefully it'll be a few degrees warmer for everyone tomorrow.
I think we've shut some of the windows here and the door of the commentary box, which has helped a little bit, hasn't it, for the wind tunnel effect. But yeah, it should be warmer tomorrow.
Parkinson bowls. Ingram is forward to the pitch of it. And there's no run.
Yeah, lovely weekend to be watching cricket. Obviously, we realise that the best scenario is listening to us, but if you do want to be in the ground, you can always do that instead, or as well.
Parkinson bowls. Oh, that one's turned a bit. Ingram played it fairly late, confidently, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run.
Keep it a little bit low as well, that one, maybe.
A few oohs and ahs from around the bat, certainly. Parkinson to finish then his 18th over, bowls, and Ingram knocks it gently down towards square leg. They amble through for 1 run, and Glamorgan at 265 for 4 is still scoring at 4.3 runs per over, and if they continue to do that for the rest of the day, they'll have something very respectable on the board, approaching 400. But batting to come, Chris Cook in at 7 these days, Tim van der Hoogten Andy Gorvin, James Harris coming into the side, so there's a little bit more in the lower order than 1 or 2 games this season. 265 for 4.
Jack Leaning continuing from the Nackington Road end. 3 overs to go until the interval. And speeding at the pads of Colin Ingram. Sees that off to square leg where Matt Parkinson field. He goes just backward a square actually now to under Mieye is the one slip for Kent. Again towards the left-hander's pads. Has that snuck through? I think it has. Yeah, it's gone.
It's nearly bowled him.
Gone through to Benjamin. Yeah, absolutely. That looked like a great delivery, and there was some excitement about it. This next one's a little bit wide. He's chopped that down almost onto his stumps, Colin Ingram, and suddenly Jack Leaning is giving him a proper test. I'm going to see that previous delivery in just a second. Oh goodness me, yeah, that's beaten the outside edge of the bat through to the wicket keeper, the previous one. 265 for 4, and it's more driven this one. He hasn't middled that either, but he's got a single off it, so weathers that. 266 for 4. Jack Leaning just causing Ingram some problems there.
Yes, his first couple of overs were quite expensive, but all of a sudden he's maybe found a spot.
Let's go so far as to say innocuous, apart from that first delivery, I suppose, of the previous over, which was edged away, or thick edged away, for 4 to get Ingram to his 50. But round the wicket now to Ben Callaway, the right-hander. Got a leg slip in now to Wanda Mieye. Just pats it to on the ground to square leg to Matt Parkinson. And there is no run. Ball to come. And absolutely flying along with the over rate now, of course. Oh, it's still 4 behind. There we are. As dancing down the wicket comes Callaway. I think that was already a bump ball before it reached Ekansh Singh. It's gone past him, actually, end up to. It's like Grant Stewart for a single end of the over. 267 for 4. I did find the over rates on those.
Yeah, I don't think they don't tend to change them.
No, and it'll suddenly right itself.
Apart from the intervals on the first few days of the game.
I didn't realise that. 267 for 4.
Well, I'm not sure if that's the practice everywhere, but certainly at most grounds, I think they only change them at the intervals, unless presumably a captain requests it. On the final day, they tend to keep it a running total. And the other Division 2 game, Northants 238 all out against Lancashire. As Parkinson bowls, forward comes Callaway and defends, no run. So there are 4 wickets for Balderson, 3 for Phillip, 2 for Williams and 1 for Bailey for the Lankies. Northants 238 all out. Top scorer Lewis McManus 53. Parkinson bowls a bit too much flight there, but it's well fielded at cover as Callaway drives trying to find the gap. So something of recovery from Northants for the last few wickets. As that one's floated as well, and this time Callaway, I thought, had found the gap, but no, the cover fielder did manage to get a hand on it and keeps it down to a single. Callaway aiming, I think, between cover and mid-off there, but couldn't quite pierce the field. Now, there's a lot of changing around for the left-handed Colin Ingram. 3 into the deep on the leg side, in case he tries to hit big with the spin. 268 for 4. Parkinson around the wicket, and Ingram on the defensive. And there's no run. Ingram galloping on to 55. 1 or 2 big shots, but some nicely placed shots as well to keep the score rate ticking along. Now he tries the reverse sweep, but it's half stopped. In fact, that's a useful piece of work there. Is that the skipper in there?
Mieye there.
No, it's Mieye.
Yeah.
at slip, who anticipated that one well. And although Ingram hit it fairly firmly, managed to still get hand to it. As Ingram on the back foot plays out on the offside, so Parkinson will be happy with that. Tidy over, just the single off it. 268 for 4, and this is the final over before tea, so I would have thought that Kent had probably picked up, where are we? Probably picked up the overs they were down at lunch, I would suggest. 37 overs bowled this afternoon now.
Yeah, it's 26 at lunch, wasn't it? So yeah, that's nearly there.
Yep. They may well be level or minus one, I suspect, when that's readjusted after the interval, the final over of which will be described by Mr. Matt Cole.
Thank you very much, Nick, indeed. Yeah, so 20 minutes past the scheduled stopping time, but speared in by Jack Leaning, getting his bowling very flat. It's gone through Daniel Bell-Drummond. And he retrieves the ball. There's a run back after it. He's attempted a diving stop. Then to go and get it after he'd taken some of the sting out of the ball, but they come back for 2. Callaway moves on to 23. Glamorgan 270 for 4. 3 wickets fallen in the second session of the day. This one's driven by Callaway. Finds Akansh Singh. And there is no run. He's at mid-wicket. This partnership at 77 so far between these two, Ingram and Callaway. And Ben Callaway just dead bats that one into the onside. There's no run. 3 balls to come then, or fewer if Jack Leaning was to take a wicket. The next couple of deliveries. This one's whippy hands from Callaway, but can't propel it past Akansh Singh at mid-wicket. So 141 for 3 in this second session. Bump ball straight back at Jack Leaning from Callaway, who was charging Leaning, goes straight back at the bowler. Then Callaway falls in his attempt to get back in his ground, but does make it. Jack Leaning decides not to throw it. Final ball of the session then here. Jack Leaning bowls and driven by Callaway into the onside. 271 for 4 then at tee, and so yeah, 271 for 4. A good session again for Glamorgan. Plenty with the bat. 142 they have scored for the loss of 3 wickets. Those for Sam North East. Caught Miaye bowled Stewart for 42. Kieran Carson caught Daniel Bell-Drummond bowled Kashif Ali for 16. And Asa Tribe, his career high, young career, albeit 21 years old, 94 he went for, bowled by Matt Parkinson. Not out batters. Colin Ingram has made his way to 55 from 64 balls, and Ben Callaway has 24 from 48. Making good progress, Glamorgan here towards a second batting bonus point. Kent looking for answers, as they were at lunch, really, to try and get rid of Glamorgan batters and wrestle their way back into this first day. At the moment, Glamorgan on top, Kent having won the toss at the beginning of day and elected to field first. I'm sure the visitors will be feeling the more happy of the two sides as they go in for tea. There'll be a BBC Radio Kent update coming very shortly for our shared show with Adam Dowling in a couple of moments' time. Otherwise, you'll hear from us in about 20 minutes' time.
Top scorer so far.
Not great for the home side, despite winning the toss and giving a debut cap to Ekanch Singh at 18 years old. It's Glamorgan who've held sway so far on this first day in the sunshine at the Spitfire Ground. 2-7-1 for 4 they are at tee. Colin Ingram has 55, Ben Callaway 24. Couple of wickets for Kashi Valley, one for Stewart, one for Parkinson for Kent. Asa Tribe at 21 years old almost made himself a career best 194 he was out for, but successive partnerships from Glamorgan have really taken the ball into their court. Kent needing quick wickets after tea to battle their way back into this first day. Elsewhere, quite similar for Surrey actually, having put Warwickshire in at Edgbaston. Warwickshire, the hosts are 2-5-1 for 3 at tea, and Sussex 204 for 8, struggling at home against Worcestershire in that other match. Commentary of all 3 of those games resumes after tea via the BBC Sport website and app. Welcome back, Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, final session of day one. Glamorgan 271-4-4, 78 partnership now between Colin Ingram and Ben Callaway. And a bonus point each so far. Glamorgan just 29 from a second batting bonus point. Kent with 4 wickets, will need 2 more wickets. And Glamorgan, having lost the toss and been put into bat, I think will be pretty pleased with their day's work so far. Here's Parkinson to bowl to Callaway, makes room for himself, tries to propel the ball past Ekansh Singh, a debutant who's at extra cover, and there's no run. There's 18 years of age. Got a speech from Joe Denley and handed his debut cap, and that shot is accomplished this time by Ben Callaway. Going back and across, making himself room to drive into the offside for a single. 272 for 4. And Matt Cole alongside me. And Nick Webb, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales, our commentary of this game via the BBC Sport website and app, on the club stream, of course, with the pictures, and via most smart speakers. Just tell your smart speaker, tell them, ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Glamorgan day 1. Or, if it's tomorrow, guess what, day 2. Here's Parkinson to Ingram. Just gently nudges that behind square, and there's no runners. Miei Fields.
Where's the over 8 on this panoply of information on the scoreboard?
It's below the time, bottom middle, and I think that says level now.
Yeah.
Just to give it a 422, yes, so 422. They're back at level par. They have righted the ship as far as the over 8 goes. Now, from a Kent point of view, what would be nice is 6 very quick wickets. This doesn't necessarily look like the pitch for that, but is it the attack for that? Who knows? Not on the evidence we've had so far. Get extraordinary life out of this surface, but dot ball as it's pushing to the offside, no run.
No, I suppose 3 bowlers down in Everson, Gilchrist and Jazz Singh.
Yeah, absolutely, and more. But yeah, Dudgeon wasn't available, as we said. We heard from him earlier. I wonder if he's still tuned in, but we'd love him to be here, but injury has kept him out of the rest of his spell. But yeah, those are the 3 still part of the squad who are out. Nathan Gilchrist is, I'll say, serving. He's seeing out concussion protocols, so injury sustained in training. Everson has a side strain. Matt Quinn we saw around the boundary, but hasn't bowled since pre-season.
Right,
yeah.
So they're 5 down effectively.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, obviously that's considerable for any county side,
yes,
but certainly for a side.
And yes, so Surrey, when we've got another 5, almost as good.
I was trying to avoid using the S word, but yeah, they probably got 5 spare, I'd imagine. But there we are. 273 for 4. Yeah,
Glamorgan without Harris, Crane and Douthwaite for the first 4 games. Harris is playing. Crane's also available. Douthwaite had a bit of a setback after his second team recovery return from a pec injury, but shouldn't be too far away as Ingram plays the first ball of the Stewart over from the Nackington Road end, running towards us.
Still 15 until the new ball is available, so Stewart coming on just after tea. I wonder how long this spell might be for Grant Stewart. They may be conservative with him, perhaps just trying to buy a wicket now.
Yeah, a couple of overs now and then maybe left for the new ball as a second slip is added.
I mean, obviously it's a fair way off, but they've got to conserve.
Yes,
their,
you have to think who's going to be bowling in 15 overs time, don't you, and leave them out of maybe over 70 to 80 or thereabouts. As Stewart bowls and Ingram defends back to him, and there is no run. Neil Thornycroft suggesting could be a perfect wicket for the second game running for Glamorgan. There was a lot said. To be honest, I and my fellow commentators were slightly grumpy about the last Cardiff wicket, in that fast scoring was not possible for most of the game. But those in the dressing room said they thought it was a great wicket. As ball goes through outside off stump and Ingram plays no shot. Just the right amount of contest between bat and ball, which is a fair enough yardstick. Liam on X says, I'm not going to curse him, but Ben Callaway looks a real talent, a promising youngster who could get potential England recognition. Well, 21-year-old who is making his way in the game in both bat and ball. Certainly the county first pick. As Ingram's chops one down towards third man, will run the first one hard, think about a second and then decide against it. Just the single. Not sure that Callaway has had any attention from the England selectors as yet, but
19s or
not to my knowledge, surprisingly. I don't think he has. Henry Hurl is, I think, the most recent England under-19 player, and he's only made one first-team appearance so far. Stewart is in to Callaway, who plays that to square leg, and there is no run.
He looks well put together as a cricketer, certainly as a batter.
Yeah, and has, well, made people wonder why Glamorgan went after Shoaib Bashir on loan from Somerset for the first 3 games. A move that didn't really pay off for either party. Stewart in. Bowls. Callaway plays that one, forces it through the offside. Will pick up a couple of runs. It'll be just hauled in inside the deep cover boundary, but they're through for 2.
Jaden Denley fielding the ball there, so again can have somebody from the, I was going to say starting 11. That is very football, isn't it? But, off the field.
Well, yes, that's fair enough. It's the sub-fielders do make it that say it's not the starting 11 on the field at any given moment.
Still got football issues to be settled in Kent with
All right.
Whitstable Town at Wembley in the FA Vars on Sunday, which is a fantastic event for the smaller sides in the pyramid. Maidstone going for a place in the National League, their National South final in a couple of weeks' time against Boreham Wood. Other games are available. There's Parkinson bowls to Ingram, that aforementioned fielder. Jaden Denny, who I said is a very a more than adequate substitute fielder. He's very fast across the ground. Good hands as well. 2.76 for 4. Stops the ball. Parkinson has bowled 14 already. Bowling a slightly flatter delivery. Likes to give it a bit of air normally, but there's no run there. So I should say that's a week Sunday. Boreham Wood against Maidstone. I'm advertising on BBC Radio Kent already. They said there's no adverts on the BBC. Full commentary. Reverse sweep by Colin Ingram. Backward of square. Welsh listeners, we booking their afternoons off, that's for sure, on a Sunday. Must listen to BBC Radio Kent doing coverage of Boreham Wood Maidstone. Reverse sweep gets them a single. 2.77 for 4. I have to remember where I am. Callaway has 27. The all-rounder. Slip in is Twanda Mayeye. Just he kept it a little bit low, but Callaway wasn't phased by it. Gentle drive out towards the offside boundary. Finch fields, and there's just a single. So field changes over almost procedurally. Slip in, as I said, Mayeye, then not exactly close catches, but on the dry. They've got Compton on the offside, Denley on the onside. And back past the bowler for a single. Jack leaning the fields. Saw Joe Denley doing some work in the nets. Not batting, fractured his arm before the season started. He's on his way back to fitness. And nephew Jaden is holding up the family cause at the moment. This last one, dead batted by Callaway, end of the over. 2.79 for 4 Glamorgan.
How do you do that, do you know? In training?
That was cricketing, yeah.
Ouch.
Not a kitchen mishap. It was so I shouldn't laugh really, but
No.
you have these bizarre injuries that keep people out of sporting events. But
Yes, Welsh Football International, I believe. I can't remember who it was, but slipped after his dog had relieved itself in the kitchen and did something nasty to himself. Probably did something nasty to the dog as well. No, sure he didn't. Northants 238 all out. Wickets continue to fall. Lancashire 20 for 2 in reply. Stewart into Ingram, works it off his legs for a single out to deep square. 280 for 4 Glamorgan. Ingram on to 60 not out.
if you're joining us for the final session, great to have your company. And do get in touch. Tell us what you're up to today, where you're listening. It's BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com, at NickWebb2017 on Twitter, or NickWebb2017 at gmail.com.
Indeed.
On email.
And Blue Sky as well, as this one's driven nicely by Callaway through the offside. It's being pursued up towards the cover boundary, but the ball will win that particular race, and one of the Kent fielders almost did himself a mischief running into the advertising hoardings. They're just pulled out in time after a minor collision. So try and monitor all those channels. It's not always possible to be absolutely up to the minute with everyone. Says he's checking the emails.
See, Mike's been in touch from Sweden again. Really enjoying the match, he says. Spring is in the air here in Sweden. Lots of gardening to do. Listening all weekend. My Swedish girlfriend Nina wonders why in cricket you need to take lunch and then tea. I've explained to her that she's never faced a fast ball or a difficult leg spinner.
Well,
you need a good cup of tea and a sandwich after that.
You'd be pressed to go through 7.5 hours of sporting action without some sort of break. And if you've got a break, you might as well have a nibble or a snack in the course of it. And of course to keep nutrition and hydration correctly up.
It's true. I mean, the footballers get quarter of an hour off every hour and a half, don't they? So why not?
It's a little bit of a committee meeting as Grant Stewart deciding he wants his field changed halfway through the over. 2 slips at the moment.
It's a very long conversation with Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's moving the man who was at mid-wicket over to... Yeah, they're taking the mid-wicket out entirely, so it's a deep square leg now.
Ball on the offside, Sunshine.
Yeah, just reinforcing the field rather than attacking, I would suggest, at this point, on the offside.
Plenty of leg scoring opportunities on the leg side as Stewart bowls, and Callaway plays it into the leg side, and there's an easy single down to deep square. Umpire Newell is not going back and forth between deliveries now between right and left-handers, and well, it's late in the day. As long as he can see the fielder in the way, it doesn't matter that much. 285 for 4. So shadows now over our end of the ground and the stands as Ingram blocks one back to the bowler. No run. But those on either side and the Nackington Road grumblers have nothing to grumble about weather-wise, unless it's too hot. But I don't think it is today. Maybe over the weekend, if you're coming for the weekend, be prepared for anything. Bit of breeze maybe, but meant to be 3 or 4 degrees warmer. As Ingram drives, not quite middling it to mid-off, no run.
As someone that gets caught out by spring, or the first real sunshine of the year every year without having enough sun cream on, that would be my advice. Never taken it myself, obviously, purely hypocritical advice, but you will get burned if you sit in the sun a long time. Who knew?
Stewart in, bowled to Ingram, deflects it on the leg side. Callaway wants a single. Ingram says no. Yes, particularly in Cardiff, if you sit down at the River Taff end, right, it is usually quite a few degrees warmer at that end of the ground than at the Cathedral Road end. Not that we have any time at all to get down the far end. We're lucky to get the odd 15-20 minutes in the Castash Howell stand. As at the end of the over, Glamorgan have moved on to 285 for 4. Ingram 60. Callaway is 33. Just 14 runs since tea, but the pressure back on Kent needing a breakthrough now, otherwise Glamorgan are going to get 400 plus.
Yeah, 14 runs added in 4 overs. It has looked comfortable, I would say. Doesn't feel there's any pressure on, certainly not the pressure that Grant Stewart put on the Glamorgan batters immediately after lunch, but that didn't last either. Matt Parkinson trying to hold down one end here on leg stump. It's just nudged out towards the leg side. Jaden Denley fields. I beg your pardon, that's Ben Compton because he threw it in left-handed. I thought it might be Jaden Denley. But around the wicket comes the leg spinner then to Ingram. It's a bit of pace off the pitch, as it were. Bit of spin, bit of grip, but Ingram just runs it up to mid-on rather, and is a single.
Yeah, I didn't realise at the time the extent of that remarkable Sussex collapse against Worcestershire, which was losing 5 wickets for 1 run.
Oh, really?
And then another 7 runs later. Yeah, they were 80 without loss, became 81 for 5.
Crikey. They've had a good start as well, haven't they, by and large, Sussex, but they win their first 2 games, is that right? And this one's defended into the offside. I mean, I think most
Sussex, they're solid mid-table. 50% record, 1 win, 2 draws and 1 defeat.
Okay.
But decent numbers of bonus points, and they're solidly placed. Worcestershire adrift after 4 rounds, 3 of which they've lost. But then Glamorgan adrift at the bottom of the 2nd division to some extent, despite their decent draw against Derbyshire.
Somerset have had a rough start to the season. Sorry, not as good as expected. They won their last game. This one Callaway whipped this one past mid-on, but it's fielded by Garrett off the bowling of Parkinson. 2 off the overs so far. Ball to come of the 69th over. In fact, sorry, not having it their own way at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. 268 for 3. It's an appeal for a stumping, but I don't think Ingram would have moved an inch outside his crease. But there we go. Nice work from Chris Benjamin. Stump's disturbed. Bale's being replaced right now. And end of the over, 287 for 4.
So, a quiet start after tea for Glamorgan. But the balance of power was the visitors at the moment, as young Mr. Tribe goes for a barefoot walk around the perimeter, having top scored so far today was 94. And we're going to have a bit more leaning.
Yeah, Jack leaning from the far end.
A bit more Jack leaning from the Nackington Road end. 1 over before lunch and 3 in his last spell, as Ingram is on the defensive leaning, getting excited there for a moment.
I think he worried, of this pair, he worried Colin Ingram a good deal more than Ben Callaway. Just spearing the ball in towards the pads of the left-hander.
Leaning in, right arm round. Oh, that's down leg side. Ingram tries to smash it into the middle of next week, and keeper Benjamin is about the only one who comes out of that with credit, because he's stopped it well going down leg side. even if not cleanly, did well to get his body behind it. Leaning in, bowls, and Ingram squirts one away off a thick inside edge down to short fine leg, and again leaning. Some cause there to get excited. 2-8-7 for 4. As that is driven on the bounce back to the bowler. No run. And it's been a stop-start sort of day in terms of Glamorgan progress, but Ingram has accelerated when necessary. Is leaning, chucks one down leg side. That was a filthy delivery, really. And Ingram decides not to try and risk it because he'd look very stupid if he top-edged that one. Leaning into bowl, up in the block hole, flighted and played back to him, and it's a maiden over for Jack Leaning, the first over of that particular spell. 2-8-7 for 4. Ingram remains on 61. Callaway has 34.
Yep, and weather set fair for this game, which may mean, well, certainly Kent won't be saved by it from this day where they've toiled long already. 70 overs in and 287 for 4, so just about 4 and over from Glamorgan. Looking for breakthroughs here. Not looking particularly threatening, but the pressure they're trying to build is by keeping the runs down. Callaway faces the leg spin of Matt Parkinson, goes over the top, and it will carry Daniel Bell-Drummond and go for 4 runs. It will do. I don't think Bell-Drummond was ever in with a chance of a catch there. It was always going over him, turned and chased it, but it has gone for 4 off the leg spinner, as if to emphasise the point. Kent finding it very difficult, or have done all the way through. Apart from Grant Stewart, he's the only one that's really managed to keep things tight enough and threatening enough to worry these batters. As Callaway pushes up to Daniel Bell-Drummond, just takes a single this time. Though Cashy Valley had his moments too. He's taken 2 wickets so far. But you do wonder now, with 9 and a bit overs to go until the new ball, whether Kent will try and see this out, these remaining overs before the new ball's available. Just hoping for as little damage as possible. Doesn't feel like they're on the attack at this point. 292 for 4.
Yeah, even 300 for 4 at the new ball is not a great position for your opening bowlers to start from. Stewart's been economical, Garrett less so.
As this one's blocked away by Ingram into the leg side.
Kashif threatening, Parkinson going for 3.5 and over. It's respectable for a leg spinner. Wonder if they'll give Young Singh a couple of overs now before the new ball.
Interesting, that's a good point. Well do, is Parkinson. That one does turn and shoots a little bit as well. He's asking for an LBW. He's asking quite a lot, I think. It's hit Ingram heading off down the leg side for me. He's done too much of anything.
Yeah, Mason Crane's probably wishing he'd made the team. Glamorgan leggy.
More for Parkinson. Better line from him. Ingram blocks that away, but they've already had 5 off the over off the first 2 balls. 292 for 4 Glamorgan. 61 Ingram. 39 for Callaway.
Having done lots of matches here, with a bit of spin on the first day, does that mean that it's going to be turning square by day 4, or is it likely to flatten out? Any clues?
I think it's more likely to flatten out than the former.
Right.
Certainly. But I think perennially with Canterbury, and this really is, I'm sure this has heard me say this before, but I think lack of bounce, lack of pace might be a problem for the spinners too. Is that it could turn, but whether how threatening that's actually going to be later in the game is a question. They have been working very, very hard, Adrian Long and his team, and Simon Cook, the director of cricket, over the last couple of years to try and...
Callaway cuts hard, but straight to the sweeper on the cover boundary, the cover point boundary, just the single taken. And that is the century partnership between Ben Callaway, who has 40 of them, and Colin Ingram, who has 56 of them, with a couple of sundries chucked in. We're now in the 72nd over. They came together in the 49th, so 23 overs, just over 4 runs and over. Decent.
Yeah, been going well.
There's leaning bowls. Ingram plays it back to him.
They're in the sort of position at this point where I'll be eyeing up the possibility of just batting the once. Although they've not taken that much time out of the game, I suppose, at this point, have they? But certainly batting quick enough.
Ingram turns one towards the square leg umpire. Goes through for 1.
But yeah, I think the Gloucestershire game here, they were criticised for perhaps declaring too late and had Kent 6 down at the end on what turned out to be the worst day of weather of the 4 days. But it was possible to score very quickly. It was, I think, their worry was that, you know, a decent chase was possible. So Glamorgan will need to protect themselves against that.
Callaway plays defensively on the leg side. Yeah, I thought I was quite approving of Glamorgan's declaration on Monday. Set Derbyshire 338 at 4.5 or thereabouts as Callaway sweeps down towards fine leg. Got it all along the ground, but just the single as he hits the fielder. Glamorgan set Derbyshire 338 in 65, and it proved an excellent contest. Derbyshire able to bat at a better scoring rate than anything else in the match on the last day, which was somewhat surprising, but they went for it to their credit. Leaning is in to bowl to Ingram, who defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 3 off the leaning over. 295 for 4. Glamorgan on the verge of a second batting bonus point. And we have for the 8 overs till the new ball, so maybe all spin, or we may be seeing a bit more of Singh, just to give the youngster, get him back in the game after 3 overs. Went for 24 earlier in the game.
Yeah, it's a nice idea, I think, isn't it? It doesn't seem any great threat from the spinners, are saying at this point, and it feels like the phony war, and Glamorgan just building as much as they can these next 8 overs, but it's tossed up by Parkinson, straight back at him from Callaway, fielded off his own bowling.
It's commendable patience from these Glamorgan batters, really, because they're going at 4 and over. They don't need to do anything stupid, and they can afford just to take singles for a few overs if the game situation demands.
Parkinson over the wicket once more, again tosses it up, driven straight at Dekant Singh.
But you wouldn't bet against Ben Callaway aiming one at us at long off in a minute.
No, it didn't quite middle that one. It still went pretty hard at Dekant Singh, didn't it? You could see the intent going through extra cover. They're all wide mid-off, I suppose. It's no run. This next one is dead batted. 295 for 4. But the question is obviously what happens with that new ball, whether it just disappears off the bat faster or whether it is a real threat for when Stewart and Kashif Ali have it. Makes room, guides it into the offside, does Ingram. Takes himself a single onto 63. Glamorgan 297 for 4 now. Sorry, 296 for 4. They'd already got the score right, beg your pardon.
Can happen, can't it, that the new ball accelerates the scoring rate if it's not propelled correctly. But Stewart's been economical throughout.
They've got to make severe inroads at this point. 6 wickets needed. Left outside the off stump by Ingram. Judges that well. Not spinning enough from Parkinson to disturb the timbers. 62 Ingram, 42 Callaway. This partnership at 103 now. Round the wicket comes Parkinson. Quick as delivery to Ingram. Reacts back at the bowler. Just a single off the over. So again, to be pleased with that. Parkinson's going at 3.3 so far. Leaning rather more expensive. None for 25 from his 6. on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales with Matt Cole and Nick Webb. Thank you for tuning in today. Is that a thing of the past? The kids won't know what you mean.
Tuning in, logging on.
Yeah. Shouting at your smart speaker. Ordering your smart speaker.
Clicking whatever needs to be clicked. 296 for 4. Yes. Last time we changed our TV, we bought a smart TV. Leaning bowls, Callaway drives, and we'll get a single up to long on. And this was described as unnecessary by my younger child, suggesting that maybe a lack of smartness in the operator would cancel out the smartness of the television. She's probably right. Ingram drives, a door slams, a single is taken, long on fields.
I didn't realise our door was open there. Well, here we go.
298 for 4.
Yeah, not taking the plunge with the smart TV.
Leaning bowls down the wicket comes Callaway, but Leaning saw him coming, dropped it shorter and flatter. Callaway reacted, thankfully for him, otherwise he would have been stumped by the proverbial country mile. Leaning bowls again, Callaway on the charge. This time he's clipped it into a gap on the leg side. They go through for a single. Just wonder why Callaway's getting a bit twitchy, because Leaning isn't floating many up in the same way as Parkinson does fairly regularly. 44 to Callaway, 299 for 4. Leaning into Ingram, who is forward defending on the off side.
So Chris Benjamin does have his jumper on now. He's obviously decided it's below the requisite temperature now for a wicketkeeper.
Leaning bowls, Ingram pushes on the onside. It's another dot ball, and Ingram's slowed down considerably because he made his 50 off 47 balls. He's now got 63. But he's faced 97 balls. So he actually made 16 runs off his last 50. Therefore, cutting his scoring rate by 2/3.
Great stat, but
approximately.
Yeah, I hadn't really noticed that particularly, but the scoring rate isn't particularly rapid at the moment. It's a solid 4.
I suppose it's because the spinners are on and they're getting through their overs so quickly, aren't they?
Happy to see them out, perhaps. So 74 overs gone, 6 until the. As I was taught very early in my commentary career, until the new ball is available, not due. There we go. Former scorer here in the commentary box, Wendy Wimbush, would give you a very, very stern look. It's not due, it's available. 299 for 4. She's quite right.
Yes, Glamorgan,
no
I think, confused me by, I think it was last time out, by taking it 3 balls into the 81st over. So having assumed it was being taken with the quickie back on.
It's Parkinson to Callaway, blocks that out, no run.
They then tossed the obviously new cherry to Fernando halfway through his over, so whether that's a Fernando thing that he likes to just send down 2 or 3 with the old ball.
Does it psych the batsman out? Who knows? Parkinson once more, and Callaway forward defensive. Well, they're definitely not in the attack here, Glamorgan. If we thought they were going to try and, inverted commas, take advantage of the spinners now.
They got 28 runs since tee off 10 and a bit overs.
Yeah. Which is slower than their average run rate, or their run rate across the piece, although it's that has swept that away. Callaway, Garrett Fields on the slight tumble, and that's the 300 up, and Glamorgan have a second batting bonus point, just 4 down as well. This partnership powers on. And I say powers on, but they really haven't been going going very fast. So it's a gentle cruise at the moment. Maybe it's Parkinson Callaway lets that grip and turn and then steers it into the offside, fielded by Harry Finch, and there's a single.
Well, they've put the brakes on, but there aren't as many sort of half chances now being created in the last half hour or so. So although they've achieved one goal, Kent, in stopping Glamorgan scoring, they so far yet to provoke any mistakes, really.
Yeah, it's fair. They don't look like taking a wicket at the moment, but Parkinson, a flatter delivery from him, but it's a single, a comfortable one up to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on. End of the over. 303 for 4. Ingram has 64. Callaway 47. Matt Parkinson 1 for 84 from his 25 overs and 2 maidens, leading number 28. 7 overs, 1 maiden, going at exactly 4, and he will continue. Hands his cap to umpire Redfern at the far end. Conversation between Matt Parkinson and Chris Benjamin, perhaps something to tuck behind the ear for the following over.
Tom Latham has got a century for Warwickshire, just 3 days after arriving in the country, apparently. As Leaning doesn't deliver for whatever reason, the first ball of the over. Ingram appeared to be ready, but he pulled out. Maybe lost something in the delivery stride. Leaning in, bowls, a little bit more air there. Ingram pushing gently towards mid-wicket, no run.
As many fine international cricketers do, learned everything he knew that of any merit here in a short spell at the Spitfire Ground, of course, Tom Latham.
Leaning in, bowls. Ingram pushes towards deep mid-on and scampers through for a pretty safe single. Glamorgan will be hoping that Marnus Labuschagne adapts to British conditions as quickly. Actually, I wouldn't say specifically Welsh conditions, since his 2 championship matches are both at home over the next 2 weeks. As Callaway whips one through the leg side, we'll pick up at least a couple here, as he's done his best to bisect the fielders. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, runs round to make the stop. 2 more to Callaway to move on to 49 not out. And Leading just making him wait cannily to have any chance to reach the half century. Callaway down the wicket and drills it back to the bowler on the bounce. That was hit hard. He has got itchy feet at the moment, Ben Callaway, hasn't he? Keeps coming down the track. Just 4 boundaries so far, but going along at around 60 runs per 100 balls.
The picture told a story there. We just saw Grant Stewart coming back to presumably come on the field in a few minutes' time. This side of the boundary rope, but holding a box of balls in his cricket balls in his right hand. So if ever there was an indication of what Kent were going to do.
Leaning bowls, back on his stumps goes Callaway, and being made to wait for a potential half century. Next delivery from Leaning is a full toss, but Callaway's missed out rather, dragged it straight to short mid-wicket. There is no run. 306 for 4 after 76 overs. 4 to go until the new ball is available, as Callaway looks for a 3rd half century in consecutive matches.
Yeah, I've seen his first class career so far. So those 250s, his first 250s have come in those games. Is that right?
Yeah, top score 36 last year. But he did have to open for a game or two in the Glamorgan opening the batting tombola. Everyone gets a go at some point.
The Wheel of Fortune stopped on him. Here's Parkinson, tosses that up. It's driven by Ingram, and Ben Compton's not knocked off his feet by that drive, but went to ground just in case, I think, to cushion the blow. Rubs his hands. Slip still in to Anna Mieye as Ingram. Gentle drive up to Daniel Bell Drummond, whose mid-on position is more or less 2/3 of the way to the boundary, so not far from us in our commentary position here. Looking across the member stand there. Beginning a little bit chilly, 1 or 2 coats on now. This is Parkinson. To Callaway, steers that into the offside, and that is his 50. 3rd consecutive 50 for Ben Callaway in the county championship. 4 fours, 83 balls. He's had to be patient at times. Looked a little bit antsy in the last couple of overs to get that half century, but has got it now. 50 of 83 balls, 308 for 4 Glamorgan, and it's a partnership of 116 so far between these two. Driven up to Daniel Bell Drummond, and a single more taken. Sorry, my math is all off there, isn't it? It was 115. But 309 for 4.
Yeah, Callaway having waited 8 games. Oh, it's his 9th before he made a first-class half-century. Now reached that in 3 successive games.
Great work, and he's on strike again as Colin Ingram took a single off the last ball, makes room, cuts away. Kashif Ali fields at point, no run.
I mean, he did say, I had a bit of a ropey start, but since he'd made, I think, 80 yards in his one-day cup debut, we all knew he was a good bat. It's just a question of when it would happen rather than if.
Putting together a series of scores now, and is quicker and flatter from Parkinson. Driven again into the offside, this time leaning fields at extra cover, and there is the end of the over. Dot ball there, 309 for 4 Glamorgan. So potentially 3 to come before a new ball is taken. It'll certainly be available. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners and across the southeast very shortly. Although they're not playing my theme music just yet.
It's all right, I'll shut up when I...
That's when we know it's serious.
I hear you. I hear it. 309 for 4. Leaning from the Nackington Road end in probably the penultimate over before the new ball from that end. As that's faster delivery, allowed to go through outside off stump, and there is no run. 309 for 4. Leaning. Getting through his overs pretty quickly, just walks until the last couple of paces. Now he's flighted one, and Ingram pushes it gently up towards deep mid-on. It says to Callaway, as soon as it's beaten the bowler, there's an easy single there. 310 for 4. Ingram on to 68 not out, having decelerated after reaching his 50. Being made to work for their runs at the moment, Glamorgan, which is as it should be by Kent, as Callaway comes down the wicket, this time drives hard to long on for a single. 311 for 4.
So 311 for 4, about to get our update. Oh, I think travel first.
Unless you're called Zoe. Leaning is into bowl to Ingram, who defends that one into the offside. Fielded at cover, and there's no run.
I'll answer to anything.
Well, anything male is my answer. Rule of thumb on air. If I was introduced to Zoe, I might feel it necessary to have a gentle correction. As Ingram squeezes one away on the offside for a single. 312 for 4.
And they say the magic cricket word. There we go. That's the time. Coming to us shortly, but we don't hear the travellers in our headphones, do we? Oh, we hear the cricket jingle there. That's
we heard that jingle.
Yeah. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners and across the south too. Southeast. A Glamorgan 312 for 4 going from strength to strength. The visitors here, unfortunately for Kent, they won the toss and put Glamorgan in. Not looking like such a great decision now in the sunshine here at Canterbury. Colin Ingram, the South African, has 69, so often scores runs against Kent. And young Ben Callaway, a third consecutive half century for him on 52. A 100-plus partnership for them. I mean, a couple of wickets for Kashi Valley, one for Stewart, one for Parkinson for Kent, but those have been ifs and buts really in a day. Dominated so far by Glamorgan. Kent really need quick wickets now to wrest control back of this first day here at Canterbury. Similar story for Surrey in the County Championship Division 1. The champions struggling against Warwickshire, having put them into bat. Warwickshire 294 for 4 at Edgbaston currently, and Sussex have fought back. A bit of a rollercoaster of innings for them at home to Worcestershire. 244 for 9 now, Sussex. Commentary of all three of these games available via the BBC Sport website and app.
Oh, you rattled through like that, like the person saying the terms and conditions at the end of a TV ad. Terms and conditions on this website.
Yeah, Surrey and Sussex also apply. 313 for 4. Here we go. It's tough to get all that news in 30 seconds, but there we are. We do our best. Parkinson round the wicket. 78 overs gone. 313 for 4, Glamorgan. Callaway just clips that behind square. Kashi Valley is doing what looks a bit like a backward roll, I suppose. But what he's doing is stretching his legs up towards his chest and loosening up the lower back.
It's a man who expects to be propelling the new Cherry in a couple of overs' time. That's what that is.
Going to say, if one of the four horsemen of the new ball, Grant Stewart, appeared with a box of balls, and then the excited warm-ups of Kashi Valley are absolutely right. I'm sure it'll be those two. This one is steered behind by Ingram for a single. 315 for 4. He's back there, and the roll's almost complete there. Oh, he follows it up with a hamstring stretch going forward.
Oh dear, it makes me feel tired just watching that.
I was going to say, I'd need a couple of weeks in traction, I like to say. After
oxygen
like
chamber, please, from Mr. Webb.
Around the wicket comes Parkinson. A little reverse paddle from Callaway. Has that gone up in the air? I think it has. I lost the trajectory of it.
I think it just lobbed wide of the fielder because there were shouts of catch it. It didn't go very fast.
No, I think it's come off a top edge then.
It spun past the fielder, and then both batters were almost in mid-wicket, deciding whether they should run or not. So I
was first watching
close to a catch, close to an almighty run-out mix-up.
I was first watching the fielder. I don't think that Akansh Singh picked the flight off it. The batters certainly didn't know where it was, and Matt Parkinson, I think, was the man who was the closest to knowing where it was and was very angry it wasn't caught for a catch and kicked at the ground, and a big plume of dust came up from it. 316 for 4, so 3 off the over so far, and mood not improved for Matt Parkinson. 1 for 90 for him so far, though he's done pretty well to keep, as you were saying, Nick, things down to about 3 1/3 and over. 1 ball to come of the 79th. He might not bowl for a while after this one, and Ingram helps that one with the spin to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on, end of the over. Grabs his jumper and throws his cap to the floor, Matt Parkinson. Dear. If you were in any doubt about the tenor of his mood, he's stomping off into the outfield right now.
Teapots all round for Mr. Parkinson.
I was going to say that.
Toys out of pram.
Indeed, yeah. The toy's out of the pram, the cap's on the floor.
316 for 4, last over in all probability before the new ball. Duncan Evans hoping that Kingram and Ben bat sensibly for the rest of the day. And says he was looking at an old scorecard from the Tonbridge Ground.
All right, yes, yeah. Tonbridge School.
Old grounds no longer used for...
Well, that is the old Tonbridge Ground, not Tonbridge School.
All right.
Maybe not.
Okay. Yes, old Tonbridge Ground, he says. Yeah. So, 80th over. Yes, there are a few in Wales that are no longer used or will be no longer used. St Helens, sadly, no more cricket in all probability at the end of this year. No first-class cricket since 2019. Leaning bowls, Callaway tries to cut. Appeal for catch at the wicket from keeper and bowler and not from slip. 316 for 4.
There we go, the Angel Ground in Tunbridge.
Yeah.
1869 to 1939. Even before my time.
So that's down leg side, helped away by Callaway. Pick up 1, turns and calls Ingram back for the second. 318 for 4. So St Helens will be shortly joining the ranks of the former grounds in Wales. There are, I think, 2 or 3 where they've played first-class cricket over the years. We have had this discussion. One at Margam that moved a few hundred metres, and we had to decide whether that counted or not. Rodney Parade in Newport, built upon as Callaway cuts hard and will pick up runs here. He'll pick up a boundary to disturb the peace of this evening session, which has been relatively sedate.
So that was a cricket ground alongside the football ground?
Alongside the rugby ground that's now a football ground as well.
Okay.
It's a rugby ground for 100 years before it was a football ground.
Apologies.
Oh, that's all right. I don't expect you to know the minutiae of...
I won't be allowed in the country.
Yeah, you'd be stopped in the Severn Bridge.
We heard.
322 for 4. Callaway on to 60. And there's another, sort of appeal for a catch at the wicket.
It's a very polite appeal, that one, of you.
Gentle inquiry for a catch at the wicket. Ingram wants some more gloves. I think that was the signal. As Callaway gets a thick edge and will get 4 runs down to third man. And, a punch of gloves with Ingram mid-wicket, but Callaway didn't seem very pleased with himself for edging that, even though he's got 4. He moves on to 64. His career best on Monday was 74. So, leaning to finish his 10th over, as 0 for 45 at the moment. And bowls, and Callaway is forward defending. 326 for 4 on the board for Glamorgan after 80 overs, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that, having been put into bat and established a really strong batting position, or the foundation of it, unless they fold like a pack of cards from now on. But after scoring 431 in the first innings last week, they look favourites, shall we say, not certain, but favourites to get more than 400 again, and they're going a decent rate. So there we are, 30 more to score bonus points in. Poof. If they stay on track, if they keep wickets on hand, they can think about maybe pushing towards 450, but from the county cricket that I've seen so far this season, there haven't been that many sides who've looked to accelerate towards batting bonus points. The philosophy seems generally to be get the runs on the board however long it takes.
Yeah, and maybe earn a win, those extra 8 points for a win, rather than gamble on an extra point, losing your wickets perhaps. But the new ball has been taken, well, that's a surprise. So who's chosen which end? Kashi Valley will bowl from this pavilion end, and I would be hugely surprised if Grant Stewart doesn't bowl from the other end.
Kashif look a bit more dangerous from the Nackington Road end in his previous spells.
I think you're probably right, yeah. Although Stewart bowled quite well from that end as well, and they had Parkinson on for so long at this end, I've almost forgotten what happened before that, to be honest. So, but I take your point about Kashi.
I suppose both of them both he and Stewart have probably bowled better from the top end away from us.
I'll need to bowl better and better to make any inroads here. 326 for 4, and that one down the leg side is a massive appeal from Chris Benjamin. And they're looking at the square leg umpire. He's gone. He has gone. Colin Ingram, there was a look to the umpire. Mark Newell has looked across to Sue Redfern. Sue Redfern has obviously indicated that is out, and umpire Newell has given Colin Ingram, who, it's fair to say, looks very disappointed and makes a gesture towards his thigh pad as he goes past his batting partner. He is bitterly disappointed by that. Obviously, from our vantage point here, impossible to tell about what contact is made, but Colin Ingram goes off shaking his head. If you ever need an indication of a man who thought he wasn't out, I say the body language suggests that he was not concerned, but that might have been kidology, who knows. But it's gone down the leg side and is adjudged to be a strangle. So they get a wicket with the very first ball when the new ball's available. Kashif Ali has Colin Ingram caught off the bowling. Chris Benjamin catches off the bowling of Kashif Ali, and Colin Ingram is gone. The score is 3-2-6 for 5. I didn't give you a score, it's 70 exactly.
Yes, Ingram obviously didn't think he'd hit that. He wandered off shaking his head, and that's not a gesture to the umpire, really. It's not kidology, is it? It generally thought he hadn't hit it. Obviously flicked something on the way past, but he thought it was his hip. Umpire Newell thought otherwise, having checked that it carried, which is the only reason really he could have consulted his square leg umpire. 326 for 5. Kent might be a bit fortunate with that one.
Yeah, I'd have to say from their point of view it was a prolonged appeal, wasn't it? They didn't give up after Mark Newell had indicated that he thought it was not out, and did keep going, but yeah, we'll have to I guess let the scorers take over at this point. But 3-2-6 for 5. Elation on one side, disappointment on the other. Kashif Ali then to bowl to Chris Cook, and through to the wicket keeper. There's one man doing the so trying to build the pressure.
Needs a bit of a chorus, that.
Does really. I'm not sure that'll chill the blood of Chris Cook, will it?
I doubt it very much. Man who's played limited overs games at the likes of Taunton and Chelmsford, I don't think is going to be intimidated by a one-man vocal army from Kent.
Doubt it very much. Glamorgan wicket keeper, of course, and very fine middle order batsman. Here's Kashif to Cook. Oh, that is a whisker away from taking the off bail off, and that has come back at Cook. It's a delicious delivery from Kashif Ali to dot ball.
So Ingram with consecutive scores of 81, 64 and 70. Indicates a man in form.
Yeah.
Rather than a man necessarily needing a rest, but Glamorgan playing not quite the long game, but the medium-term game in having Ingram fit and firing for as long as possible during the course of the season.
Kashif to Cook, walks across his stumps very deliberately and steers that with some venom right out of the middle of the back foot through the offside, 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. You could hear the report from the back, couldn't you, there?
Sounded good, didn't it?
Yeah.
330 for 5. So that wicket with the first ball of the new ball, certainly making sure that Kent have got a chance of being back in the game by close of play tonight, with another 50-odd minutes of cricket to go.
So Chris Cook has had a good start to the season. So very nearly had 4 consecutive 50s to start, but 49 not out against Derbyshire ruined that statistical run, but shows he's in good nick. He's Kashif to him now, and that is no real foot movement, but just steers the ball into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, half centuries in the first innings against Leicester and Gloucestershire. The second innings at Middlesex, where Glamorgan tried in vain to save the game on the last day. And then, the declaration at Derby on the last day was 49 not out at lunch.
Another 50 would be very handy indeed. Glamorgan trying to build this big first innings, 330 for 5. Gets on the front foot, slightly took a pace down the pitch, I would say, or half a pace, and back at the bowler, and end of the over, 330 for 5. Callaway, Ben Callaway on 64. Career high score in the 70s as well, Ben Callaway, as they consult in the middle.
Yeah, Kashi Valley dragging things back from a personal point of view as well as a team point of view. Just 5 wickets in the first 3 games that he's performed in, with bowling average of 67, which is not what you want from your overseas, but that's going down. At the moment, he's 3 for 54 in his 13 overs. So he's taken the wickets, and Grant Stewart has capped the run rate down, and it will be Stewart, as we surmised, who will operate from the Nackington Road end. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. So he's going for fewer than 2 runs and over, and he's in to bowl to Callaway, who drives through the offside and will pick up runs here, 4 of them. There's no sweeper on the cover boundary at the moment, and that's raced away for 4. Callaway on to 68 not out. Ingram in the end faced 114 balls, hit 6 fours and a 6. As that sees Callaway, I think, play inside it deliberately. No contact is made anyway as it goes through to Benjamin. So Ingram didn't actually hit a boundary after reaching 50, and faced another 67 balls. So pretty much went into his shell, as far as Colin Ingram ever does. Callaway leaves outside off stump. Stewart again getting excited, but they did share a partnership of 133 for that 5th wicket. And Glamorgan overall are still over 4 runs and over. 14 overs and 3 balls to go tonight. Callaway again leaves outside off stump. Young man like Asa Tribe, learning by the week. And as I mentioned, Glamorgan have had a fairly senior team in age over the last couple of years, so really is good from the Welsh point of view to see 2 21-year-olds come through and earn regular first team places at the same time. Next delivery down leg side. There's another inquiry, well, suggestion of an inquiry from Bell Drummond, and when the other slips, but having had one ruled in their favour in the last over, I don't think can particularly expect another one. Ingram gone for 70, much to his obvious displeasure. Stewart races in, bowls. Callaway drives, this time well fielded at cover, and there is no run. So Kent doing their best to pull things back. They did take 3 wickets in the afternoon session, but that was for 133 runs. So far in this final session, it's 62 for 1. But they have put the brake on the scoring rate. Glamorgan really haven't been absolutely in control at any point, even though the scoreboards looked healthy. The run rate has actually declined since tea.
It'll be Kashi Valley then to resume. 3-3-4 for 5. 2 slips in, not exactly on the attack, Kent, in that respect. I'm expecting some edges then. Cook on 4 into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it's trying to get pressure on really, isn't it? 6 saving the single, 2 slips, and a fine leg, the only one out. So had to strangle this Glamorgan innings in the same way as Ingram was given out, strangled, as they say, caught behind down leg side.
So, yeah, some steam coming out of his ears when he departed, that's for sure. Didn't feel he did it. It's Cash Eve bowls, and this is driven stoutly into the onside and saved from going for any runs by Ben Compton. Good shot from him, good stop from him at mid-wicket. Phil's been in touch on the email. We'll get to that very shortly. 3-3-4 for 5. 2 dot balls so far. Ben Callaway has 68. Very fine innings from him after 101 balls, but Kent struggling here. Glamorgan less so. As Cash Eve bowls on off stump, defended by Chris Cook. Phil on the emails. BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com. Oh no, Phil, you've slipped through on the old one. There we go. My inbox is still working, but yeah, just put a BBC on the old address, Phil, in case this one does get decommissioned by our superiors. Let's have BBC in it. So yeah, BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com for Kent all season. But Phil, I will read your email on this occasion. I will allow it. Here's Cash Eve to. I'm only joking. Ooh, slower ball. It's a leave from Chris Cook. There was a shout from the Kent wicketkeeper and slips.
Yeah, moderately adjacent to the stumps, I suppose.
I think maybe just the fact he'd left it was quite close. Should we call that a good leave? Yeah. Certainly in that there are 2 types, as we always say. But Phil saying, oh, thank you very much, Phil. Delighted to hear me back. Well, there we go. Hope you're well.
Friend or relative?
I can say. Thanks, Dad. Sorry, that's shouldn't read those bits out, but very kind of you anyway. We're all very well, thank you. And that's driven for 4. I say we're all very well. Kent not particularly. Straight drive by Chris Cook. That'll go for 4 runs. He moves on to 8 and 3-3-8 for 5. It's about the only one who was a little perplexed by Kent not batting first with a bowling attack that is essentially 3 seamers and 2 spinners. The only thing I can think of is that it was a reaction to the 129 all out at Middlesex, which seems very negative in the Daniel Bell-Drummond, Adam Hollyoake era. Daniel Bell-Drummond seems a very decent tactical captain, so I also wonder whether things may have been different at Lords if he was on the field on the last day, although Jack Leaning clearly knows what he's doing. Just a couple of thoughts. Phil, thank you very much. He says, Phil, still unfortunately from Sittingbourne. Sittingbourne's a lovely part of the world. It's flicked into the onside. Maybe I'm missing the point.
Unfortunately from Sittingbourne.
Yeah, so still unfortunately from Sittingbourne. There we go. But I may have got the inference wrong there, Phil. So apologies if I have. It wouldn't be the first time I've entirely missed the point. End of the over. You listened to me for long enough to know that, Phil. 3-3-8 for 5. It's an interesting question, and earlier Nigel was pointing out that the last 3 tosses, I was going to say, haven't gone Kent's way. They have gone Kent's way, but the immediate reaction to them, conceding nearly 400 against Gloucestershire, having put them in here, being bowled out by Middlesex for 120 odd, having put them, elected to bat first at Lords, doesn't look good. And this 3-3-8 for 5 is not particularly healthy for Kent either.
As a new over sees Callaway playing no shot, the first ball outside the off stump from Grant Stewart, the economical Grant Stewart. And his field consists of 3 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside. Mid-on is the only one saving the single on the leg side. Square leg is deep. Fine leg is deep in front of the dressing rooms as Stewart bowls, and Callaway pushes it into that yawning gap on the leg side to mid-wicket and goes through for the single. The gold writing on the ball glinting in the evening sunshine.
I think the question for Kent here will be, and for Kent supporters, dare I just turn it that way, is after that wicket from Kashi Valley, obviously that was great on the stats, how worried are the Glamorgan batters by what's happened in the ensuing 3 and a bit overs? 339 for 5, because that way certainly this innings may rest.
There's Stewart in to Cook, who plays that one out onto the offside, and there's no run.
Answers on a postcard, please.
The batting to come: Van der Hoogten, Gorvin and Harris.
And Harris can bat a bit, can't he, at 10? Crikey, that's not bad.
Probably at 10, I would have thought. Maybe ahead of Gorvin, though Gorvin has had a maiden first-class 50 this season. Harris's batting in his second spell with Glamorgan has not quite lived up to some of his mid-career stuff. As Cook drives, is that a no ball? Yes. Umpire Redfern extends the arm towards the scorers, away to our left. The total moves on to 341 for 5. 350, of course, is the third batting bonus point, and it'll take something dramatic for Glamorgan not to get that. Kent with just the one bowling point at the moment, as Cook leaves a ball that goes through lowish outside off stump. But plenty of time to get bonus points. It's the best part of into an hour tomorrow morning, if Glamorgan are still going, to earn the old bonus points. Glamorgan adding to their 6 in 4 games. Kent have done well on the bowling front with 12, maximum 12 from their previous games. As Cook defends, back to Stewart, no run. Old-fashioned virtues from Grant Stewart at the moment, bowling nice and straight, wicket to wicket. Not at devastating pace, but making it awkward for any sort of scoring off him. 341 for 5. Tribe 94, Northeast 42, Ingram 70. Now Callaway has that's punched by Cook into the covers, and there is no run. Callaway on 69, not out. His previous best is 74, so that'll be on his mind, even if not necessarily on that of many other people in the ground, but personal landmarks always welcome. 9 runs for Glamorgan to get for a third point. 1 wicket for Kent to get for a second point. 1 or 2 leaving the shade of the woolly stand in the last few overs. Maybe they're slightly disillusioned Kent supporters. Their attack toiling somewhat for most of the day.
Yeah, a couple of cars leaving far end there, but still a pretty good attendance here. On a sunny day, albeit, is Kashi Valley, clipped off his toes by Callaway into the onside. No run, fielded by Ben Compton there. 2 slips in there, as Nick was saying, as fielders saving the single. Point at extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, square leg. It's a long leg as well. So pressure comes from that, trying to reduce the scoring rate, not necessarily from packing the field behind the batter. And you haven't really seen many edges flying around. Not for a good long time in this game. This first day. 3-4-1 for 5. Glamorgan. Kashif bowls to Callaway. Just that's a scruffy bit of fielding from Harry Finch. He won't be pleased with that point. Pretty tigerish there, but just didn't pick it up cleanly the first time. And they get through for a single, do they? Oh no, doesn't look like they have. Dot ball, beg your pardon. It's like, yeah, Callaway was sent back by his batting partner. I was watching the fielding, but no, It's a dot ball. So Kashif, Pakistan. Medium fast bowler, right arm over the wicket now, bowls to Callaway, turns that off his pads, dot ball again, as it's fielded by Akansh Singh, Shivani the bowler of course. Ben Compton takes the ball, hands it to Akansh. I think we'll be chatting to on the day's done. Big day for him, being handed his cap by Joe Denley, with, I'm sure, one or two kind words. I think a lot of him do Kent, the 18-year-old. Kashif bowls, it's clipped off the pads, down towards fine leg, little glance, and come back for 2. Is there a bat on that? I think from the trajectory.
No.
Well, no is the answer. I thought it was a bit too square for it to have come off just pad, but it did indeed. So the pace taking it down towards the boundary.
Yeah, I think Callaway seemed to believe that was going for 4 because he didn't run the first one very hard and then had to belt the second.
They put up as 2 runs on the board. Well, at least the scorers thought the same as me, but they've taken the indication now off the umpires, and it is 2 leg byes up on the scoreboard. But 3-4-3 for 5. It's a good thing the umpires are a lot closer; they can actually work out these things. Here's Kashif, little bit of width outside the off stump, up on his toes. Callaway has clipped that through the offside beautifully, and that'll be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. The ball on the rise, top of the bounce, and clipped just forward. A square on the offside, 73 he's on to. 3-4-7 for 5. So his career high is coming close. It may be not only Ace of Tribe reaching that landmark today. So what was that, 74?
74.
Yes, so yeah.
On Monday.
On Monday, yeah, as long ago as that. Quickly we forget. Yeah, so really just stringing some scores together as well, which is great for the confidence and obviously great for Glamorgan looking at this prospect. A batting all-rounder as well. He will bowl. Here's Kashif, bowls to him now. Back at the bowler. No run. End of the over. It is. So 85 gone on this first day. So 11 still to be bowled. 3-4-7 for 5. I don't think we're going to finish at 6.
No, but it's going to be respectable. I think 6:15 maybe.
After 26 overs in the first session, they've absolutely rattled along today, haven't they? So.
Yes, I mean, I tend to think there's anything before 6:30 is respectable, really. 3:47 for 5. Glamorgan need 3 more for the 3rd batting bonus point. And Chris Cook is the man on strike. And he's beaten by that one, driving it outside off stump. The lettering on the ball flashing in the sun as it went through to Benjamin. 3 slips still. Plenty of room on the leg side if he does stray towards Midland leg, but the Italian international has shown few signs of straying today. Stewart bowls outside off stump. Stewart playing no shot, and the maybe cryptic entry on Playfair: England qualified due to Italian mother. Work that one out. From a man born in Kalgoorlie, Western Australia.
It's another one of the wonders of mysteries of cricket, I think.
Stewart bowls. Cook is defending to cover, and there's no run. Is Brexit responsible for that one? Who knows?
I honestly don't know, but there we are. But as you say, Italian international, so which he probably qualifies for. He's not, as I like to say, he's not a Jack Charlton. Once went to Venice.
Had a dish of pasta, yes.
No,
had a pizza last night in play for Italy. Cook pulls hard out towards mid-wicket. He's hit that one fairly firmly, and they'll come back, though, for a second run, since deep mid-wicket is in a different postcode, and the throw doesn't anywhere near reach Chris Benjamin, to emphasise that point. 3:49 for 5. Cook into double figures. Single needed for Glamorgan to take a 3-1 lead on bonus points. As Cook drives nicely through the offside. Hasn't quite timed it, but he's hit it pretty firmly, and on a short boundary, that's enough to earn him a couple of runs. It is just about clawed back from inside the cover ropes, and the gentle applause for Glamorgan's 350 in 85.5 overs and 343 minutes of hard-fought county championship cricket here on the BBC.
Yeah, good stop actually by Akansh Singh there. Fully committed, as you say. Short boundary, looked every inch it was going for 4, but just the 2.
3-5-1 for 5. Stewart to Cook again, pulls again out towards mid-wicket. This will be at least another couple, and it's been brilliantly stopped inside the deep mid-wicket ropes to save a couple of runs for Kent.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to see who that is out there. I think he might be Matt Parkinson. He's got up a little bit lame for him, I have to say. It was a great tumbling stop, more or less on the rope, I think, but he's looking a little bit.
Yes, coming in rather gingerly.
Yeah.
353 for 5 is the score anyway. Yes, I'm surprised you haven't had a whip round among the commentators to get the technology to have numbers on their jerseys.
Oh, it's these original cable knits, I gather. It's very difficult to print on them, so there we go. They're proper.
They're quite stylish, but
hand knitted.
Yes,
from local wool, possibly.
Local sheep for local people.
Indeed. Kashi Valley 353 for 5. Oh, it's a snorter, rising delivery. I think it's taken the shoulder of the bat and has gone for 4 runs. And there was just a gasp almost, a strangled gasp, as that rose on Ben Callaway, and he knew very little about that. We've not seen many deliveries do anything like that. It has skewed over and past second slip. No chance for anyone to get a hand on it.
And a career best.
There we are. Sorry, I shouldn't be talking so much about the delivery. Ben Callaway, 77. Congratulations. Going from strength to strength.
Not the most stylish way to get there, but they all look the same in the scorebook.
You're absolutely right. No one will care a jot. Here's Kashi bowling to him once more. Callaway gets solid bat on that one. I guess no runs for it. Funny old game cricket. 3-5-7 for 5. So he's waited 4 long days to notch his career best. Feels like, joking aside, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? You just keep on going and in short order getting better and better in terms of your run returns.
Yeah, can he keep on going for the rest of the evening? That'll be his next target, 10 overs away.
Yeah, 100 may well be in sight today or tomorrow in that case. Drive from Callaway up towards Danny Drummond, stopped by the Kent captain, who blows on his hands, but looking here, and we're protected from the breeze, and just looking at sunshine, and you see fielders out there with hands in their pockets, looking a little bit hunched and rubbing their hands. It probably is a little bit brisk in the centre now.
Yeah, it was meant to be top temperatures around 17 today, 20, 21 over the weekend.
Yeah. I want to look at the feels like temperatures as well, just sort of 13, 14 I think with the breeze, so into the offside, but yeah, in the sunshine, and certainly those spectators on the old Dover Road side of the ground, as Fred Atkins was telling us earlier, a little bit more sheltered down there during the day. Have not moved very far, enjoyed themselves. Perhaps if they're mostly Kent supporters, most of them not particularly enjoying the match situation. Glamorgan have come here and done a job on the first day. 3, 5, 7 for 5. As Kashif now bowls to Ben Callaway, goes to the pull, gets hold of it along the ground. George Garrett fields, throws back in. Good throw actually to the wicketkeeper Benjamin, but they were quite safe. Single taken. So Chris Cook has 14 from 22 so far. And the new ball is nearly 7 overs old. Minimum remaining after this over will be 9 overs. And it'll be 9 overs in that case. The light is absolutely perfect, not a cloud in the sky. And we'll go beyond 6 o'clock as well. Kashif then to Cook. And defends it right in the middle of the bat. Up towards Ekansh Singh at mid-on, end of the over. 3-5-8. 4-5. You listen to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Wales, a joint production, which I like to say grandly of this commentary.
Yes, production is possibly putting it a little bit high, but hey, you're the BBC Radio Kent sports editor, so I'm not going to grumble about that.
Just think of the prop budget for this and the catering.
Yes. Prop budget is Matt and me turn up and talk.
It's a round figure. There we go.
Oh, we haven't seen my expenses bill for the evening yet. 358 for 5. As the economical Stewart will continue from the Nackington Road end, which is a name to get your tongue round. There's one more saving the single now on the leg side because there is one fewer slip in place. Mid-wicket is also saving the single, almost on the drive as Callaway drives through the offside, hits that one up towards the old scoreboard. It is being pursued but not hauled in, and Callaway moves on very sweetly to 82 not out. Unfamiliar territory, the 80s. For Ben Callaway, 3-6-2 for 5. Kent still got a few overs to strike back and try and dismiss Glamorgan for under 400. But it does look like the Welsh side having the better of the day, as they did on days 1 and 2 against Derbyshire. Stewart in, bowls, Callaway on the back foot. Defending to cover. There's no run, following which Derbyshire dominated day 3 and day 4 was just jolly exciting for partisans of both sides. It's number 9, Grant Stewart, on run in towards us. The shadows extend from the stands on this side of the ground, and Callaway turns the risks, flicks one down to backward square, should be able to come back for a second run. There is a comfortable second run there. And Callaway moves up to 84. I wonder what his mental processes are at the moment. Will he try and get the century tonight? And how much pressure will Kent apply to try and stop him getting to 3 figures and induce a mistake? As that short ball hooked away, shouts of catch, but it was nowhere near fine leg. Just the single taken.
There's a lot of space, isn't there, between the batter and that fielder? A lot of margin for error, I would suggest, from it getting catchwards, but yeah. Controlled it enough there, didn't he, Callaway, to get that ball away, but yeah. 85 for him.
Yeah, 2 career bests for 21-year-olds in the course of a day. There's nothing to be sniffed at. as Cook straight drives back to the bowler, who fields well in his follow through. Prevents any runs being taken. Cook 14 not out. An experienced head if Ben Callaway needs one to try and talk him through these remaining stages and not give it away in the closing minutes of the day. Stewart bowls. Cook larrups that one out to point, and it is well stopped on the cover point boundary, and they just go through for a single. But when Chris Cook finds the middle of the bat, you can hear it from here 50-60 metres away. Single taken, 3-6-6 for 5, and 8 overs remain of the day's play.
Yeah, you could see how fast. I mean, we couldn't see. Particularly, I can't see because the overhang of the woolly stand where it's gone, or if anyone's going to pick it up. But you could see almost 2 steps down the pitch. Chris Cook has already cast his eyes to the heavens, realising that a fielder was right there because it got to the boundary that quickly. So he's shooting there, but he just got himself a single. So Cook will face 15 then. Kashi Valley, 3 wickets so far today, 3 for 67. But Glamorgan 3-6 for 5, dominating day 1. Cook defends that off stump, and there's no run. So yeah, Ben Callaway at the other end has 85. Can't have struggled all day. Presumably what Daniel Beldrum thought at the beginning of the day was, if there's life to be had in this pitch, it'll be on the first morning. And to be fair, the weather is just going to get better and better on this one. It should dry out. Will it flatten out? Oh, bowled him! Well, nothing flat about that. Stumps askew, bails all over the place. Chris Cook has been done by that delivery from Kashi Valley, who has 4 now for 67. A little late hurrah for Kent, and that one, has seamed in. He's bowled a couple of those too. Chris Cook off stump flattened, as I said, bails all over the shop, and he goes for 15. Cook bowled by Kashif, and Glamorgan 3-6 for 6.
Yeah, no doubting that wicket, and Kashif really has been impressive over the course of several spells today. He has generated quite a bit of pace and hostility, and well, he's kept Kent in the game because there've only been 2 wickets from the rest between them. That's the way cricket goes, I suppose. But Kashif, after a slow start to his campaign, is certainly earning his corn today.
Yeah, is that, as Liam Knight said earlier, is that headband Kashif? Without the headband on, certainly with that mentality, but getting the ball just to move on the pitch into the right-hander and taking the off stump, flattening it. Applause from his teammates as he walks back to his mark. And in next is
Van der Hoogten.
Van der Hoogten, indeed. Tim with a double M.
Tim with a double M.
Indeed.
Yep. Make sure you pronounce it with a double M.
I was going to say, as all Tim should be, really. I think it's the best way. It's very emphatic. But,
Dutch father, but very much an Australian accent. Netherlands international.
So qualifies for England, I'd imagine. Doesn't it?
Who knows? 366 for 6. And if Kent can chisel out another couple tonight, then they wouldn't be maybe too displeased with their day's efforts, particularly if they get Callaway.
No, indeed. Let's see where they can go with this, but 7.4 overs available to the batters. Obviously, Kent would like to be fewer than that and getting amongst the wickets. With 6 minutes to 6 here. As umpire Newell just tells Kashi Valley to wait. Van der Hoogten is very patiently. Well, he's having a good old garden there. Not to be rushed, number 64. Then Compton comes into the offside. 3 slips in. They feel a little bit more attacking, like they might be into, if not the tail, the lower mid-order at this point, which they are. So Kashif then. Let's do the Glamorgan bat turn now. And back at the bowler, there's no run. As Nick was saying, 4 for 64, certainly statistically way ahead of the rest of them in wickets taken, going for around about 4 and over, but has a number of those surprise deliveries, I suppose. And Hassan, first man to go, just pushing forward edge to almost regulation edge to Andamayeye was his first wicket. The second one, Kieran Carlson for Kashif, owed, well, it was an edge, most definitely an edge, but owed an awful lot to his captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond's superb catch at third slip, but bowls to Van der Hoogte now, and this is into the offside, and there's no run. The one down the leg side, they got Colin Ingram, the first delivery of the new ball, was owed a little bit to good fortune, I would say, from a bowler's point of view, certainly. And but the delivery they got Chris Cook, absolutely emphatic. 3-6-6 for 6. Given the scoring rate, about 4. I suppose Kent might say if they can bowl, if they could bowl Glamorgan out inside day 1, then they would possibly be on course for an even game, but it's like Glamorgan ahead at this point. Not really aware of that one, where that one had gone to start with, but has just ended up propelling it into the onside. Ekansh Singh runs into field, no run.
Yeah, reaching the time of day where I hope nothing much dramatic happens in the closing stages. So I don't have to write my report that you'll be able to find reasonably soon after the end of play on the BBC Sport website, once it's been licked into shape by the desk in Cardiff.
Of course, you wear both hats, don't you, in that respect, as Kashi Valley bowls commentating and writing as well. Kept low. I think that's Hoogton's done a decent job there. They come back for 3 as well. Past or outside third slip, absolutely safe. End of the over. 3-6-9 for 6 then, Glamorgan. Often at the end of games of football, our colleagues who are writing those pretty much on-the-spot reports, you get a fantastic finish where there are 3 goals in the last 5 minutes or so.
They're probably swearing their heads
exactly,
off.
saying, oh, that was brilliant, wasn't it? Not really. No, I had my report written, 0-0 all over it.
What do you mean it was 4-3?
Sorry, yeah, lead changes hands 5 times in the last in injury time. Quite, yeah. So, end of the over, and it's that the new man, the new batter has gone down. Is he tending to his, maybe to his spikes?
Just his straps
straps
or spikes. Some part of his equipment anyway.
He's fine, it's his, yeah.
So it'll be Garrett back into the attack, hoping to atone for his early profligacy with the ball. And I'm afraid it's going to have to be Matt Cole to describe
of course,
the over, because I've got to adjourn next door very shortly.
So 3-6-9 for 6, and Garrett, who has been expensive, the most expensive of the attack, but apart from Ekansh Singh, giving respect to him for his 3 overs, but yeah, none for 81 from 13. As we said before, he has bowled some great looking deliveries, but those have been that was kept a little bit low. That looks a decent shout, but I'd have to say at this point we're behind the batter, so there we go. And covered with head in hands there, Garrett. That doesn't look bad at all. Height's fine, maybe just sneaking down leg, possibly, but yeah. The important person is umpire Redfern.
As long as the umpires are consistent, that's all you want across the 4 days.
she doesn't think it's out, and that's pretty much the most important thing. Oh, that one is squirted away, leading edge from Van der Hoogten into the offside.
Yeah,
he's really got to grips with the first couple of deliveries.
Looking a bit uncertain out there, isn't he, at the moment? Our Timmy.
Kent would love to force the issue if they can here, and having opened one end up perhaps get a second quick wicket. They've not done quick wickets today, Kent, really, in terms of rapidity between them. Thanks to Nick. We'll be finishing his reports now and updating BBC Wales. As Garrett bowls to Van der Hoogten, driven back past the bowler. Well, there you go. He's right behind that one, having looked all at sea the first two balls. He has driven that one beautifully down the ground, and that'll be 4 runs to add to the total. 373 for 6. He moves on to 7. Ben Callaway has 85, a career high for him. And George Galloway looking dispirited as well, he might, after 2 excellent testing deliveries. Can't keep the pressure on for the third. Conversation between batters Van der Hoogten and Callaway. Ball retrieved. I think that Jaden Denley was on his way on a lap of the ground and picked it up and has got it back to George Garrett now. Bowls Van der Hoogten on just outside off stump. Oops. Blocks that back up towards mid-off. There's no run. Some concerted polishing of the ball done by Grant Stewart at the Nackington Road end. Garrett has taken over from his fellow seamer. 3 slips in still as Garrett bowls, left by Van der Hoogten through to wicketkeeper Benjamin, and there is no run. More emails coming in from me. Thank you so much for your emails today, by the way. You're always very, very welcome. Great to have your company. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Mike from Sweden. I should enjoy your coverage. He says in the sunshine here in Sweden. He says, my dad passed away 15 years ago, he said, but it's always nice to listen to him and his memories of Kent playing in Dartford. Mike, thank you very much. Not a ground I've been to. I'm talking about the old Tunbridge ground. I don't know if that prompted your email. That one's right in at the toes of Van der Hoogten, but does get the ball away. I'm not sure it's hit his toes, but certainly scuffed away with the bat into the offside. End of the over, 373 for 6, Glamorgan. Phil says, how's this? I've written out, I must not email Mr. Cole on the email address 100 times. That'll do, Phil. Thank you very much. Sorry, just want to make sure your emails get to us, obviously, and I realise we had the old address for a long time, and I'm still monitoring it while it's still available. He says, sadly, I won't be moving to the posher parts of the county anytime soon unless the notary numbers come in or the new album goes triple platinum. Excellent. I suspect the former is more likely. Keep plugging away. I see, yes, indeed, for your qualifications, you are not only a writer of a superb email, but a musician as well. Phil, thank you very much for that. How could I forget? Into the offside, and there's no run, 373 for 6. Could do with their lottery numbers metaphorically coming up towards the end of this first day. Looks like Glamorgan will still be batting tomorrow with just into the 6th of the last overs to go. 6th last. Kashi Valley bowling there to Callaway. Sees the first one off for a dot ball. Back in action now. Pakistani running away from us and bowls, and just back at him from Callaway, inside part of the bat. Not quite where he intended it, but safe enough. And there is no run. And a few have left, as Tim was saying, but not many. The members stand to our left, still plenty there. On the old Dover Road side, not into the Woolly stand, but spectators to our right as well on the hospital side of the ground. the Knacking Road Grumblers have thinned out just a little bit. That's probably true actually all around the ground, but fine evening sunshine here as Kashif bowls to Callaway. Opens the face and down towards backward point, and Harry Finch fields. .374 for 6, Glamorgan. Kashif in this longish run from the pavilion end to Van der Hugten, and low on the bat up towards mid-on, fielded by George Garrett. Birds tweeting in the trees around here from the far end and all around the ground as well. Seeing some of the familiar house martins flying around in front of us. The keening of a few gulls as well. Still very green this this ground. Kashi Valley. Ball to Van der Hugten once more. Ooh, just played down the wrong line there, the Glamorgan batter.
House martins, they split up years ago.
Indeed. It's all the beautiful south and Fat Boy Slim these days, isn't it? 374 for 6.
I think even Fat Boy Slim has put on a few pounds.
Well, it comes to us all eventually, doesn't it?
Norman Cook.
Indeed so. So Kashif to bowl. Final ball of the 91st over of this first day. It's belonged to Glamorgan. Steered, nicely done from Van der Hugten through gully. Just kept his hands soft as well, and that's gone for 4 using Kashif Ali's pace against him. So 5 off that over. 378 for 6. Van der Hugten on to 11. Callaway 86. Great day for him. We talked about a day before Akansh Singh, one he'll remember, I'm sure. And Callaway, I'm sure, remember this knock as well. Certainly if he takes it through to 3 figures. Ace of Tribe 94, his career high earlier on in the day. Same the over.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, Glamorgan and Kent's levels of happiness at the close of play will be somewhat dependent on whether Callaway's still there, really, because you think that, if you've got a number 6 batter still there, then you've got pretty good possibility to add. If you're down towards 9-10 Jack, then Kent might think they can get back in this game. 22 runs needed for Glamorgan to get the 4th batting bonus point. But keeping wickets in hand tonight, I think, vital, with 5 overs to go, and that's through outside off stump from Garrett, who's looking to drag his figures back rather after going for a runner ball. And unfortunately, Kent haven't felt able to go back to young Akansh Singh, and it was always asking a lot for him to be the 4th seamer if he's not a regular bowler at second 11 and under 19s level.
Yeah, so asking an awful lot, as you say, isn't it, to come in.
As that's played away on the offside by Callaway for a single. So you've got sort of 3 regular seamers, one of them misfiring, and Parkinson's been decent enough.
Yeah.
Leaning has caused 1 or 2 problems, albeit he hasn't been in the wickets. But Kent have done well, given their resources, to stay in the game to the extent they have, I think, and to be still in with a fighting chance of getting Glamorgan out for around about 400 and hoping to bat long themselves over the weekend as the temperatures go up.
Yeah, if they can be absolutely ruthless on Kent and build a big first innings, put pressure on them.
As Van der Hoogten turns that one on the leg side, there's no run. And Glamorgan heading towards 400 at the moment, but that's not really enough for scoreboard pressure. You don't feel these days. 250 to avoid the follow-on. You would expect to get there. Most times, Glamorgan just need to take this innings as deep as they can. Hopefully tonight and tomorrow morning from the Welsh point of view. 379 for 6. Tribe 94, Ingram 70, Northeast 42, and Callaway on 87. Watching as Van der Hoogten drives into leg side, well fielded at short mid wicket, no run. Kent, to be fair, have chucked themselves around enthusiastically in the field today, given that the ground probably is quite hard after lack of rain.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, to stick to their task as well. They've been moved around this playing surface by Glamorgan all day, so there'll be reason for tiredness at the end of it, I'm sure.
As Garrett's in, balls, shouts of catch. It stopped at third slip. I don't think it carried to the skip of that.
Yeah, I think you're right. There was just a single shout of catch, wasn't it?
There's always shouts of catch.
Almost automatic as it comes off the edge, but
yes. Someone else warming
as
up.
As a wicket keeper, you probably get a lot of that.
I'm prone to it as anyone else, to be honest.
Oh, you say it yourself, yeah.
Yeah. Ball leaves the bat anywhere in the air. Catch it. Yeah, I think they know that's what they got to do. Garrett in to bowl down leg side. Oh, come off it. Kent have had one marginal caught behind decision down leg side, and that inquiry bore the hallmarks of utter optimism. 379 for 6, 4 overs to go this evening here on BBC Sport Online.
I'm slightly colouring with embarrassment there, I have to say, on their behalf.
Not sure whether it hit anything, let alone the bat.
It seemed to be a
bit more leg spin.
Matt Parkinson might have thought he was done for the day. Last time we saw him bowling was after bowling was snatching his jumper, throwing his cap to the ground. He then spent a couple of minutes on one knee with his head in his hands, just trying to, I suppose, make sense of the day for himself. There have been some balls up in the air off his bowling, and which he very much felt should have gone to hand. But yeah, 4 overs remaining. Perhaps again with a harder ball, more pronounced seam, just hoping to get some bounce as well as turn. And Ben Callaway reacts to that, taking 3-4 strides down. No, he doesn't. He's just blocked it straight back at the bowler. I'd imagine from Ben Callaway's frame of mind here, if it's not going to turn prodigiously, I might just stay in until tomorrow. Ooh, there we go. I'm not sure I did turn prodigiously, but I had to block that one out. It went square rather than straight. Great excitement from Matt Parkinson and from the close fielders, but as I say, from Ben Callaway's point of view, less so. Yeah, actually inside edge onto the pad that was. And that one is bat to low to a point, and there's no run. So 3 dot balls to start. As a senior partner in inverted commas of this batting partnership, Ben Callaway will hold his end up. As Nick was indicating, 13 away from a maiden first-class century. Be very happy to sleep on this not-out score, I'm sure, with 20 balls available of the first day. Given air by Parkinson, sees a ball he likes, checks it up to mid-on and takes a leisurely single. 380 for 6, Glamorgan. their day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. We've been put into bat by Kent. They lost a wicket in the first session, but just the one. 128 for one they were at the end of the first session. So I'm going for 16 to the bowling of Kashif. They were 271 for 4 at tea. 3 wickets there, one for Stewart, one for Kashif, one for Parkinson. 42 for Sam Northeast, 94 for Asa Tribe. Batsman dismissed in that session, as well as Kieran Carlson for 16. Parkinson. And Van Houten leaves that to spin away from him to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 3 to come. On BBC Radio Kent and BBC Wales. Then after the tea interval, Colin Ingram going and Cook both going to Kashif for 70 and 16 respectively. Callaway has 88, a career high for him.
Yeah, 1 wicket so far in the first session of the day, 3 in the second, 2 in the third. It has been not quite a day in the dirt, but certainly a day in which Kent have been under the cosh for long periods. They managed to put the break on the scoring rate without quite taking wickets in a cluster, which Glamorgan have been prone to in recent matches, is losing 3 wickets in successive overs. They've done on several occasions. As Garrett is in and Callaway knocks it away towards deep point, just steering it into a gap, and the single is taken. 3-8-1 for 6. Batting to come, Andy Gorvin, James Harris and Asitha Fernando for the visitors. Tim van der Hoogten, sometimes used as a night watchman, today in his genuine number 8 position and being beaten by that one from Garrett. Through to Benjamin. Kent looking to put in on a bit of pressure in these closing overs, as indeed they should. 3 slips, 5 saving the single, and only fine leg is out at the moment. So there are scoring opportunities if Van der Hoogten can find a gap in the field. Ball racing fairly quickly over hard, dry outfield today. Garrett in, bowls on leg stump, flicked away by Van der Hoogten, but he's picked out the one outfielder at fine leg, and they're just through for the single. 3-8-2 for 6. Glamorgan will be happy to see the remaining minutes of today's play pass in sedate fashion.
It's good for those writing final reports of the day as well.
As will your correspondent tapping away, who doesn't really have to want to write anything much apart from the headline and fill in final score from now. Garrett into bowl. Callaway defends very gently out on the offside. Bowler charges down the wicket to negate any thoughts of a quick single.
There's Nick Webb trying to speak things into being, and why not? no one will
play.
that.
Please meander gently towards the close, as in the other night when Glamorgan very considerately played out 6 maidens to close the day. Absolutely nothing happens apart from Glamorgan play, that takes 1 sentence to sum up, thankfully, or even half a sentence.
It's worth a handshake, isn't it? Definitely.
Just 1 slip now, as Callaway drives to mid-on, no run. I wonder whether Bell Drummond is now regretting his decision, or presumably the positive spin that we'll get from the Kent dressing room is that we're in a position to knock them over for 400 and go big ourselves, etc., etc. I've done too many of these interviews.
Well, let's see what young Ekaj Singh's makes of it. I'm sure he'll be given a line before before he's put in front of me.
Garrett bowls. Callaway on the back foot, just about chops down in it on time. Little gesture of the hand as to what that ball might have done. 382 for 6 with 2 overs remaining here on BBC Sport Online.
A nightmare for your colleague following Essex against Yorkshire, as Essex have lost 3 quick wickets at the end of the day. There we go, absolute nightmare. Changing the narrative. Yorkshire 3 all out for 216, Essex 23 for 3 now in that. Just picking that via the BBC live text page. Superb it is too, and just go to BBC Cricket, you'll pick it up. Sussex finally all out for 284. What a roller coaster that was, or something of a sandwich, as one of my friends would say, without using any of the bad words in between. Sussex started well, had an absolute mare in the middle of their innings, and have dragged it back to 84 all out against Worcestershire. Crikey, they've done some batting there, slowed things down. Parkinson, this game right here, and Houghton just pushes that away from the leg stump, backward of square, fielded by Stewart, and that will be a single. Coach Singh just shines the ball in his sleeveless jumper, tosses it to Parkinson. You can tell he's a new boy because his dark blue cap is very dark and very blue, rather than a light brown colour, which they tend to go when they've been in the sun for a... I'm not sure why light brown, but there we are. That's the way. As Daniel Bell-Drummond throws the ball back to Parkinson after this one's blocked out by Callaway. That's the colour of his hat. You can almost tell it, like rings on a tree, how old that cap is and how experienced a Kent player they are. By the weather on the cap. This one's driven down the ground for a single. It's out of our side, Bakashi Valley Fields, and that's one more added to the total. So.
Yes, Wayne Madsen last week for Derbyshire. Gosh.
That's a sweep, and I think that has got contact as well. Pretty fine from Tin Van der Hoek. Not perhaps entirely where he intended, but good enough for 4 runs. 388 for 6. Sorry, Wayne Madsen.
Yes, particularly along the lines that you were saying when the Blues cap goes a sort of shade of sun-bleached brown.
He's had that cap for many a year. A long old time. 388 for 6. Glamorgan. 2 more balls to come of Parkinson's over. Pushed into the one bounce into the hands of Ben Compton, who's on the attack under the lid. That short leg, but again, just hoping the concentration from Van der Houten and particularly Callaway might just let them down in these remaining deliveries. Parkinson bowls and propelled all the way along the ground by Van der Houten up to mid-off. I'm sure he'll be hoping he doesn't have to do any more batting today, but he's going to be protecting Ben Callaway at the other end. But an over to come. And
would you care to describe it for you, Matt?
I was quite happy to take that.
Very
it seemed churlish not to.
Very kind of you, if you would, old chap.
Finishing touches have been made to an opus, a literary opus to my left here.
Well, 439 words so far. I don't think it's much of an opus, but
388.
Hopefully, it'll summarise the day's play. And to be honest, I tend to find that I'm more satisfied when I've written shorter reports.
Fair enough. I'm not sure Kent's bowling will deserve many of those 400 and odd words today, but they have toiled. Garrett to Callaway. To Nick Webb's great pleasure, I'm sure, just defends that, and it's up to mid-off. Nothing much doing there, no words to be spoken about it. Dot ball. 5 to come, unless, of course, Kent take a wicket in this over. The 96th of the day, which started with Kent winning the toss and comes towards its end with Glamorgan in a great position. 388 for 6, 12 away from their 4th batting bonus point. Kent have 2 bowling bonus points at this point. Garrett has no wickets of his own. Rising delivery, but very comfortably played down through third man by Callaway. Controlled that. It's fielded by Tawanda Mayeye. And Hookton will take strike. There'll be a little bit more attacking with him in this final 4 deliveries. A lot more attacking with him. They've decided there'll be a slip cordon. 4 of them. Well, there we are. Mayeye leaning. Drummond and Compton crouched now, looking for the edge, and Van der Hoogten makes a bit of a mockery of that by getting his solid frame behind the ball, and a solid timber behind the ball, and it goes into the leg side, and there's no run. Looked like Jack leaning with a half smile. He went in position, just put up the left hand with 4 on it, almost in surprise. Yep, 4 slips. We'll have 4 for Van der Hoogten. 3 to go, trying to put the doubts in his mind. Wobble the composure. 389 for 6 on the board. Garrett bowls to Van der Hoogten. It's an appeal. Oh, he's out. He's gone. Looks very disappointed. Tucks his bat under his arm and has gone LBW. Finger goes up from Sue Redfern, and that will be the end of the day. And slightly disappointingly for Glamorgan, with Van der Hoogten going in the final over of the day. Shadows lengthening, but to be honest, they've had a very, very good day indeed. 389 for 7. They will finish day 1 here at the Spitfire Ground. St Lawrence having been put into bat by Daniel Bell Drummond, with the Kent skipper winning the toss. How much he rue that, we do wonder at this point. Certainly, it's been Glamorgan's day, with Van der Hoogten walking slowly and disappointedly off the pitch, but then waiting for his batting partner Ben Callaway on 91 not out. He will survive into day 2, and I'm not sure what that alarm's for. Does everyone need to be seen off the field with some sort of alarm? But there we go. The alarm has mostly been for Kent's bowlers today. We use that. Oh, the alarm's finished now. There we are. Everyone go home, they're saying. Get out of here. 389 for 7. A fine day for Glamorgan. Asa Tribe with 94. His career high score, falling 6 short of a century. Ben Callaway's 9 short of a century. His career high in his young career, but can resume tomorrow to try and take that through for a ton. 42 for North East. Colin Ingram with a fine 70. The South African. End of the day then. 389 for 7 for Glamorgan. We will resume tomorrow, Nick Webb and I. Thank you very much for listening. Unless you have any final words to add to that. No, none on your report, Nick, but...
Big first hour tomorrow. Have you ever spoken to a cricketer who's... doesn't say it'll be an important first hour the next day? Ben Callaway, prospective maiden century. Glamorgan prospectively potentially getting to 4 batting points for the first time this season, and can potentially looking to knock them over and be chasing something not much more than 400. So, yep, looking forward to it already.
Set up beautifully. The first hour tomorrow will dictate the game, says Nick Webb. Paraphrasing it very badly. Thank you for listening. From me, Matt Cole, and from Nick Webb, it's good night, and join us again 11 o'clock tomorrow from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.